It's 1 p.m. Let's go.
Run.
Oh my fucking... You fucker. You fucker. Oh, what the hell? You were just waiting for that one. Damn. How? Hey, we're starting very early today. Don't feel like I'm even prepared, but hey, it's something. Oh yeah, see, I'm not prepared because I didn't open up the chat on my main monitor, one that I actually have nowadays to read chat on when I play games. There you go. Hi guys, how you doing? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. I am just gonna reset my tracking because I feel like I'm looking up. Why am I looking up? How do I reset? I forgot. Wait, how do I reset this? What? There used to be like a recalibrate button. Where is it? I lost it. Set up motion capture. Remove motion capture. Lip sync settings. Calibrate eye tracking. That one. Aww. I'm gonna have to like... Whatever. I think it's fine. Bloop. Tired. Got home an hour ago. Needed a nap, so probably nap a little bit while lurking. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I know I'm early. This is... you know, this has just become a thing that I stream. The amount of years that I turn. I've been breeding. The eggs. But it's like I play a little bit of Pal World now, hang out. I'll play a little bit of... I want to try the new League Classic later. I even have the client running for that. Hi Prism. Belated happy birthday. What do you mean belated what do you mean belated happy birthday? My birthday hasn't even been yet. Hi Media, thank you for the raid. Hello. I don't know why I went to fast travel. I didn't want to fast travel. I want to breed. I want this one. Hi Media, hope you had a good stream. I'm gonna breed. Do I actually have cakes? Birthday on Saturday? Yeah. August 1st. Yes. Company of Heroes. Oh, I love that game. I used to play that a lot in the past. Why is my character not looking forward? Whatever. I'm looking forward now. Why is it not looking forward? Are you looking forward now? Whatever. They released a mini DLC defense mode kind of thing. Ooh. That was cool. Or full fight. But okay, I'm sad. Okay. I'll keep an eye on it. Go check out Moody Hour 1. Very lovely. Select all of that. Send them off with one. I've just started off with Albert today. Okay, have a good nap, killer. It's spoiled with Color Arms being so good. I mean, yeah, I guess. Really, bro? Hey, Haiti, morning. Well, good evening to you, I guess, not morning. See, this is what I want. Could this be female? Okay, that's good. So now I have both a female and a male. Oh, this is also... Ooh, this one is also alpha. Well, both are alpha. Maybe I should breed with that one. Does alpha have any... Do you get more alphas if it's an alpha breeding with an alpha? Start a stream, suddenly like 80 viewers, weird website, like blah blah blah. Okay, that's good, media, yeah.
Wait, what? Thank you for the sub. What the? What? Yeah. Word?
Thank you, Haiti. See, I did the thing. Thank you. I don't know what my goals should be next. I don't have any goals. I just think it's funny if we could. Happy early birthday. Thank you, Haiti. I'm gonna do like, if we get 50 today, we'll redeem cost 50% off. I don't know, something like that. We can get to that. Oh, that moved off fucking screen now. Oopsie. We'll do something like that. I don't know. Thank you though, Haiti. Hope you're well. So what I'm trying to do is I'm breeding this Walaska with this Skillet Ignis, so I can get Walaska Ignis with lavish hospitality and service minded on it, and most importantly, or not most importantly, but the best thing is if they can become alpha as well. Wait, do I not have philanthropist now? This one had philanthropist. Oh. Even realize I'm now top 10 in gear. Wait, what? Really? Already? You haven't even been around for that long. What the hell? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't have philanthropist now. That's why. I don't want Swift on this one. Maybe I switch out the Swift one for philanthropist. Gifters and generous people are a godsend. Agreed. Haiti is nice on top of that. They're just not, you know, someone who gives a lot of stuff. Just to give a lot of stuff. They're actually genuinely nice and hang out and does things with me and all fun and games. They have a very cute cat as well. Always be losing money when streaming time zone. Sadly, can barely make that happen. Ah, rip. I'm gonna put philanthropist on this. This is somewhat boring stuff, but kind of like exciting at the same time. Philanthropist with edit, yes. Then I'm gonna also put Domino. Boom. So now this one is the perfect one. Got a quote, getting new wheels and replacing a couple things that are... What the fuck? Yeah, don't spend the fucking money on me then. Jesus Christ. Holy. Yeah, that is a lot of money. I enjoy it. Well, yeah, sure, you can enjoy it, but... Alright. So... Put you back in. Now go. Now we have at least one philanthropist. That's a big egg. I'm gonna do something else as well. Oh, did I send them off on a mission again? The aqua one? They're like up here. Ah, oh, fuck's sake. I always forget to take that off. Ah. Press bronze cherry aqua. Like, look at the passive. Pal eggs you pick up have a 40%, 45% chance of becoming an alpha pal egg. I already have the normal one. But it says does not sack. But that's with a normal bronze cherry. When it's a bronze cherry aqua, then it's also too hot. It is very hot today. I agree with Media. Yes. You take care. Thank you again, Media. Hope to see you more the coming days. Wait a minute. Why are the egg blue? Is Walaska Ignis? Ignis. Is that a blue egg? Ugh, 34. Ugh. That's way too much. I have like 28. Winter, yes, or more. 13 degrees. Yeah, what the fuck? That's crazy. Yeah, the summer is weird. Yeah, that's true. Alright. Okay. So I'm just thinking here now. I mean, I might have just to have to wait and see if that actually turns into an Ignis or not. Because once I have two perfect Walaska Ignis, they're just gonna keep breeding over and 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 over. So I can just chop them up one by one, chop, 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 and I get Corallium ingots. Isn't Walaska Ignis both ice and fire? Yeah, maybe that's why. 8 minutes. Or 10 seconds. Make it hello. Takes 10 minutes to plop them open though. I need food. I need like a thingy-majig. Thermal core. Can I make those? I guess I'm just gonna go up here. Nice. Computer, I'm Danish computer. Thermal core. Yeah, we can do a bunch of them. I don't know. 250. Because why not? Yeah, I want to see. See there, the passive on the left. They became alpha now. This is gonna take even longer. Oh no, not long, much longer. Wait, did it? Were these? Oh wait, are they all? Are they always alpha now? Or maybe I was just that lucky. Anyway, today's plan is play some Pal World, play a little bit of League, eat my dinner, go into VR, and then be kinda open-minded of what's happening next. Because if I see Fubu and Co playing like Super Battle Golf or something else, I might go back to desktop later tonight, like at, you know, maybe around 11, 1 or midnight. So last little bit is just desktop. Yorkin, hello, Edmy Fenric. But that takes a long time to make one. That's gonna take a while to get those done. Oh well. Other than that, I don't really know what I want to do today in Pal World.
Oh.
I wanna.
Oh, I don't need to come like that when I, you know.
Because Corallium has been you know, call it a bottleneck for a long time here. We have 280 now though, so maybe it's not the most important thing, but I still want to make a reliable source of getting them semi-passively, right? Cool. Anyway, so maybe we should let them work on their thing and we head out and explore the world tree a bit, I guess. So these ones were not alpha, but they still take 10 minutes. Interesting. Okay. Where are you going? Oh, they're crafting. Something that I don't like that they did before, like, if you had, like, the Swift one here, this one was just, in general, they had more movement speed. Wait, this one says that, though. Increase the movement speed. Wait, I just realized that. Wait a minute. But wait, one of them said that it was just mounted speed. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Which one was that again? What is the other one called? Not Swift, it's called Runner. Runner. Oops. Increase the movement speed. What? Am I having a stroke here? Increase the movement speed. Hey! Nani? Whatever. We're gonna go explore. So we need... Oops, I took the wrong one. There you go. We're gonna go exploring. Because, I mean, we could defeat these bosses here to just get those over too, I guess. Let's do that first. Because I haven't done the... There. Dude, I am so early streaming. This always feels so weird streaming like in middle of the afternoon. Alright. Meow. This one was straight north. Ah. Oh, is that? Eh. Enter. 80 even with streaming earlier. I gotta go to bed soon. That is crazy, Haiti. That is actually crazy. Freaking time zones. Jesus, that's a lot of them. No, it changed. Why did it change? Oh my freaking god. I was gonna do Holy Burst. It was always on E. There we go. Bing. Okay, stop doing so much poison. Okay, one. Nice. Nice. Gabby. I wonder what the other one gets. Please show me. I want to see it. Oh, I didn't. I don't know what that last one got. The big one. There's so many bosses here I haven't done. North. I like how fast this is. And this is not even bred for speed. Nor does it even have any other... What is it? Dragon pals in the party for it to go faster. What is this? Hey, my parcel is now ready to be collected. Thanks. Thanks. You're just 18 minutes. Well, more than that. I'm gonna have to go pick... Because Gibby sent me a package. I'm gonna have to go and pick that up tomorrow. Because it did not arrive in time for me to start stream today. Just arrived. Really. Meteor rain. Wait, it's not hitting that one? Plus, I killed them. I didn't mercy hit them? What the hell? Isn't a pipe bomb in the mailbox, is it? No, it's not a pipe bomb. Gibby can't make a pipe bomb. If Gibby was able to make a pipe bomb, I would be surprised. Yeah. Oh, I wasn't on my freaking dog. Keep forgetting that. I always forget. I always fucking forget. East. There's like... Not like... I haven't fought a human like this. It's a merchant. He's Billy, horse rustler. Yay. Tokens. So apparently, which makes sense, but what you should do with those human bounty thingies, you should capture them. Because then you get the bounty token for them when you capture them. And then you can just butcher them or like, you know, kill them again. And you'll get the tokens again. But that sounds like a lot of work as well. So I'm just don't think I'm gonna. What the fuck? There's still one of these? Where? Do I want to capture that? Maybe I do. Heather. Oops. I missed. No, come on. Just get captured. I have a lot of balls that I have to waste anyway, so... No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. Good. So where is this turret here? Anyone see a turret? Just like a warning from up the thingy. Posture check, rail fan, yep. You. Get up here. Ah! Ah! Holy. Right, how to destroy it? I thought you just... Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Get on this one instead. Take these off. Rain. Boom, boom, boom. Holy burst. Blah. Do I have to kill all the humans here? Oh shit. That's a lot of guys. They all died though. Booba. Kiwi! Rail fan! Hey lovely, hack it. Right here. Hope you're good, Gibby. Hope you're good, rail fan. Did I do it? I think I did it. Gibby, your package just popped up as I can pick it up. Great timing! Fucking 15 minutes after I start streaming. Wait, I can go back. Oh, Banglope Lux. Nah. Nice, yeah. I have to do that tomorrow morning then. Morning. Tomorrow when I wake up. Oh, it's still... Bro, I wasn't even on my mount and it got Demon God? That's crazy. Okay. Get on this now. That's crazy that one got Demon God without this. Nope. Chuck Testa. Nope. Chuck Testa. If you know the nope Chuck Testa, I love you and you're old. Nope. Chuck Testa. Is the boss in there? I'm gonna gamble that it. Nope. Chuck Testa. Maybe it's not in here. Nope. Ah. Who is this? Whose realm am I entering? What is this realm? Bring your house down. Ugh. This one good? Okay, I'm gonna fight it anyway. Hiya! Oh, I now see why they died, because they call it catch on fire. No, you can see that on the. Yeah, but it's more of a mystery if I just enter without ever knowing. I've done that one. There's so many bosses. I don't even need them. Well, I need them for the mission, I guess. 81 out of 100. Surviving the world tree. Really need to do that stuff. That I have such old quests. Give food to. I don't even know. There's so many quests that I have not done. You don't need to do quests. I don't know why they added. They made the leveling so fucking fast, and then they added quests to get to quote unquote make you distract you from the actual fastest way of leveling, which is just to capture pals and complete the capture bonus and explore, for that matter. So I don't understand why quests should be more books and stuff rewarded, and not just XP. Up here, this seems like it. No blocks. Oh, got Testa. Oh. Reload. That was easy. Bottomless stomach. Thanks. Perfect. Great south. Hi, Reuter. Hope you're good. Hope League Classic isn't too mind-numbing. I'm gonna try it later. I'll play this now for an hour or two. Need game way press. Yeah, but I feel like you would have like you over leveled that so fast anyway. Like it's really that. Isn't bad the players though. Ah. Ooh. What is his rookie impact? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, oh, what are you doing? Oh, I caught that health return. That was not intentional. Ah! Oh, these are 65. Okay, I'm gonna go up to exotic. Demon God, Philanthropist. Oh, ferocious. Heishimachi, the diamond body. All items. Oops. Seems like one shot. Ow! Water one? You? Oh, there. Wait, there's a predator. Rampaging? Ayo. Meteor rain. E. Did I get the thingy? Yeah. Do I even want to catch this one? Fuck it. I think I'm gonna. Meteor rain. Wait, which one is the one I want to kill? Not that one. Oh, it was that one. Rip. Bing. Hey, KDI. Wait, you can't just pick it up when you're... Well, it makes sense because I'm floating above water and want a flying mount, I guess. There's like more in there that I didn't even see. I'm gonna continue out though. Thank you, Siri. It's on Saturday though. You guys are cute. I appreciate it. How is everyone doing, by the way? It is a Thursday. I don't normally stream on Thursday. But why not? I haven't been working this week and stuff anyway. What the hell? Another one? Where? I don't see it. I don't see it. I did see a green effigy. Wait, I saw the arrow. Meow. Oh. Hack. Done. Alright, let's do process. Whee. Or not. Around this thing. Further. In the water. Oh no, that. I'm gonna. Ow, ow, ow. No, 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 no. I'm missing. Nice. Oh, I leveled up. Attack. I'm 74. That's like double my R. Well, that's double my RLH. Almost. Almost. I'm 35 soon. That would have been 70. Now I'm gonna look. What is this? It's a smoky. I don't care about us. I'm just gonna murder because it's Pal World and you can just do what the fuck you want. Whee! I'm stretching. Ah, dude. I slept well. I don't know why my body is like. I think it's that long walk yesterday was just. I think my body got a bit killed from that. I do have drink though. I do have everything for a stream. Thinking about food maybe around 6 p.m. ish. Gonna be a late dinner for me, but at the same time, it would be around normal VR chat time. You know, once I'm done eating and things like that. But then, you know, it would be like a normal stream. I know it's on a Thursday, but I'm just saying, like, it would be more normally. Dogecoin. Whee! And I don't know, like, doing the 12-hour thing in beginning, it's kind of more of a thing for myself. Because a lot of people are still at work, school, whatever. Time zones, sure, like, too much prison, for example, can be like, yo, what the fuck? You're streaming at these hours? Like, I never get to see you at these hours. Sure. But it's like more of a, hey, I'm doing a fun thing, 35 hours for my 35th birthday. But I also feel like next year, I'm gonna do something more just instead of a marathon thing, I'm gonna do like a condensed, a little more planned out thing. Because my birthday is on a Sunday next year, so it's not gonna be as fun. Is Splatterina only up during something? Watering pan. I don't have that. I do not have that. Or is Splatterina not even up here? She might actually be on this one. This seems more like where she. Wait, is this the one that is in like a weird cave? Wait a minute. I remember there was one in the blue area here that like you had to. It wasn't all the way down though. There was a weird. No wait, maybe this one. There was one that was very weird. Not here. What? No me. Oh, wow. A cutie? What the hell? Really cute. Thank you though. Hope you're good. How can we find Splatterine? Have you kicked Sayuna balls yet? No. But I should. For what reason? I don't know. Fun. Is it in here? Is this where you enter? Maybe that's where you enter. 8 ball is lying. Haha! 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 Don't bet on it. Get wrecked. I won. Totally won. Over there is my base on those islands. Whee! Is this where you end? What? There's no entrance here. Ah, no. These are good. What the hell, Siri? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, maybe here. What the hell? Siri, you can't just say that. Oh, this is just a tunnel to get through to the other side. Well, that's good to know. Wait, I heard a weapon. Who are you?
Huh?
Ayo? Eight ball says yes. Palwar is going good. I'm getting to the point now that I'm kinda lost a little bit of like the progression. Jesus, so many like predator pals. I hear another one. I've kinda lost the progression a little bit. The thing is, it's because I've reached a point where this is new stuff, right? Previously, I knew kind of like you just played and you upgraded the base and stuff like that. Now I have to make kind of like my own goals, or I am not. You know, I don't know what to do really. Like, I mean, go to the world tree and do stuff and continue the quest, I guess. But I feel like I am not strong enough for that. I'm just trying to level up a bit, just do things. That is a good question, Demon. By the way, hi, Demon. I'm still trying to find a Splatterina. Go in the world tree. I mean, should I? I feel like I've got freaking my ass handed to me when I was there first time. The arena, I have done like level 50, so I should be able to push arena more. You need the stuff from there? Yeah, I know there's like good pals and shit to get from in there. Isn't there a... Get some better weapons for it? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you know, this has 1500. Wow. Boom. 13,000. Where's the pal here? Oh. Don't worry about it. I figured it out. Alright, we'll do this one and then I'll head back. Because I want to check out the Walaska. It turned out to be a good one. Look! It's a Super Mario cube. Ew. Block. Did I capture this? I'll try. Where's my glasses? Shit, I forgot to get them out. God damn it. Using rare tactical grenade launcher that does... We have that! I think. I think I have that one, Railfan. I think I do.
Yeah.
Maybe make a Tesla rifle, yeah. Alright. I just thought of something. Because I remembered. Did they move that? Because I thought it was on this wall. There was an opening to get to a pal. Is that the Splatterina one? Wasn't it on this side? There was like an opening for a pal. Oh, whoa, 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 what the hell? There's still things. That way up keeps pointing upward. Where? What? I don't see it. I fucking black. Oh, there. Has to be that. Oh, other side. Pal. Attack him! You're too fat. Go. There you go. Alright. Can I fly? Thank you. Oh, it has to be an effigy in here. Alright, I picked it up. Aww. Whatever. Let's head back. Where is the closest thing? Well, there was an opening in hall somewhere. Fuck is that glitch? What can you get from the arena though, Demon? I mean, I know you can get like the implants. That's why I did it, because I needed to get the infinite stamina one. Oh. Oh. Woo. Let's see if the Alaska stuff has worked. I think there's a weapon schematic in there and some pushes. Oh, call. Oh, first of all, put this away. Luna is alive. Morning. It is Alaska Ignis. Oh, that looks promising. Lavish hospitality, service minded. Two other ones that I don't want though. Damn. There is a lot of. Okay. The ones. Fuck. Okay. I would want them to. Oh shit! That's a lot of eggs. Hold on. It's the guys. Hi, lovey. Afternoon. Hello, guys. Hello. Yeah, this one is completed. Now, take all. Send that off to the nether. This one. Go here, expedition. Gonna go and find the aqua. This one. This one. You're not allowed to go. Auto assign. Sorry. Legendary blueprints for the unitary kill stuff and the plasma shotguns. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know what Kitty has put in here. We do have... That's the one that I have. Plasma cap. I don't... I mean, I've found some good stuff. Let me just do this with files here first. Look into what weapon I could craft. Heavyweight. Oh, wait, I have to pull in the PAL books again. I don't like that. Snack today? Ayo. Is it Giflar? Alright. Watch me duplicate and get a bunch of alphas here. Eh. Take the thingy, please. I can't get off the wall. Why can't I not get off the wall? 10 minutes. For a bit more than head home. Okay, good luck. See you later. I'm actually gonna take Ignis out for now. We don't create more. Wait, I can just go to the weapon. True, you can't. Yeah, that's true. That's the palace sphere. Here's the weapon. Laser rifle, flamethrower, grenade. This is the one. No, that's the normal one. Where's the tactical one? Wait, what? I had better one. I did find a tactical grenade launcher. I know that. Maybe I just look at the... Grenade launcher. Tactical grenade launchers. Yeah, there it is. Can be crafted as an ancient workbench. Okay, I don't have... Well, I could buy it, I guess. It's an uncommon one. Mango? Not really. I don't mind it. Not something that is like... I have the heavy assault rifle too there. Rare. Mechanical bow. I kind of want to try to do a bow one. Is that mechanical bow one good? But I need a ancient. AI cores. Can I make AI cores on this? I assume so. Oh shit. Cancel that. Pick it up. Send it back to the nether. Make new AI cores. These ones. Like. There's a bow at level 67. 67. Isn't that the one though? Yeah, it's a mechanical bow. This one. But I have the green schematic for it. Yeah, there's the tactical grenade launcher. Hey Neo Fox, take it for the 20 streak. And hi Kotoko. Gold coin assembly line. Why not? Oh, Starlight Quarry. Birthday on Saturday, but thank you, I appreciate it. Woo! Can I build the Starlight thingy? Yeah. Nice. Thank you, thank you. Okay. So I need an ancient workshop. So, or workbench. So we need to just get the AI cores, build that thingy, and then I'm gonna make a good weapon. Because, you know, Kitty was nice enough to make me very good armor. Wow, 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 wow. Damn, that takes a while. Holy. Well, that's gonna be a bit. How long is the eggs? 3 minutes left. How's everyone this Thursday? It's hot. I will be, when I am off having my break for dinner and stuff, I will be setting up my AC as well. So for when I go VR, there's some, what do you want to call it? Some airflow going on. Alright, I built this. I forgot. I can make more cakes now. That's a lot of cakes. 84. What do you need for the new cake there? Extravagant vegetable cake. Potato, onion, carrots. Mutations are more likely to occur and talents will grow more easily. Oh. Special cake. Alright, you need caramel cotton candy. And mammoth meat. What the hell? More likely inherit multiple passive skills from their parents. Good to know, good to know. Maybe I should make some pizza and have Pals eat that. Or salads. Flour. I need more flour. I can't make flour in this. What? Where do I make the thingy? Did I miss it? Milling crushing. Mill. Wait, so I need this fucking ancient thing? As you haven't used. So you could build the third thing from level 37 ASAP. I think it's called in. Oh, this one, yeah, the recycler. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I did see that. That's pretty good. Paxolite ingot, mystical wood, ancient civilization. Yeah, okay. So that makes me have to go to the world tree. But I guess we have a mission now with that. All right, let's see if I can get some good eggs. That one is perfect. That one is perfect. That one is perfect. And another one, but it's gonna be the wrong gender then, because these are identical then. This one is also, but that's not an alpha. All right, that's good. Light food. I don't want that. I don't want that either. Ah. Oh, that one is good too. Okay, so there's another one here. Levis help with that. So I just have to put insomnia on that one. Please be different genders so I don't have to go through that. Yeah, I know. I can't do that, but it would be easier if it just not. That one is female. Or what's that one? That one is female. Okay, so I'm just gonna take this and this. How do I do this now? I need to buy one of those things. Where can I buy that? It's the bounty thing, right? Isn't it the bounty? Can I buy it for gold somewhere? Hell reverse. Arena might as well. Oh, maybe I should check there first. Check the arena first. Where's that again? Get homes. Backlash with blueprints 70 plus stuff. Ah, okay. Hello. Happy Thursday. Thank you, Poutine. Hello, how you doing? Alright. Marksman revolver schematic. Okay, yeah, there is a bunch of weapons here. I don't know how good they are though. But yeah, 35 for this one. Eh. That's still quite a lot. Yeah, I don't know how far I progressed. I did 50. Yeah, I only get 6 for each there. 25 for that one. But I'm gonna go with... Wait, I have to go back to the base first. Because I have to pick up my bounty tickets. You get 100 master the first time. Ah, okay. Hi, Ghana. Thank you. On Saturday, though, but I appreciate it. Oh, I have 2 more eggs. So. Shit. So I have to go here. And my bounty. Are these even gonna be enough? I don't think this is gonna be enough. Did they not cost like 50? Oh, 7. Never mind. Bye. Yippee. I need to sell a bunch of pals. My pal box is getting full. Wow. It's such a boring thing to do, though. I hate doing it. Thank you. Right, so then, do I have it in the party? Fishing minigame begins with capture gauges 7% higher than the usual and capture progress. Oh, I didn't even know you caught health easier with this one. A lot of interchange here from trash around Fairbrake too. Ooh, you can get them there. Oh, okay, there we go. So now we will take you. Exactly. Perfect breed. For what I want. You get out of here. Eh. These two. Perfect. Holy moly, they're big when they're alpha. Jesus Christ. So, what that will do now, we can do this. Because I only don't need those two now, so I can just go like this. Sorry, guys. Look at that. Corallium ore. Yeah. So now they're perfectly bred, so they give as much as possible, and I can just get a shit ton of them. There you go. And now that problem is solved, and you never need to worry about corallium again. Corallum, whatever it's called. There you go. Nice. And we also got rid of a bunch of pals. Yeah, I don't know. You could just butcher a lot of different things. I want to breed a Meemog with like speed and stuff, and then get it 10 transporting and have it just run around just like. That's for later. Another time. Now these ones are perfectly bred to keep fucking all night long and give as much stuff as possible. Oh wow, you Lin. Exploding bird? Oh, you mean with the immune to explosion damage? That's pretty funny. Alright, let's get my... What's it called? Combat party going. How you doing, you Lin? Doing? You need a shout out. Wait, this is before you're walking. So you haven't even started yet. I'm streaming before you. Holy. And I'm gonna stream past when you stream. Holy. That's crazy. That feels weird.
Yeah.
Usually at this time I'm just sitting in Unity or something, working on things. Commissions on my own avatar or something. No, I'm just playing PAL while streaming. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You're doing a long stream event thing for like 3 days or something for some reason. Crazy. Yeah. I'm doing 35 hours for over 3 days because I'm turning 35 on Saturday, so... It's safe to say that I think I'm not going to be doing that next year. I did it for 33, I did it for 34, I'm doing it now for 35. I think that's going to be enough. Saturday! Thank you, though. Appreciate it. Wow. You're great. So, we got like what? 1 AI core this entire time. Yeah, we don't even have them in the thing. Yeah! That's funny, Yulin. It is actually pretty funny. Oh wait, wrong thing. Put it in here. Alright, what can we take out to put an AI core in here? Do we really need that much cement nowadays? We could take out the Airwalker EX, I guess. Or the fishing rod. Because we all have the fishing rod. Take out the fishing rod. I have it here. Books. I think you and my young brother is almost the same birthday. Wait, really, Lovey? I mean, it's August 1st. I'm the first day of August, and I was almost July 31st because I'm born at like 3 a.m., 3:15 a.m. or something on August 1st. That was almost July 31st, but did not turn out that way. He's tomorrow. Yeah, that's crazy. And I have to say, I'd rather be August 1st than July 31st. August 1st is just in my mind. I'm off to bed. Alright, Haiti, take care. Will I maybe not see you later tonight, technically, for me? You tune in tomorrow morning? I don't know. 34 and 3/4. Pretty close myself. Hey, oh my god, so many. Hey, killer. Morning. Wait, there's things there. Is ancient. Yes, apparently I am. Morning. Was I too loud? Sorry. Yes, cute. Well, those are not done yet. Well, another one is almost done. But yeah, we still need more for the ancient workbench. We need 10 for the gold coin assembly line. What the fuck? And then we need Paxolite ingots for this. So we need to go to the well tree. Is this enough durability? I don't think it is. Can I repair it? Need a lot more. Repair this plastic. Yeah, I'm good. Repair this. There we go. I also love how this thing, this wooden bench with an anvil, a hammer, a grinder kind of thing. That's how you repair it. When we have all this future tech and everything, nah, you just go up and hammer it a little bit. Bang, bang. Alright. Well tree it is. Wait, I forgot. Oh, I can click on the map. I forgot. Stupid. Yeah, so now I have to go here, and then I can go E. There you go. This is how you... So how and what should I do here? Like, should I do the missions while I pick up some mines and stuff? I don't want to die though.
Oh.
South. Oh. That is something I really need to go around and pick up as well, though. I have so many effigies. Ah! Oh my fucking god. I have so many effigies that I have... Where'd it go? I have so many effigies I haven't picked up. What is this? Oh, I stole. You need holy water? Oh. Well. I don't know where I put that. Car inspector, my summer car, they will tell you if your car road legal by banging on the underside of a screwdriver. Crazy. I mean, I have holy water. I don't know how this... Why do I need holy water? Why do I need holy... I don't know where I put the holy water. Go to start with 3 and then go straight ahead. I have a bunch of holy water. They don't disappear, do they? Do they? I don't know where I put it though. I think it's in my box. Private one. I don't know why I haven't... I guess not. Where did I put those? Here? Yeah, there they are. Remind stuff in it. That's crazy. I didn't even know that. So that... I need to read what the holy water does then. I have no idea. I actually kind of like don't know. Sacred water brimming with energy of the world tree. Things awakens latent power. World tree resource will not vanish when approached for a period of time. That makes sense then. So I drink that. How long do I have this now? Oh, that's how you make yourself glowy.
How?
Oh, I see. Oh, you get so much. Jesus Christ. That's when you... Oh. Oh, you're supposed to read quests? Oh, shit. I didn't know this game had lore. No, I do now. Because I watched a video. I don't have time to read. I just watch a video of someone talking about what's going on. Okay, so where am I? South. This one I want to go. Whee! Ow. Oh, ow. Okay, don't fly into glowy orbs. That's bad. To be honest, I'm not like this with most games. It's just that I feel like Pal World is not a game where I'm like, oh, I need to know everything about every little nook and cranny about what's going on and who every person is and stuff like that. I just like, nah, fam. What is this? Fire, right? Kindling. Does this count as kindling? Do you have kindling? No, you don't. No, you just have Trent. Whee! FG. What is this? What am I doing here now? It's a boss I have to do? Oh my god. Ha ha ha. 78? Ah, I didn't realize this was a boss fight. Well, there is a teleporter right here, so I can get my stuff back right if I die. I don't think I have enough firepower for this. I don't want it. I mean, it's content, right? You want to see me try. Oh, it's a whole thingy like this. Oh god, then we need people, no? Oh god. All of my paths died each time, but it managed to beat the easier two. I don't even have the Mammoth curry on me. I don't even have the best shield. I don't even have maxed out pals. Fuck it, let's try it. You only live once. Dude, I'm doing damage. Haha. Duke. Oh my god. You do fire damage. You're better. Well, that's dragon damage. Do the other ones. Ah! Ah! Aha! Ow. Oh, she's on fire. Oh. Aha, juke. Do you instead? What is this? Oh. This is easy. What the hell? Ow. Have I told you it's blast power cream? Fun fact. What was that again? I don't remember fully. Fun fact. Fun fact. Could that have been? I actually don't know. Trying to think. Big ball! I'm running away from the big ball! Ow! Get on it. I want to do this manually. And this. All bad calling metal chest. Oh, they got fixed. Ayo. Oh, she's gonna die. Oh no, she's just burned down to 10 HP. Okay, come here, ancient sphere. Go! 33% chance. Okay, never mind. Oh shit. Soul spheres. Ow. No, oh shit, she threw my ball away. Come on, 21% chance. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. 18% chance. I'm feeling lucky. I'm lucky. I'm lucky. Ow. And I forgot to get on my goddamn fucking pal. Jesus Christ, I'm so stupid. Anyway, that was alright though. Orb. Small beds being called metal chest. That's fucking fun. That's fucking fun. Oh, fish. I can tell you this much. We are going to the fish world later. Because I did a daily run at like just before it reset last night. Get there or later at least. Fish. Well, that was alright. That wasn't too bad. Could have made it a little bit easier to get prepared lightly. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to the base real quick and start crafting some of that paxolite while we exploring. Damn, you just see Killer with their 136,000 gold. Clicking R. What is this? Can reduce the impact of explosion. Ooh. Hey guys, sorry. I'll take these. I'll send. Oh well, I could have used this first. Send stuff back. Oh. Oh, it's on. Ah, I didn't have to cancel that. 33. Oh, it cost a holy tree. Oh, fuck. Okay. How was it? I saw a video of how to farm these again. How was that again? Like you needed Blaze Howl Knocked and a Catress and stuff. I have a cat rest though. Funny. Because you get this drop 80% more items with. I'll do like 25. You can kill the pals in the starting area of the. What did I need it for again? It was this one, right? I'm making 25, which will be enough to make the recycler. Holy tree, pal world holy. We also wanted to make the ancient thingamajig, and the AI cores are done. They are taking so long. There's 3 of them now, so now we have 4, I guess, right? Yes, we need 1 more to do the ancient. But then I can make a better weapon. Then we can do this. So then we can do that. Then we can do this. Then we can do that. Then blah, 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 blah. Where did you get the Pepper Fish emote from? Well, you just go to 7TV and you find Pepe Fish or whatever the emote's called originally, and then you change it to be exclamation mark fish. Or it was just literally someone that already made exclamation mark fish, and it is that one. It's just that it looks nicer with a little Pepega fishing than it just says exclamation mark fish in chat. Oh my god. How many cakes do I have left? Okay, not too many. Where's the Bronchera Aqua? Eggs. Eggs. Okay. Good stuff, good stuff. I don't know what I like the most in the game. I almost like trying to min-max the base, to be honest. It's like one of those kind of like... I almost said like Farmville kind of thing, but if you think about it, it actually is. Because I do some stuff, and then I come back in a few hours, because the server keeps running when I'm not playing, right? So you come back and there's a lot of shit that has happened, and you can then go on to the next thing, and you can make the next thing. It's kind of one of those things where I am busy with other things, like the stream and working on other things and stuff. So whenever... My gameplay is AFK, right? In a sense. It's like I set something up, I then go and do something else, I come back, and I have the results. In a sense. Can. We're getting a lot of corallium from this too.
Yeah.
Let's go. Finish this one. Yay! Alright. Now I can make an ancient bench. Well, I need... Okay. So I kind of fucked this up. Can I build this in between here? I can. Because it would have needed to be... This one faces so they work from here. Then the next bench works from here. And then the next bench works from here. But I did one hole too few. Whatever. I'm just gonna put that here. How long does it take to build? 3 minutes. Not that bad. They need to access both sides. On the in the ancient one? Oh shit, they do. You're right. So maybe we put that one like in between here. Can I make this straight without? Oh, no. Okay, that is freaking. I would want it there though. Yeah. What if I? Like that. Yeah. Also, that pal that I got, is that a medicine per chance? Because I think I sent it off now on the mission. 8 in medicine. Holy. I know. Yeah, I did send it off on a mission. Damn. Damn. It's also 6 handiwork. Damn. Also grants immunity to the World Tree explosive spores. When the player enemy flicks IV covered, the enemy explodes, dealing a damage to the player's attack damage. That's not that. Increases durability of all weapons and armor by 80%. Oh, by the way, if you condense this one and you have it so it goes to 100%, you literally take no durability damage. You have this one. Oh, yeah, but it is. Like, it's just a UI bug if you didn't know that. It keeps happening to me at least. Yeah. Nom nom nom. Eggs? Are they done? A minute. Ah. Okay. Oh, my brain. Have some hydration. Thank you. Reverse sounds like shit. Yep. It does, Robbie. It does. It very much sounds like shit. Poutine and beer. Did he finish it? They're very close. They're not close. That's still 3 minutes. Because now they went to bed. All of them went to bed. Your fuckers went to bed. Anyway, we're gonna go to the World Tree again then. We're gonna go to, like, this. You said the start, like over here. But there was like a special pal you wanted to kill. I don't remember which one it was. Because there was like one pal that dropped. Wait. I blacklight. It dropped like. Ah, oh, fuck! I have the party. Where? God freaking damn it. Wow. No! Bitch. I forgot to add that to the exclusion. looking if I see if I have another one. Yeah, that one, and that's also sent out. Also, I should be using that one, to be honest. Make a list with paths that are excluded from auto select, right? Yeah, I did that earlier. But you know what you can't do? You can't exclude the paths that are in your party thing. I have to see if I can repair my headphones or if one tiny the wire snapped and get a new pair. Oh. Yeah, no, Blacklight, that sounds like a bad idea. Bad idea. So I'm just gonna have a hole in my party, I guess. They're done. I heard them. Finish.
How?
Oh my god, there's so many things I can make now. Wow. Wait, you make all the saddles here too? Oh. Holy fucking Maroni. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of stuff. I need AI cores for all of it. Why would I need AI? Holy 21k. 17. That's an assault rifle. Why do I need AI cores for everything? God damn it. Fucking fuck. Fuck. Hi. How are you guys doing? Ancient. I need AI cores for that too. And AI cores there. Yeah, we need AIs for everything. That's why you need a recycler. Big brain. Can I build that now? Backsliding. Whee. Most things it is 30 easy to fix, but the wire's going. Oh, I only had 6 of them. Oh, 13 more. Eggs! Eggs! Eggs. Fish. Fish. Why would you do that? Oh, I didn't have the... Did I have the correct party when I picked this up? I think not a lot of them turn into alpha. So this, what do you want to call it? This, this kind of thing is like, is super, satisfying to me. If that makes sense. That I've now perfectly bred those to give me as much ore as possible, and now we're just like swimming in it. I legit think we can make like, yeah, like 183. That's just beginning. Actually, you know what? Let's make like 150. All right, let's head out and do some more. M-E, go. I have to. I don't have to, but I didn't bring a flying pal now, so I'm just gonna have to run around. Left side works, but no audio from the right one. Whoever might have spare right side. I mean, if you can fix it, then yeah, go for it. I wouldn't. I don't think I would be able to figure that freaking stuff out. Oh my god. These are electric ones. I don't want electric ones. What? I saw, like, whoa. Like, they're so aggro here. Where's Mozzarella luck? Whoa. Oh, it disappeared. What the hell? Did it already run out? I just want to explore and see what I can find. What are these? Oh, it's Noklem. Why, there's Noklem Ignis? Oh. Oh, there's the fucking thing that I bred. God damn it, you can just capture them. Blah, blah, blah. I just rewired going to main board and 2 right side. Still, I would not even know where to begin. How I can't solder or anything, so I can't put them back if they were to get like attached or anything. Whee! Okay, and drink that now. I go to this one. What? Wait, what? Oh, that's a like boss. Eh? Nani? That one! I've seen that one. I want that one. Get in my ball. Sphere. It's a sphere. Don't sue me. Yay! Oh fuck, I need to be in my other mount. Oh, this guy too. Then eventually I want to breed a Yakumo that has like work passives on it, so I can also be like, if I want to go out and capture a pal that is specifically for the base. Ow. I can go out and capture that too. Jesus Christ. Following YouTube DIY people. I mean, yeah, okay, fair enough. If you just have this stuff, you could probably figure it out, yeah. Whoa. What is this? I'm just capturing pals now. Wait, why do I have an Ignis in my party because me opening the eggs. Get in my belly. There you go. Now we're talking. Those rabbit ones can also spawn on the very top of that one. So that's how Kitty got it. Because Kitty had that one very early on, and I'm like, how the fuck did you get your hands on that one?
Yeah.
Cheers. Ah, fire. I'm on fire. Horses, fuck off. Also, I need to do more damage to you. I was about to say you're gonna kill it. Oh, you fuck. You spots around the north map where they can spawn. Ah, okay. Horses. What is this thing? Whoa! Yakumo! Get here. Oh shit, you almost died from that. Hey Nigel, where's the cake? Also hot. The cake is in the box for breeding. Wait. Oh, right, I need the wood as well. Do I want to try fishing this? Do you think I'm good enough for this? I don't think I'm good enough for this. Yeah, not even close. Right.
Yeah.
I really need some Leaf Monk effigies so I can boost this capture rate, because holy, it's ass. Ow, 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 ow. Capture, thank you. Demon God Shaolong. Alright, disappears if I don't drink. Drink. But why does it disappear? I'm so confused. Can those horses fuck off? They're so fucking annoying. They're just like instant aggro. Wait, what? I already defeated this? Is it because I'm riding the pal? Oh, does the pal have to drink it too?
Yeah.
But I do get some holy water. You know, every time I capture something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro, stop killing my Yakumo. Just get captured, bitch. That's 3. Deduct. He fucking dodged my ball. I dodged my ball. I dodged my ball again. I didn't miss. It dodged. For fuck's sake. Okay. If you're not gonna get captured now, I'm just gonna murder you. Okay. If you don't get captured, I don't care. Oops. Nice. Nice. Philanthropist. Crazy. Alright, there's one there. Alright, okay. Fuck you, murderers. Okay, I did it. Alright, so you get away. Bring the thing. I have the buff. I'm not gonna be able to move. It's gonna be heavy. Yeah, so it's because of the pal doesn't have the buff. I'm very heavy now. Oh, the tree disappeared. Yeah, it is because of the pal. See, the tree disappeared right next to me. There has to be a teleport close by, no? They're so far. So what can I get rid of? 29, 618 weight, 400 on the fucking wood. Right. If I take half the stack here, I drop that. They're gonna be fast. Gonna be faster with that. A little bit, I think. Okay, I'm gonna be fast now. Envelope it is. I can jump. Oh, I can't jump. Can't fucking jump as Envelope. How have I not found a teleporter? Oh. Hi there. What are you? Okay. What the hell are these? These are Snook Lux. Crazy. There has to... Ah, there it was. I was about to say, there has to be a fucking teleporter up here somewhere. Oh, right. I can't jump. Ah, shit. Aha. Big brain. Big brain. Big brain. Wee! Welcome back, Kay! Woo! How's things going? Hope it went well. Well, you don't need to say more. I get it. Can you come back from expedition, please? I want to get my flying one back. Nice. Wait, that's an ore? Changing something when I said to be productive, suddenly all data from the customer got stuck in our product. Odd. Rip. That is a big rip. Big rip. Wait, you can make the medicine in this too? Why would you need a medicine then? Like, what the... Also, what got filled here now instead of the AI core? Some fucking leather. Can't have it like that. Leather, don't know where to go. You go here then. Pal material. Okay, well. Got it fixed, all good. That's good. That's good. Leather goes here. That's good. That's good. That's good. I like how in this little journey, this Welaska Ignis went from level 1 to 50. Speaking of which, probably murder some. When do I move over and play try out League? I want to try out League as well. There's also a gift event going on in League. Kind of funny. It's like if I play League of Legends, Riot giving out extra subs, you know, that September kind of thing. They have level 7 kindling? Jeez. Yeah, I'm gonna do this another day. With like the sorting out the pals and stuff. Kinda boring to watch, not gonna lie. I would love to try to build this one though before we can on. Well, you need to play League for that, so is it really worth it? I mean, I can't build it actually now. I mean, yes and no, because I play League anyway, and it's classic League, you know? I'm a boomer. I'm about to turn 35, right? That's kind of like, that's what I should be playing, you know? You easily power level pals to decent level to make it better. I take a group of these pals as a high potential. Kill a favorite across myself. Nice. That is good. Hi, Odini, by the way. Hope you're good. I'm gonna put the recycler. That's a good smoke. 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes, 6 minutes, 5 minutes. And I go away. I just added 25 seconds ish. Morning. Hope you're good. You're good. Let's hope my cake is over now. Cake is over 9,000. All right, this one. You should just die. What? Not enough cake. Exactly. So how much like corallium? We have 294 bars. Where's my ingot going? In here? 80 ingots. Not the most. It's fine. Sorry. I'm stretching. Sit up proper, shoulder relaxed, arms. What do you call it? Not extended, but like in a resting position. Very good. Yeah, sorry, I was just stretching. I don't have hand tracking, so if I, you know, you can't see me doing my arms. So I was like leaning back and stretching. Thank you, Zane. On Saturday, but thank you. Good. You should come hang out on Friday, Zane. If you can. We have a count. We're gonna have a countdown instance where we count down to midnight for Saturday, and then on Saturday I'm gonna host like a birthday party as well, kind of thing. Not like, what do you want to call it? Not gonna be like, yo, we have this DJ and it's these opening hours and stuff. I'm just gonna put up an instance, group plus most likely, and be like, yo, I'm gonna be here. Want to come hang out, celebrate with me? Let's go. Your war cry was so confusing. Yeah, I know. Sorry. I have a tendency to just make the most random fucking sounds. Hence why there's the sound clip of me going, you know, and, you know, me moaning because I was drinking a good fucking soda and stuff like that. It's me. Like that one too. I actually say something there though, but you know, barely. Alright, I have the flower now, right? This thing imaging. We can make a bunch of, oh my god, I have 63,000. Make 1,500. Who's gonna do that though? Oh, German type. Yeah, I'll join you if I don't get to fall asleep. Hey, good. I'm just saying. Good. Oh, we don't do any research here. What do we want to do? All right, I was gonna get sweet hairs. All right, I forgot about that. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bam. Egg hatching speed needs sweet hair as well. Stupid. Sweet hair. Sweet hair. Sweet hair. Why do we need so many sweet hair? Thank you, Anton. It's on Saturday though. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, we haven't even done this one. Who's gonna lumber? Banglope, go! Oh, there. First birthday stream still. I know. It's just, I feel it's one of those things that it doesn't matter in the end. I just feel, you know, that thing when you have a birthday and you kind of get like awkward about it, being like, you know, you get the attention and like people are wishing you happy birthday and they sing happy birthday for you and stuff like that. Does anyone else just get uncomfortable with that? I still do. I'm a fucking streamer. I always have people around me to watch and like interact with me. Yet for whatever reason, when it's my birthday and I get this extra attention because it's my birthday, I still fucking like, I don't know. I feel weird. It's so weird. I hated when people sang happy birthday for me when I was like growing up and stuff because I didn't want the attention. And like I said, oh, this is done. Hi, Gray. Yeah, wait, so how does this work? Can remake ancient relics into other world trio? Wait. Oh, it's the thingy. Yeah, group focus attention. Yeah, and even though I'm just streaming, you guys are not here. And that kind of thing. I still feel like... There's this stuff. We're seeing the Swedish birthday anthem. These ones, relics. These ones. This one. Then the water. Water too. Well, I have... Maybe I should exclude the water. I'm gonna put that into... Oh, I already practice. Ja, må han leva. No, you can do it. It's just... So I have to then put this into as well, like here. And then someone has to work it. Oh. Okay. No, you can do it. It's just the whole thing of like birthday wishes. I don't know. It just feels weird. How you doing, Gray? It's good to see you. Okay, so this does the thing. Okay, cool. We didn't get to make a weapon for me though, because I need AI cores. I think I want to invest in the field first. And that's 5 of them. Wait, what happens if I move over and make the AI cores here instead? Can I make AI cores here? Yeah, I can. What if I do like 10 cores here? Who's gonna do it? Existing? Well, that's better than nothing. Right? It's something, yeah? Hey, music, 100 minutes late to the stream starting, but I'm here. Hey, now you're good. It's a freaking 12-hour stream. You're fine. It's gonna be so much of me to catch today. Right, I remember something. I was gonna go to this statue that I put over here because I want to player stats. Like, look at this capture power. I only have 6 on it. Look how much I can level this up more. And also down here, the XP gain. I only have 1 of these. If I just go out of get these, it's like 50% XP gain. And this Rainbow Fortune is something I want as well. Increases chance of Wild Pal having better passive skills. That's one of those things where it's like, oh, you get like a map of where they are and you go out and do it. And that's not stream content. That's just some fucking grind you have to do. Which is stupid. Flight capacity. Increases players' glide speed and reduces stamina depletion while gliding. Why is it called flight capacity then? The max out of it's the main for VIP redeem. True. True. If you want to min-max that stuff, then yeah. Like, they actually don't make it back to the fucking beds? What? There's a mod to make big old glowing pillars above the effigies, because they're installing that. I might too. The problem is we're on a server, so I would have to add it to the server. And that's probably going to be annoying. Fair enough. Docks to find. True. But what's the fun in that? Anyway, I'm just gonna wait for this expedition and then we're probably gonna move on because I also need to go to the bathroom, so. Anyone wanna try League when I try it? I don't know if I should play the normal game mode or I should play the ARAM. I don't know if both works or the ARAM is just normal but with old. If that makes sense. I don't know. Do I make sense? I don't know if I make. By using Nox, but the range was so small and the cooldown is long, I never found a single one of them. Yeah. Yeah. Only Summoner's Rift. But what about the extra, like the Mayhem thingy? Does that just normal? Doesn't count as classic? Then that's kind of stupid in my. So we go here now and we go exclusion. Like here, why is my party not up here? On the other stuff, usually the party is like up here. But like, I can't exclude pals that are in my party. I don't know. How do I say? Start. Okay. Let's see. There's indeed a mode Mayhem Classic-ish. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm wondering if that counts towards the classic stuff. Or that is just a different thing. Because how do you even access their classic? Classic Pass collection. I'm just looking at the stuff now. Can't see, I know. I mean, it says in the like classic home, ARAM Mayhem classic-ish, classic event. So it has to count. That has to count then. So why would they, you know? Why would they advertise it in a classic event for the Mayhem thing? Alright. Let's see if we can do that. Yeah, I was about to say, let's start there. I'm gonna start there. I'm just gonna log out up here. Return to title. So, how does it work when you capture lead again? Because I would have to change it once we're in game, right? And then the client is a different thing, I guess. Yeah. So hold on, I have to add a source, window capture, the LOL client. Like this. Hold on. Way too big and it's in the wrong spot. There. Go into game. There you go. I think this is gonna have to be full screen. Yeah. Wait, that doesn't work. It's just gonna have to be like this, I guess. Alright, hold on. Close that. Quit the pal world. That doesn't work. My client has to be wider. Wait, so hold on. So it's a full screen thing like this. But then the chat needs to be underneath chat, but it has to be like, oh my god, that's a big chat now. Whatever, it's gonna have to be like this. I don't even know how to play this anymore. Change the game thingy to League of Legends. Is anyone playing this game? I have never seen this. The checked in effigy mode is client side, so you can probably. Oh, okay, that's good then. What if I go into where is the practice? Your training practice. I'm just gonna set this up. I'm just gonna be able to set up the game with this. Because now, yeah, you won't say anything. So then I changed the desktop game to be client. So this one? Is it this one? No? No? This is client. Oh, what? This one is called client, but that's the game. Okay, okay. Good job there. Then game audio needs to change to client. So you can hear this. You should be able to hear this, right? There looks like there's sound. Yeah, there is sound. Good. Wait, how am I gonna play this now? I realized. There you go. Hey guys, did you know? What's up? I just want to see if this I can play like this. Yeah, that's fine. That is fine. That is fine. Oops. Durable, be a good boy. How's the game audio? Is it too low? Or is it fine? Can you actually hear things? I can turn it up a little bit. Okay,
Day
good.
becomes night. Time to make colors.
Exit and leave. Then hopefully client's gonna pop up. Good. Oh, it's not even big enough. See it at the bottom there. There you go. So there's no client audio. You have to live with that, I guess. ARAM. Classic-ish. Whoa! Classic items. See what happened when you power up modern champions with classic items. Go to the Go toe to tentacle on an old school Summer 15 map. Toe to tentacle. New augments. Let's go. Anyone want to play? Eiichiro looks ready to go. I guess. I'm down. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm just gonna check Discord real quick. Okay, nothing really. Making sure things. There you go. Okay. Okay, is there a YouTuber called Spazzy who named attack combo that? There's a YouTuber called Spazzy? Do it? I have no idea who they are. Do it? I have no idea. I've never watched them. Do it? Crisp to the maximum. Yeah. I watched them like a lot. I watched them like crazy. I even met them. Quote unquote met them. I stood 15 meters away from them. I didn't get in line. Do I have a setup where I can capture Discord? I do. We don't have to. That's up to you if you want to be on the stream. Banana fish combo. I need to go to the bathroom though. Maybe we try first here. If I'm too if I'm not bored, but what do you want to call it? Like if there's not enough action going on, we can go into VC. I'll find a match though, and then once we're in loading screen, I'll rush bathroom. There's Demon, but she's still in a... There's the people on, not other people on. Did you notice my model went dark right when we actually were in the game? Because it only goes for the... Whoa. It only goes for the filter thingamajig that has the game. Wait, I don't get a reroll? Or not, like, not an option? I mean, an option. Not the reroll, what's it called? Snowball. Well, I'm gonna play the gemstone guy, I guess. Wait, you have old items. What can you build here? No other pick? What the fuck? Yeah, apparently other people are new here. It's not AP. Bro, you're summoners. Yeah, guys, summoners. Okay, never mind. Bathroom. Haha. Good timing. Freaking wavelengths to set to game volume. Ow. Damn. Time warp heart steal. After gaining bonus health, reach into the future and gain a heart steal. Oh. Every 10 seconds, Sonata, that's the one. Hit an enemy dazzle 10 times per minute, increase dazzle damage. Can we that one? Divine intervention. I think I'm gonna try this one. Bonus HP. Mana region. Heart of gold.
Money well spent.
Yeah, oh, how do I get boot?
A fine addition.
Sure, I'll do that. How do I do? What do I do? How do I play this game?
Fish.
I have no idea how to play this game. Fish. Where is K? This is K.
Never submit. Beauty can stir one's
Ow.
heart. Stop.
Hit the fucking turret. Oh, ow.
The mountain's question is unique.
I'll take down our volume a little bit too. Because now when there's more action, it's a bit louder. What the hell? I'm going! I died. Wait, that wasn't first blood? No, that was first blood. Why didn't she say first blood? Bug.
Love.
But there's no teleport or anything? You just have to run with home guard? I don't know, is that... Rip.
Fragile beauty must be preserved.
Dude, this is one of the advantages of having an ultra wide. Just see how much fucking vision I have on everything. Woo! Let's go! Let's go! Woo! I can't save you, Yi. I'm sorry. What the fuck, Christ? Funny.
To protect.
Oh, what a save on Keiichi! Woo! What a save, and I'm dying instead. Oh no, they died anyway. Rip. There you go. And now I have insane amounts of HP. Ew. I got a free heart steal now. So I got Warmogs and a heart steal. So I have a lot more HP now. Like a lot more. Oops, that was a heal there. Hey, what's up? Check out this HP. I always want a hard steal stack. Dodge chance? No. No. You have dodge chance in this? What the hell?
No rest for the chosen of
down.
Hmm.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm gonna slap around. This one gives me damage whenever I CC stuff.
why is
So
it
if I like stun someone, I get 10 damage, which I assume stacks with if I stun multiple people.
for beauty?
Oops. And move. I'm out. Barely.
We see beauty in
Okay, nice flash, buddy. Ooh, 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 go Yi, go Yi, go Yi, go Yi. Nice Yi, go Yi. Oh, dead.
Ally has been slain.
Dude, I forgot how bad these fucking items look.
Shut down.
That's crazy. There's so many items I remember though. Wait, going tank, it shows Guardian Angel. Ooh, Iceborne Gauntlet. I'm going that one. Wait, that gives. Wait, that's ability power. What the hell?
always useful.
Anyway, sure, why not? Wait, isn't attack speed good on Taric? Maybe I should go attack speed. Attack speed. Whatever. What items are there? Zephyr.
The mountain
Maybe a Blade of the Ruin King.
reveals truths of the soul.
What do you think about that ult and combo, eh? I'm holding turret. I'm still alive. I'm dying. Nice. No. Fish. What attack speed thingy could I build and... Oh yeah, there's cooldown reduction, right. The classic. This is the ARAM one, Gibby, yeah.
Has always been my
Maybe this one.
greatest mentor.
A lady. Oh, that's like Nashor's too. Dude, everything's so expensive.
The mountain's mystery.
Ally has been slain.
Run, K. I'm coming back to lane. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm almost here. I got you, buddy. Oh, rip. Oh, okay. Oh shit. I ain't got you. 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 Oh shit. I didn't check the turret HP. Whoopsie. While trying to find the issue, I fixed itself. Must have been wire shorting or cutting out somewhere. What? That's weird. We don't want to play classic. This is the ARAM version. We're trying to see if this... Wait, it took the next one too? Jungle or river, you quickly discover consumables. Veil of Warding now. Item up, effort attack now. Maybe I do a Sonic Boom. Pretty good. This is the ARAM one. Hey Tanner, hope you're good. You did too fast, buddy. Bam. Woo. I got you. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, I hit the fucking minion. Noise. Killing spree. Ow, 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 ow. Still alive. Almost. Oh. I'm alive. But not for long. How do you even get the... How does the healing shrine look? I don't even know. Oops. 2, 1. No! Freaking stun from Heimer. Ah, wow. Hope everybody's doing good. Tanner, hope you're good. Hope Kiwi's good. So that's armor. How can I get magic resist? And can I get magic resist and wit's end? Ooh. Maybe I go that one.
Double kill. Enemy kill.
Force of nature? Oh hell yeah. Fuck yeah, I wanna go force of nature. Why is Heartsteel here though? Like that doesn't make any sense.
I have seen the light too clearly to ever fear darkness.
Wait, he didn't die? I thought he died. No. Okay, got him. Woo, let's go. Hi, Nape. Oh, you. You're good. Leviathan is in that item. Oh yeah. That's an old one. Hi, Ludi. Happy birthday, Ludi. Hope you're good.
I am no longer the man I once was.
Nape is good. That's good. Bonk. Ow.
The stars were the question.
Ow. Oh my god, Warwick has damage. Oh, it was mostly Lux. Soul Eater, nice. Spirit of the Jungle Mare. Primary stats of jungle items you can own are increased by 125%. Like a Soul Eater. Force of Nature. Nice. Buy it. What was that one again? I forgot which. Oh, that one. Yeah, that's true.
No rest for the chosen of Targon.
That's like the Soul Stealer, but for HP. Oh, I can't keep you alive. Ah. Yo, go Yi! Yi, Yi, go Yi, go Yi, go Yi. Nice. Damn, just looking at these icons, holy. Increase self-healing, healing rate, and life-stealing spell vamp effects. Wow, that's all of them. I need cooldown reduction, attack speed. So what attack speed and where's cooldown reduction? Ability haste? Okay.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
That's Nashor's Tooth now. Ghostblade. Fatality.
An enemy
We're gonna go
has
with
been
this. Sure.
slain.
My greatest
An
memory.
ally has been slain.
Dude, it's so freaking far to get back. Hello, I'm all the way up here still.
Human life is fleeting. A mountain's lifeless. Stars. Stars are
God, he actually juked me.
on my worst enemy.
Ah, rip. Oh, rip. Yeah, so now the adaptive damage, you swap to AD instead, I think. Maybe? How much does it give me? 30. Yeah. Oh, bam. Blah. Playing League of Legends, na 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 na. League Classic. I don't know about this though. Uh,
My heart is filled with starlight.
I don't understand why in this game mode, why can it not be the old abilities and stuff? Why can it not be like the 40 champions? Like, why does it have to be the new kits in this game mode?
Stand against them. The mountain showed me my path.
Small indie company, don't forget. Do that. Oh, rip.
Sparkle even in the absence.
Let's go! What a win! Yeah, I think so too, right there. Victory! Alright. So now it's time to see if this counts towards stuff. League of Legends, you've reached Classic level 1. Okay, so it seems like it does. Oh yeah. Demon Rise. So this is the new season. Our classic. Is classic now? Yeah, this is classic. Daily. Win a game of Classic Rift. Weekly. Ah! I'm on ball though. Okay, so few pass. But then it does count. Wait, what? Classic mission to earn classic coins. Coins will expire at the end of classic pass event. Okay, so you get coins. Play 8 games. Okay, so that just counts. Any game, classic rift, different champion. Yeah, so it does count towards that then. What is being said here? Hello? By the way, what the hell? Good night. Oh, that was Demon. Join for doing another? Yes. Hell yeah. Right there, want to join too? Bald. Let's go. Whee! Look at these cute. Friend request. Who are you? Thing from last match? I had one too. Oh, probably was. Let's go. Do another one. Let's see what we can get this time. I don't know. I could never be a league streamer. Like, I would not be able to do this all the time because being in game, I feel like I'm way too like this is such a damn. This is such a okay, I see. How do I put this? It's too like much of a try hard. I want to be relaxed when I stream so I can like actually pay attention if anything happens in chat and stuff. Also down for playing Reaper or Peak. Today or when? Because maybe tomorrow afternoon we could play that. Because I don't know really how I'm doing this, but half plan ish is once I go dinner, I'll eat and stuff, right? We'll watch some videos and whatever. And then afterwards I'll hop into VR. And we do stuff in VR. And then if see that Fubu and Co is playing games and that's some game that I want to join, that might be Repo or Peak. I might join them and go back to desktop. Yeah, because I don't know if there's time today. Well, maybe. My plan is to go to VR later though. So like do the normal quote unquote hours. You know, like from 7 p.m. to midnight, it's gonna be like in VR ish. You know, it's not set in stone exactly that time, but or normal hours would be VR. It's fucking hot in my room. I really need to set up that AC, but it's also gonna sound a lot more in the desktop mics. I have to wait until VR later. Because I don't have noise gating. Why are we not starting? Let's go. What can I pick? Tank engine. Celestial body. Killing that. What were we up against? Filmer. They're kind of have a lot of damage. I'm going a bit of an AP build, I guess.
Minions have spawned.
What can I do here? Of ages.
We've come to eat candy canes and kick naughty butt.
See, listen, I got this $1 million idea. Imagine League of Legends, but in VR. Dude, that actually might not be that bad of an idea. I mean, it would be more like Smite then. You know, it's like a third-person kind of view. Right? Because you wouldn't be able to, like... Seeing it from this POV, it's been tried, has it? Oh shit, I got rooted, rip. I need boots. So who is the random on our team? Oh, the demons thingy not load. Okay, no, they're alive. Okay, the random is the Cassadin.
Maybe I'll tell you what happened next.
Big ball! Just gonna do a U-turn. Okay, buddy. Oh, that was funny. I'm just gonna eat.
Run.
I'm running. I was. Don't like it, but there was a block button for all the toxic players, probably. That's true. The funny thing is though, even if there was a block button or something like that, the player base for VR would be so low, so if you started blocking people, eventually you won't be able to play with anyone. Noise. Hey yo. Fucking dot damage. Dude, everything is so expensive. Jesus Christ, all the items are so expensive. I think the real issue is more how VR takes effort and gives immersion, while these kind of games you like to play sitting down and focusing on. Here's but yeah, that's why the idle games have taken off so much in VR chat, right? Because it's more of a laid back kind of get progression even though you're not doing anything.
An ally has been slain.
But I mean, to be fair, there is that ball game that got shut down, like the zero gravity ball game that was super popular. So there is a crowd, you know, for what do you want to call it? More active VR gaming. That's 100% a thing.
Rumble, tumble, and scrumble. Willem loves to scrumble.
Who you gonna spell shield? You should have done yourself. Yeah, meta shut that down. Yeah, that's crazy that meta did that. I have my ult now. Oh, I can't fucking... Oh, Well, that's not good. Ah, okay, buddy. So Fiddle's in the bush, right? Oh fuck, I got silenced. RIP. Drink up. That sounds bad. I think mind over matter seems good to me. Yeah, I'm going. Then I can build
I eat heroic
full
meats for
mana.
breakfast. Philip prefers Krugs, all in one gulp. Ugh.
Wow, Nunu is talking about Krugs. They don't even exist on this map.
Keep your eyes open for treasure, like stones or rusty swords. Cool.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Well, I didn't need to flash there, but oh well. Bro! Freaking Morgana, I swear. Leandri's Torment. I need mana. I need something with mana. And AP. So, ability power, mana. Not tank. All items. Archangel staff. That's a thing.
This day keeps getting more bizarre for breakfast.
That's not working again. Let's go! How far am I? Okay. Ball! Are we losing? Oh shit, we're losing. Okay. Okay. Sure. If you want to ult me, go ahead. Whoa, what is this? Pat on the back? That's not a new one. I already know what that one is. Overflow. Your mana costs are double. Allies encourage you when you walk past. Heal and movement speed. Maybe. Maybe if I run past people, I can.
Happily ever after all.
Fuck it. Go with that one. Be fun. Where am I? Dude, it's so slow to get back into lane. They really need to fix that. This is.
Spell was fun, and heroes raised their voice won. For glory, for freedom, they joined the fight. Their cries were trapped in the darkest ice.
Nice. shit, he has that one now.
Slain. Double kill.
Very cool, I was back. Ah. Wee. Didn't move for damage. Right. What is this? That's the that's the Athene's holy unholy grail. Very missed.
An ally has been slain.
Keep this hope, Willem. The Freljord is counting on us.
Enemy killing spree.
I don't know. It's hard to build now because so many, like, you want to call it. Ow. Like, there's so many items missing. There's not a lot of options. If I go just mana, then innovated locket.
Shut down. An ally has been
Aurelia's Reverie. I remember that
slain.
one.
Enemy double kill. An enemy has
Maybe I
been
do
slain.
this one, like a gauntlet. Gauntlet.
An ally has
Could be
been
good.
slain. An enemy has been slain.
Whoa. Okay. I mean, this is one of those things, like, if you didn't get that one, I don't know what to call it, like, the jungle item thingy, like, you need to know that before, because now everything costs so goddamn much, you can't just pivot. Well, maybe you can, but...
An enemy has been slain.
Fuck. Oh, I waited too long for the snowball. I'm just gonna fuck out of here. Bye! You're gonna miss it. Wave clear. Oh, well, okay.
You're first tickling me.
Nice one, nice one. Ooh, the fucking question mark ping saved her. What? That was enough. Ah, come on. Is he AP? Oh, he's AP. Oh, Twin Shadows. I forgot about that one. That's a good. Bro.
Ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Estimate. Can't really do much. Fucking. I got kinda countered here. The freaking Morgana and Fiddle is so annoying with the fear and binding. How have you not built the Deathfire Grasp? Oh god. That's...
I didn't think you were dead.
An ally has been slain.
Wee. Wait, who did what? What was that like circle thing that was doing a bunch of damage? Is that one?
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Hit enemy. If ghost reach target, reveals target, and slows their movement. Phone call. Fuck off. The spam one. Like, look at that binding. So fucking annoying. I hate it. How can I? What can I do to? I'm gonna get us. Oh, the spirits just wherever it is.
Ace.
They only hurt people because there's something sad in their hearts?
They only hurt people because there's something sad in their hearts? Oh no, no, you're so innocent. Whee!
You know what would be fun, Willem? Everything! If you're there with me!
Nom nom nom. What the hell? Can't interrupt me. She has fucking Sonias? Why does a misfortune have Sonias? Oh my fucking god. Nice. Wait, Morgana didn't die? How? Oh, because you have the fucking question mark ping.
I'm gay now.
Randomly for nowhere. Okay, so now I have both HP, armor, magic assist, extra healing.
I missed you too, Willem.
I'm a full AP item now, like Rabadons. Oh fuck.
Hero is shouting out your victory!
Freaking Twin Shadow. Where? Maybe I should have bought that.
Gotta find out what happened next. Why did never finish our song?
Bro. Can I have a minion wave, please? Or can I nom her without? Yep.
We did it, Willem!
Yeah, now I can heal.
snow.
Your inhibitor has respawned.
Great fun. Just wave clearing here, you know. Don't worry about me.
What you're doing is wrong.
If for a bit, you can have noms push up. Okay, okay. Good luck and have good noms.
I bet you 3 icicles I can fly. I've just never done high enough. Gigantic waffle snowball!
I almost killed Morge Fortune. Big rip. Maybe I do a Son, yes. Or maybe I do a Deathfire Grasp. Because then I can like one-shot them. Like, yeah, let's do it. Build power cooldown reduction. Attack speed, critical strike chance, health and attack damage. There's no anvils either. Oh.
Happily ever after all.
Whee. Big snowball.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
It's cold. I'm glad you're here, Willem.
What the fuck? What the fuck was that turn? Wait, what? Jesus Christ. Oh, hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna do the classic me and just push. Let's go. Hell yeah. That looked dark, but we win in the end. Because teamwork. Teamwork wins the dream work. So what now? Let's go. Look at that damage chart. I was carrying so hard. No, I wasn't. I was kind of useless, not gonna lie, but we still won. So thank you guys for carrying. Yo. You know, maybe I took a lot of damage though. Maybe I was tank. You know, damage taken. Yeah, I was kind of damaged. I was tanking. You know, healing done. Yeah, exactly. I was mitigating a lot. Yeah. All you. Nah. I was kind of useless that one. I don't know. Pause start since I was overwhelmed by the items. Yeah. It's weird. Anyway, let's go one more. I don't know. It feels like it's missing things. Like I don't think home guards is enough. I feel like the amount of champions in the beginning is not enough. I don't understand either. Why is it Because, like, look, it's only the 40, whatever, how many champions it was they picked. So you can't get, like, the new one, like, say, like, Akshan or anything like that. You can't get new champs. It's the old champs in this game mode. But it's the new kits. Like, the kits. Like, their abilities and stuff. I don't understand why. Like, huh? It makes no sense to me. Is it because the ARAM augments would have taken too much work to rework the ARAM augments to the classic abilities? Or what? But at the same time, just take out the ability augments and add other ones. You don't have to have ability augments. From downtown, Eternal Weapon, Sonata, Porcupine. We're gonna go full support. Let's see here. What kind of innovating locket probably? Testing upon 3 levels, items all effects become permanent. The item is consumed. Oh shit. Okay, well I didn't pick a heal summoner, but that's a big mistake. I'm gonna start with this one. Gold. Probably this one is pretty good, I guess.
Minions have spawned.
The storm of conflict between the
guess.
gods has raged for far too long. I will
Who's the random this game?
quiets the thunder.
The moon.
You belong in a museum. Call me when the stakes are higher.
Also, they didn't fix that. Oh, well, never mind, they're up there. I was about to say the champion icons are underneath the turrets. Okay. Beep.
Elegance in darkness.
Kill TF. Kill TF. No, no, okay, okay. I was about to say you have to kill him.
Ally has been slain.
So disorder. Invite serenity.
No. Oh, 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 oh. I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you. No. Thought my Q would do more damage to me.
Some are not.
Rip. Head. Nice, nice, nice. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. 15%, 15% cooldown reduction. Will I not reach that on my own though? Wait, wouldn't I want to get like Force of Nature and stuff? I was trying, yeah, okay. This team is super aggro. Dude, I don't like how slim the the turret side here. Like there's no room in between here. I don't think hugging power is a good thing. Whoa. Upgraded Deathfire Grass. Increases Deathfire Grass damage amplification to 50% and reduces cooldown by 50%. Now it targets all enemy champions within 800. Damn. Nice right there.
My fate unfinished.
That is pretty. But this is 30% better healing on allies. This is like super broken as well.
An enemy has been slain.
The last light guides me.
Fuck's sake. Permanent gain health turn. Attack.
I rise anew.
Which one was? Yeah.
I herald the beginning.
Wait, I should get more max HP. I need to sit more properly. Ah. Hey yo, let's go. Oh shit. Let's go. God damn it. Freaking I'm like, oh my god. Yeah, this is my max HP. Maybe I have to buy max HP. I'll stick with that though. I'll have to buy HP. Rip. Rip it or rip it up.
This divine conflict must end.
Bro. How much am I gonna have to keep you alive? Jesus Christ. Ow. Why is every single MF playing AP? I don't get it.
A new age may
Ah. I got a hit in the freaking by the rocket from Porky.
Shut down. Ace.
What does this do? Self-healing, health regen, lifesteal, and spell vamp.
my fate unfinished.
So does this count as self-healing then? Grants Soraka rejuvenation, which restores blah blah blah. I guess. What? Okay. What the hell? Wow. Nice.
I rise.
Run right there. No. No. Maybe no.
Shut down.
You're eight.
Sunrise or sunset. Sometimes it's hard to tell.
Go. Okay. Go. Go. You can easily run them over. Oh, a freaking fiddle. But how many flashes do they have every single time? It just flashes out. Oh.
A new day.
I'm getting hungry. What? My heal didn't go through.
The whole
Has been slain.
Yeah, that's good. Doran, biggest fan. Each purchase of Doran's blade, ring, and shield beyond the first grants stack of the original item.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been
Huh.
slain. Enemy double kill.
And now I'm going Spirit Bomb. That one is too good. Yeah.
I must bring the world to balance.
Enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain.
From the fires of opposition, I forge my own path.
Nice.
Has been slain.
Oh shit. I saved demon. I sacrificed myself.
Enemy double kill.
3-second cool. Still crazy. Innovating locket.
My work remains undone.
I don't know what to buy now. Do I build a spirit visage? Nice, nice. I can heal you up, demon.
Stand strong. Season of redemption.
Enemy killing spree.
Dude, they just keep fucking flashing and flashing and flashing. That is a good freaking question.
Scour. Gift of radiance. The world was neglected.
An ally has been slain.
The world hangs on a precipice.
I've ult in 7.
An enemy has been slain.
Ah.
I will not
Oh, he has double ult. Oh, rip.
Has been slain.
With purpose and command.
Enemy has been slain.
Thank you. Whoa. Okay. Well. Yeah, I did not know he was there. Anyway, I have a lot of gold. What can I build? Weird visage? Hi Nick. How you doing?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh. Let's go back.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
I rise.
Ow. Dude, I fucking threw everything on you to keep you alive there. Oh. I don't want to be. Hello. Please kill the minion window. Don't have to tank it. League of LOL. Yeah.
Ally has been slain. Has destroyed a turret. Enemy double kill.
Ah, fuck. I didn't see where he landed. Ah, no. The TF behind you.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Oh well, you got the inhib. So I did not get to 40% cooldown reduction, to be honest.
An enemy has been slain.
And
An enemy has been slain.
I don't know, like, to be honest. Maybe I should have gone more. There is not like anything to increase the health, like healing power. There's only like support items in terms of
An ally has been slain.
I get like,
New day. A new night.
what do you want to call it? More health and mana and magic resistance stuff.
Banish your fear.
Oh. Fucking clutch save there. Oh boy. Hey, what a way to end it. Let's go. Ah! Fucking dead. Blech. Damn, that was fucking clutch. Woo. Keeping K alive, surviving myself, and then dying anyway. Oh well. Oh, that was a good one. Holy. That was actually a fucking funny ending. No damage. Oh, I got carried again. Wait a minute. Exactly. Healing done. There we go. Ally healing. Ally shielding. Damage taken. Okay. S plus on Ezreal? Damn. Woo. Flame. Alright. I mean, it's alright. The game mode is alright. I don't know. I probably prefer the normal Mayhem over this. The problem is, I think the problem is the champion pool. Like, you can't have these just old champs, but then have the modern kits with it. Because now it's been like Fiddle in 3 games in a row. Like, come on. Right. I'm getting very hungry. I think we were just gonna do like one more, and then I'm probably gonna do dinner earlier than I thought. I said I was gonna do like dinner at 6. This is gonna be like at 5:30. Fine, but still. If it was old kids, it would be so good. Yeah, I think so too. I think the new kits with just these few champions, it's just too much. Like, it's been the same champions every single game, basically. You know, it's been like Ezreal, Misfortune, Fiddle. I don't know. And it's also kind of weird playing like Soraka there, because the items are not very intuitive for a support nowadays. This is new Katarina. But the fuck is this team? We have so much AP. I'm gonna have to go like AD. Well, does Katarina do magic or physical damage? I don't even remember. I don't know. It's funny though. How are we doing though? I need to tune into Yulin's stream, because I need to get that streak even though I'm streaming myself, because I ain't losing my 195-day streak on Yulin. Hopefully I'm gonna be able to forget about that. Hey Vlav, how you doing? Vlavo, hope you're good. Death Fire Grasp, yeah, I'm building that one. Hope you're good, Vlav. My support has a warbot, yeah, exactly. Shout out. Woo. Ow. See, now there's an Ezreal and a Corki again on the enemy team. And now there's a Nivea on the enemy team. We just had a Nivea.
Truly
Like-
outrageous.
There's Nasus. We already was up against Nasus. Whoa. Oh, I got hit. But now he's in here. He's in here with me. Oh. Nice, 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 nice. Nice, nice, nice. Nice. One down. Maybe a second one. Just woke up. Oh god. Alright, Flav. That's late, but hope you with some good rest at least. And I was Soraka, and now they have Soraka. This is what I'm talking about. This, like, the champs are just too few. Ah! I want to get out. I wanted to get out. I got stunned. Nice.
An enemy has been slain.
Magic damage. Magic damage. Magic damage. And physical damage. Oh, they do both. Magic damage. Yeah, that's what I thought. She does majority. Holy. Oh my god. Level 6. Rip. YOLO! Hello! How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm just getting very, very hungry. I did not, what do you call it?
An enemy has been
Did
slain.
not eat enough of a breakfast, I guess.
Ally has been slain.
Oh, bleh. What? How did I not get her? Or him? It. Dog. Is that good in this game mode? Not that many on hit. I think I'm just gonna go with heal.
An enemy has been slain.
I think that's gonna be broken for me later. Go eat. I'm gonna eat after this one. I'm gonna eat after this game. It's gonna be like 5 p.m. and then I'll cook and it's gonna be like not that long because I prep pretty fast food. Alright. I am letting him go now. I have Deathfire Grasp now, though. Just gotta remember to use it. Go feed. Wait. Anivia hates Skarner. Ari, go feed Baron. What? Seems feeding Baron gives me free odds. Wait, what? The hell do you have?
Has been destroyed.
I want to limit test this. Oh fuck! I did the wrong order. Whoopsie. I clicked alt first. I was supposed to click the item first. Oh, that REQ. So close. Hey, Pawan. Ah, wow. What you doing? What? Come on. How the frick does his Q travel through my flash? I don't know. This game, I swear. That is spaghetti code if I ever saw one. Good. That's good. Good. No one saw that. It's fine. I didn't show anyone who missed that ult. Okay, it's fine. Oops. Didn't mean to pick that up. Oh, I got silent, bro. Really? I forgot she has the fucking silence. No. 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 I can surprise them.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
No. Well. $114 stacks, that's it? How the fuck does he do that much damage with the Q then? I guess it's a hard steal plus that.
Has been slain.
I've made my choice.
Hey Spuddy, hello. I'm doing good, just hungry right now. Gonna get food soon. Do good.
Double kill.
bounty.
Nice. Thank you. Freaking Nasus, I swear. Go Nom Nom. Yes, Nom Nom comes after this. Got to hear Bloody Ears and now Norman just had cheese and ham sandwich. Hell yeah. Nom nom nom. Let's go, demon. We got this. Woo! Ow. Yeah, she's just waiting for. I don't know why I'm crying. Ari, you made your Ari, you miss your cue. Dude, are you serious? How is she faster than me? I'm just not gonna focus Soraka. I'm just gonna kill carries before. I'm also gonna keep an eye on her E. I'm not gonna go until she. What the fuck? I can't do anything. Is her E there? Ew. Ew. Like y'all have to go for Soraka, cause I can't. Yeah, and I got silenced. Look, she goes to just silence my ult, nothing else. Like I can't do anything. And I'm getting stunned. Yep, and I'm dead. Like we have to kill the Soraka. Like she's keeping everyone alive. Like, wow. Wait, you didn't get Heart Steel? What, really? Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, no wonder. You're missing one augment. What the hell? That's not cool. That's not cool. Enough. Because every time I tried to jump in, I got silenced and I was just standing still doing nothing. Anyway, yeah, I should go eat. I am very hungry. Thank you for the games, though, guys. Love you. Coded by an intern? Wouldn't surprise me. Dude, it is fucking cooking in my room as well. It's so fucking hot. What do we want to watch? Do I want to watch something while I eat? Maybe I get. Nope. Where's my? YouTube. I'm gonna please. Vcash. Shut up. No Vcash. We don't need that. I'm gonna close League. Not playing that. That's what I want. Hi, Lisa. That's what you want to watch me. Okay. That's interesting that you'd say that. Right. Earthquake by Mount Fuji, PewDiePie. Rainbolts plays GeoGuessr, The Office, Memory Lane. It's with Rainn Wilson. Do I even have it so it shows ultra widescreen? YouTube, left monitor. Where's my other YouTube? Is it ultra widescreen? Is that? That's my whole widescreen. I'm just gonna go with this one. YouTube. Ooh! That's a big one. Wait, so if I play a video. One. Ah, Jesus Christ. Is this good? Or is it cut off? I think it's a bit cut off. Yeah, that scared the shit out of me. Fuck's sake. There we go. Now it is supposed to be on the left monitor, so I don't think this is. Hold on. I'm just gonna. Why did it disappear? We're just gonna YouTube video. Where did it go? No, that's the Twitch chat. Wait, what? Guard. YouTube. What? Transform? Transform? Reset transform? What? Oh, what happened? Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. That's why. What? Okay, I'll capture Warudo. Okay, now it changed to that. Okay, there you go. There you go. Yeah, and then you take this down. Because YouTube. There you go. I mean, maybe I'll get rid of this at the bottom here too. Oh, wait. Something like this. There you go. I don't know. That seems good. All right, change the thingy to just chatting. Done. We should be good now, right? Oh Jesus! I just heard my stomach just go. So I don't know about this one for now, but I'll go on the BRB screen and start cooking some food, and I'll be back. Okay, I'm just gonna test something. Alright, okay. The mic is not being activated by the AC, because I had to set up the AC. It's so fucking hot. Jesus Christ, the pasta is boiling right now, that's why I'm back here. I'm making pasta and meatballs. Heyo. Yeah, I'm making food. I just wanted to check the audio levels when I'm, if you can, probably when I talk you can hear the AC, but other than that, I think it's fine. Okay, I'll be right back. Wow. Oh wow. Okay. What the hell? Okay, so those USBs that I keep hearing being disconnected, I think it's my the USB to my because my stand. Hold on. My stand, my monitor stand has a USB port, and it just disconnected. Hi, Solis. Hi, Cool Trainer. Hi, Dante. I have food in front of me. I will be looking at video while I eat. Is it okay we watch this Rainbolt video? Or does anyone have any suggestions for something to watch? I will mute when I eat. Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna like go yum yum in your ears. You're not gonna get the eating ASMR. I just wanna see. No ASMR. God damn it, Kay! I swear to fucking God, stop doing it, Kay. Yeah, no eating ASMR. No eating it. Not me though. Is it me? You're saying it's my fault? I mean, it could be my fault. Could also be my fault. But I have meatballs and pasta. It is like what's it called? Like fresh fettuccine. So it only took like 4 minutes to boil. But most of the time I was away now, I was setting up the AC because holy fuck, my room has gotten hot during the time I stream now. It's cooling down rapidly now. No one answers or something? I don't know. Okay, maybe. But yeah. So this is Rainbolt and the guy from The Office. And they do like memory lane kind of thing. I like watching GeoGuessr stuff. Hopefully you do too. Pause. All right, let's see. Is this good? Is this good audio? I think audio is good, right? I think this is good. Wait a minute. Which one do I mute? This one. Yeah, I'm stupid. I just muted my headset mic. I need to mute the fucking Yeti mic. Alright, anyway. What the hell? Did I not mute it? I'm so confused. Is this mute unmuting itself? God damn it. Whatever. Here. Not hearing my stuff? Okay, good. I need some paper towels. Whew. Okay, I'm back. Paper towels. The thing is, I'm so used to like muting and unmuting my like my headphones mic. So I keep doing the wrong one. Muddy, welcome home. Hello, lovely. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'm eating dinner right now. Kind of early, but it's fine. I'll get uh, I'll get a snack later. You're okay. Thank you. You get some noms too. Well, I'm home since an hour and eating. Yay, what do you nice. I keep eating. Nom, 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 nom. Take care, YOLO. Bye, bye, bye. Sorry, sorry, I was full face full of food. Sorry if I missed you. Hmm. Hey, that was good though. Oh, that was really good. I ate that way too fast. That was about 8 minutes. Whoops. Oh my god, why did I eat it so fast? Oh my god. I was hungry. You can tell how hungry I was by how fast I fucking devoured that. Wow. Dude, I love these. I don't know how Rainbow does it, but he gets like the most random people to do these kind of thing. Like he did it with Tony Hawk, he did it with Ringo Starr. Like he's done it with so like many weird random people who just decide to be like, yeah, I wanna be on this show. Like there's like literally like just straight up famous people. Sometimes all you have to do is ask, not be a go. Yeah, I mean fair. I should ask random famous VR chat people if they wanna hang out. You know, like Ko, Fubu, Blacklight, Jockey, Yulind. True. That is true. All you can do, like, least you can do is ask. If you say no, so be it. Wow. Oh, I'm so fucking like I did too much. I didn't do too much. I did it too fast, rather. Whew. But I did eat breakfast. It was just that it's a little bit earlier than usual. And then I think the heat made me run through those, what do you want to call it? Those reserves. I went through those reserves way too fast because of the heat and stuff. So I became super duper hungry. And now I was just like, oh, this is good. Wait, so mad, so I don't have my body temperature. So hard to regulate. Oh, you have like problems with like fingers and feet being cold or stuff like that? Because there was a bit of time in my life where I always had bad finger circulation. My hands were always freezing fucking cold. I hated it. And I feel like about to hit. Oh, so you like start cold sweating and stuff? – 1,700 yards is 17 football fields. That's crazy. It's like a football field is 100 yards. I had no idea. Technically, a football field is longer because the end zone. Because there's people who have done like 102 yards touchdowns and stuff. So it's technically it's longer. Enough calories. Here, no, and more. Kind of sick. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun at all. Doggies having issues too with their meds. They're like feel like it's just killing all their motivation to do things. It's numbing them like to the point where they don't just don't want to do anything. Yeah. Medicine be scary. What a pleasure, man. Wow. Oh, he was a geography. I like geography. I was really good at capitals way back when I was in school. Not anymore. But yeah. Sleepy Marie. Rainbow. Um, memory line. Memory line. Memory line. Oh, sorry. I always get EP after eating. Rainbow and Rain Wilson. Trenton Rain. That's great. Sleep stream. Okay, let's go. I'm kidding. Tested every golf. Yeah. Question is now, how do we do this now? Wow, sounds like me. Yeah, it does. It actually does. Because we can go. Oh yeah, there's no music now. Hold on. Because I feel like if I go VR now, there's a slight issue that is also not a non-issue. Because if I go now at 6 p.m., that's 6 hours. No, that's 7 hours. Batteries won't last that long. I have charged everything, so it's just at some point hot swapping, I guess. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to just commit to that. Depends on later if I said like I said if there's more desktop game happening, playing Super Battle Golf or something. If Fubu and Co are doing that, so I need to keep an eye out. Keep an eye out for that. What do you think? Should we just hop into VR and see what we can come up with? I think that's a good idea. I know what I want to do. I want to play geolocator. Charging? Mm. I want to play geolocator. I want to do questions. I want to check out a few words that I saw. When you want me again? For cuddles? That's like tomorrow night. So you should be fine, buddy. I think you should I think you should be going to bed around the time I wrap up the stream today, so there won't be really time to hang out off stream today, buddy. Tomorrow there should be. And there's also the fishing stuff that I want to do, so there's plenty of things to do today. All right, so I'm gonna take my dishes to the kitchen. I'm gonna wrap up the desktop, and I'll see you in VR. Okay? 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 Oh, those eyes. Oh my god, the shadows. Whoa. I'm a zombie. I'm a zombie. Why am I so bright? It's because there's no game. Okay. Yeah, I'll go VR. See you soon. Enjoy the music.
Ayo? Yo, it's working. Hello. Oh, wow. Hold on. I'm still in the avatar from yesterday and stuff. I am not even calibrated. Oh, wow, Spuddy. Wow. Why was I doing? Okay, I have so many things now. This is awkward now because I can unmute in game first. That's why I can looks like I'm talking. Okay. Let's remember everything. Okay, that. It is not fast, continuous calibration. Good, get rid of that. We have the fishing, but we do not have interviews. So I have to launch interviews. What avatar should I be? Ah, what the hell? I want to be in this one. Because we're gonna not go to the fishing world first. First thing, we're gonna go soon. And that has had face tracking turned off. Oh, wow, wow, wow. There we go. Fish. Yeah, we're not fishing yet. Soon though. Soon though. Hey Kitty. Hi Kitty. Double Kitty. Hi both kitties. How you guys doing? Hey Luna. Prism trying to scare me? Can't scare me. I am solid. I don't know what that means. Okay, do I have everything? I think I do. Stream bots and stuff is already running. Good, good, good. Good. The text is so small though on OBS. Because it was on the other monitor. So the resolution is different. There you go. I just had to move it. Can't scare me. Shall we talk about yesterday? Yeah, no. Let's not talk about anything yesterday. Yesterday was just crazy. Hi, I'm close. I know. Hold on. I'm just putting on trackers. I look great, don't I? Hi. Hi, guys. Uh, uh, putting on my feet tracker. There you go. And now the hip. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm perfectly healthy. Snap. There you go. Sorry. I know. I'm sorry. I just needed my hands. Sorry. You always look great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The music is blasting a bit. There you go. Okay. One more. There you go. Now I can calibrate. Line up my feet. Oh, fuck's sake. I remember something. I didn't put the cable is not in the pulley system. Batty booped me. Thank you, Batty. Social. I'm on desktop status online. But boy, you're not Leo. There we go. Nick Wong is playing arena thingy. Nev is sleeping. Yulin is fishing. Should I go and see Yulin before? I mean, I said we're not gonna start with fishing, but if I want to see them, it has to be right now. Ugh. Christy B. Hi, Nigel. I'm not taking off my headset this time. Oh, where the fuck is the pulley? I can't see it. Oh, there. Nope. Nope. Oh, bro, it's like... there you go. It has like flipped around the hook. It like tangled itself. Is this good? Dude, sometimes sometimes you don't realize how many fucking things you need to do for VR to work properly and like be in a comfortable setup so where you can stream it and have things, you know, not fall apart and exactly. It's weird. Do you think Yulin is cool with me? Oh, they're doing Leviathan. Wait, are they doing Leviathan? Oh, they're actually fishing it right now. All right, let's go there. Let's do it. Put on the bikini again. It's Leviathan time. Jesus, my tits. They're too big. 69. Let's go. Less hassle. I know, right? Join. Dude, I have to hurry. Hi, Shion. I have to hurry. They're gonna count on me to fish. Shion, cute. How you doing? Fish. I'm getting 25 scraps on my daily claim. There we go. Okay, unmute my mic. Bag. Items. Potion. Pop. Light. Monochromize. 70. There we go. Putin. Garage. Boat. Where is it? I don't see it, but I assume it's behind me. There. An annual trip to Aruba. Ayo. Oh my god, I went way too far. Hi! No, I do not.
You got it?
But I wanted to say hi. And it was like, oh, what are they doing? Leviathan! I'm like, oh my god, we have to go.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Well, a few days early, but yes, thank you.
Yes. Well, you're doing your birthday stream.
You're tall,
Are you
Jesus
planning
Christ.
to do like all the way through, or is it just 3 long streams?
It's 3 long streams. It's 12, 12, 11 hours.
Okay.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. August 1st. I was almost July 31st.
I am May 27th. So when you say you're turning 35,
Oh my God.
we're actually like really close.
Oh, I have my gestures on.
We're doing game trailers today. I'm taking a break to get this thing because I don't like
Yeah.
fishing when I'm looking at game trailers. Feels like I don't
Fair enough.
actually watch them when
Ow.
I'm doing that.
Right. Why am I so small?
Oh my goodness! Hi, Ghost. Hi.
Alright, Spuddy. Take care. I'm just letting all the fishes go so we can beat it, since I was late.
I tried that and it like didn't seem like it was going any faster for me.
Well,
Maybe
it
it was,
depends
like, you know,
on
the ones that
the...
take a while.
Yeah, it depends on the bar, like how big your bar is, because you might save it unintentionally if the bar is too big. But I pulled up 2 scales so
Hi,
far, so
Irish.
that's 10 damage.
Hi, Rune Skull. Hi, Lemonclaw. I gotta check what Ghost was playing.
FF. What? Don't look
Oh,
to my
come on,
right?
Infinite Fusion.
It's just pretty Yulin next to me. What do you mean?
Hi. Have you done any Infinite Fusion, B?
What is that?
Wait, you don't know what Pokemon Infinite Fusion is?
Nope.
It is I think a ROM hack for Pokemon. That do you remember that website that lets you take any 2 Pokemon and it fuses them by putting, like, the face of one on the body of the other?
Yeah.
So somebody said, "Wow, that's cool. I'm gonna make a game around it."
Oh.
And it literally has like 700,000 different combinations of all the Pokemon because
Jesus.
there's that many combinations
Yeah.
of Pokemon you can combine together. Hi, Revan.
Will they
And
like
so-
combine the types too? So it's like you can make like grass fire Pokemons?
Yes, it does combine the types. It does weird things with their stats. Initially, not every Pokemon is in the game. There's only got like 400 right now.
If
And not everything has a custom sprite. However, they do let people just, if you like a combination, you can just submit like a custom sprite for it. So like, there's hundreds of just like custom sprites that people have. That's like
So it's like a big
like a really
community
cool combination.
project.
Yes.
Oh.
For example, if you combine a Clang, the Gears Pokemon, with a not a Gardevoir, but the one under Gardevoir? Maybe it is a Gardevoir. I think it is actually. You get one that looks shockingly like 2B.
Okay, I mean, okay, I can kind of see that. So, but that's like
If you
someone's
combine-
vision that they made it into. Like, okay.
If you combine a Swampert and it's some lightning Pokemon, I forget. You get something
Whoa.
that looks shockingly like a Logiocris from Monster Hunter.
I see.
Because it's all fan submitted stuff.
I mean,
and so,
makes sense.
So people just been having fun with.
Is
cool
it now a
stuff like
good
that.
time I tell you that I never played past like Gen 3? So,
Oh, really?
I know the, you know, in popularity Pokemons from later gens, but I barely know any names or anything. I played Y on my 3DS. I literally bought a 3DS to buy Pokemon Y, but then I didn't even finish it. Wasted money.
Pokemon Y is my favorite.
Juggling it.
Okay.
Juggling it.
Okay, got a new figurine.
Pokemon games are weird because like they're all good games. Even the ones that come out recently are good. It's just
Ah, fuck.
Well,
they're not
there
as
you
good
go.
as
Let's
they
go.
should be.
Honor badge.
For the budget the Pokemon Company has.
Oh, Techno got it too. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Good job,
Good job.
Techno.
Good job. I feel like I didn't ruin things at least. Joining late.
What? What do you mean ruin? You helped.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like if you join too late, you might like bring down the whole thing. Like, you can't finish it. But we did
I
it.
think it doesn't actually count you until you're like in the area.
Yeah,
Because they
I
made
know.
it so like people sleeping.
Yeah, but then
Okay,
what?
yeah.
Yeah, but
Actually, I
then what
remember-
if I join and then I don't get anything? But I actually did get 2 scales right off the bat, so that was like the 11 damage that I would scale it up with for.
Okay. I
Hey,
see what you
Warbringer.
mean.
Oh, hey guys, this is Yulin. You should go check them out. They walk every day, like this, and they do things
Hi.
every single day. Crazy.
Look, I'm just trying to. fucking
Also,
stay
U.S.
fit.
time zone, so it's early for them. They do this in the morning.
That's when I get stuff done.
Yeah.
I'm the type of person who, if I don't do it early, it gets easier and easier for me to be like, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it later.
Yeah, dude, I am the same
And it
way.
just
I
doesn't happen.
whenever I have like later shifts for work, I wake up just before that shift because I can't do leisure things and then be serious. No, I have to do the serious stuff first, and then I can chill or like do whatever.
Yup.
All right.
Yup.
Well, I want to just stop by and say hi, and I saw the Leviathan thingy, so I'm not gonna, you know, since I'm streaming the same time, it's kind of like clashing a bit.
I mean,
so
I mean, you're always welcome to.
we
if
are
you're
gonna,
doing game
we are,
trailers.
yeah, we are gonna. I'm gonna walk with you one day, though. On stream, off stream, doesn't
Really?
matter. I will walk with you one day.
Hell yeah.
I have my treadmill. It's just I'm kind of bad at using it. So backflips. Anyway,
I mean, that's
bye.
why I stream it.
Woo.
Is to like push myself and motivate myself.
True.
Bye. Have a good one.
Wah, 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 wah.
his friend. That's B. That's for you.
Please shout out Julind. Or check them out. That's them. Hi. Okay, I'm in my home world again. Okay. We can put this on like that. Reset my height again. Okay, back to this. Hi. Okay, what did I miss? Hi, guys. Fefe was there, Warbringer was there, Duel was there. Hello, guys. How you guys doing? Ow, ow, ow. Nice hamburger pizza. Wait, damn it, can neighbors stop making me hungry? Oh, they're making food. Thank you, Batty. It's on Saturday. You will see me more. Might have seen a full moon. Oh, really, Nigel? I see you. Hi, Harley as well. Hello. Luna. Okay. Where do I begin? Kay is fighting his neighbors because of barbecue. Oh shit. Oh god. Damn. Okay. Okay. Sly for not now. Soon. Should about to join. Can't invite. I couldn't invite. So. I'm gonna go to. Why is it like tilted? I have one world that I said.
Thank you for the sub. What's
Fefe!
Words?
Thank you. Thank you, Fefe. Have you good. Mwah. Thank you for the 46 million years. I had this world that had like fits like 3 people, 4 people, whatever, for the longest time. I feel like I should do it now. It said it listed about an hour, and that would be around the time when people come in. People would be, you know, getting on for my normal stream. So here, this one. It's Finn's new world, quote unquote new. It's like a month old at this point or something. So it's a bunch of worlds that they did not release or something, because it's called Project Lost Worlds. Please preload the world. 1 journey to Aerios. Step on board Asteroid, travel across the stars to Aerios, one of the distant twin moons far from Earth. Journey to Aerios, server introduction, lost, blah, 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 blah. Setting the stage for encounter with the beyond our planet. The first installment of 2-part cinematic experiences, 1 hour English Japanese support. Something like that. We are 46 years pregnant now. Jesus Christ. That long? Hinting at me forgot driver updates. Oh, I see. Okay. Holy moly! Who is the pregnant one though? The Fefe. Are we like carrying like 23 months a pop or something or what? I'm preloading right now. It's very big. It's 996 megabytes, just under 1 gig. May I perhaps join? Okay, well, it's yeah, you guys can join. It's room for 6 people. I'm 1, so 5 more. I'm gonna put it to maybe I'll put it to invite. No, a little friends. So if you're I'll wait here for like 10-15. So get on if you want to come. Like I said, it says like it's an hour experience. I don't know if it's like if we start you can't come back or what. Wait, Dude, this is pretty. Speaking of drink, I have a drink. I poured myself 1 glass of Coca-Cola today. Because, you know, it's not weekend yet. It's only Thursday. But I felt like a little bit of a cheat I can do. Because, you know, I am... Oh, so good. I am on vacation still, right? So I should enjoy my vacation a little bit. I would have worked today. I would have been off at this point. But when I started stream, I would have still been working today, normally. Thank you, Louv. Luna is joining. Thank you, thank you. Oh, what the fuck? Why am I getting so dark? Okay, minimum lighting is required. 2%. That's out. Should I monochromize a bit too? Maybe 20%. Fefe. It's so big. What? What is big? My birthday event? Yeah, it's 35 hours in 3 days. This adventure is linear and master synced. Late joining is disabled. Okay, good to know. Please start only when everyone is present. Please only respond if something. Well, that disappeared. Can I like respawn the thingy? Project Lost Worlds. I don't know if you can see this in the camera. You can. Start. Okay, so we have to click that when it starts. I assume. Okay. Good gaming earlier. God gamer. Hi Luna. You're a god gamer too. Why are you so happy?
Hey.
There you go.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. This thing.
Yeah. Now Zenta is joining. Or do they know what they're getting themselves into?
Do we all know what we're getting ourselves into?
Nope.
Nope.
And I like put myself to a status that makes sense. Movie/series? I mean, it said it was like some... it was like a cinematic experience, so... I don't know. Because they are with you, that's why they're so happy, probably. Aw, cute. Are you happy that you're here with me, Luna? Fucking hates me. Okay. But yeah, I don't know how long we should wait. What time is it? Do we wait till like 25 past to see who want to join? 7 minutes. There's a little bit we can chat about.
Up to you.
Where's sorry, Fefe? I forgot it's kind of big sound. That's in the random one. Hey, Zenta, do you know what you're getting yourself into joining here?
I'm gonna go then. I'm not
No, I'm just asking because you just loaded in a gig worth of a world. Like, this is like an hour long kind of thing imaging. So.
Oh fuck no! I think I'm gonna go again.
Alright, fine. Well, we just spoke about like how long do we give it for people to join if they wanted to join, because I did talk about it in stream if people wanted to join. So these two fuckers showed up. I mean, these lovely people.
Boy, you too.
Ow. So we're waiting like another 5 minutes. If setting up VR and stuff.
5 minutes. It's dead. There's like no one online.
I know, but that's also why I don't want to. I shouldn't be on green, to be honest. People are gonna join, and it said it was master synced, and late joiners were not like it wouldn't work. I have to go on orange.
Everyone on their own.
I'm gonna put myself to like movie series. It's literally said it was a cinematic experience, so that's a movie.
Yes. I think I watched it until the first time I could move again, and then I left. I'm like, nah. Not what I expected.
Because this came out, well, Shoki's post about it was on June 29th. So it's literally like a month ago. And I've just been like, when is a good point to do this? Never, because are we ever under 6 people? Apparently 6 p.m. we are.
Nope. This time you are, it seems.
Yeah. Because this is on a Thursday.
It has a 6 people limit? Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't saw that.
It's on a Thursday when I normally don't stream, and it's also earlier than I normally stream, so it would make sense that people are not aware that, hey, I'm in VR right now, you should come hang out.
That's
why
I'm probably gonna poof again, because I don't want to take up a spot.
You're fine. Like, if we start, we're not 6 people, so you're fine.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get food and BFK.
Have good food. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you should leave the world if you're not coming along. I'm just saying that you don't have to like whoosh, rush off. Like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But if you go get food, then yes.
Alde 4.
Yeah, that's usually what I do.
Oh.
I usually jump into the water and Alt F4.
Yeah, let's go.
How will that work?
Okay, that was quite disappointing. The water.
Yep,
It's
you didn't.
just plain.
Yep, you didn't even
Don't
go under
sink
the
into it.
surface. Yippee! Dude, I look so fucking like
Damn.
shiny in this world. It looked like someone spilled some baby oil on me.
Damn, someone oiled you up. What were
Yeah.
you planning on doing on your birthday stream?
I mean, 35. Maybe I need some like remedy to like cure my oldness. Maybe baby oil is the
Body
thing.
maintenance.
Yeah, it's like baby oil. It's baby oil. Maybe that lowers your age, like rejuvenates your skin and stuff.
Trust me, unfortunately, not much works.
Or is it made out of babies? Is that what it is?
That might be. They never released the recipe.
Imagine that on baby oil bottle. It says like ingredients. And it's like company secret. It's like what? What do you mean company secret? Hi, Freddy. Hello.
Yeah, you have to.
Good.
You have to squeeze babies to get oil.
Instead of company secrets, they just say you don't want to know.
Yeah, you don't want to know. Oh, so, anyone out there want to come along for this journey? It's about an hour cinematic thingamajig. You can join, I can invite you. I'm on Orange right now, but if anyone is on or want to get on. I have, what, how many people? 40 friends online? That is not a lot. Jesus Christ.
That is still bigger than my entire friends list.
Yeah. Okay, calm down, guys. I'm not saying that. We're talking percentage-wise here, okay? Like, if I'm on a Friday, for example, that is 140 people, not 40.
Yeah, today is dead. Always dead. I don't know.
I mean,
Because
I'm never
today
on.
are all
That's
the
why.
movie
No,
nights
just
and
kidding.
stuff.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people do external things on Thursdays for whatever reason. I don't know why that happened. And if you look at stats for the VR chat category, the most people watch VR chat on Thursdays. So I don't understand how that works. When all my friends are not in the game, they're streaming something else, and yet looking at just the viewers for VR chat, Thursday night is always the highest.
I don't know.
I don't know either. Okay, take care, love.
Before people massively jump in themselves.
Have a good one.
I don't know.
Freddy Fazbear. Is that baddie?
We see in person. But I'm gonna poof. Later. Enjoy the journey.
Okay, take care, Santa.
Prost.
Prost?
Bye.
Isn't that like...
Prost.
Isn't that when you cheers? Hi, baddie. Are you coming along for the experience? With my Versilo? Is it like DCing you randomly? Because I did that yesterday. Wait, did I make this US East, by the way?
I believe so, yeah.
I can't even see. Yeah, it is US East. Yeah, because I still have that set up in my fucking setting thing. RIP. Stream cache because I was testing my desktop. Oh, okay.
That would be why
Record
my
on
ping
for
is higher than my free.
noise. I have 100 ping and 40 frames.
I have 125 ping and 90 frames.
60 frames, but I am on desktop.
90.
1995.
Delta Zero, thank you for the raid. Hello, how you doing? I'll be good. What is going? What? That's weird.
Just update my shit. So
hello, Delta.
I have a little bit more frames.
Thank you. After work. Hell yeah. Anyway, it's 25. Should we get going?
Sure.
I assume this is gonna be like audio and thing, so I probably have to mute my music. Anyway, be on the dock. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, start. Is it synced up? I heard bloom, bloom.
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh shit. Oh, whoa. There's a lot of settings here. Settings, English, voice subtitles on. Guide, this experience involves flashing lights, fast motion, and intense visual effects. This is a synced experience. When the group icon is present, make sure all players are ready to continue. Only the master can start key events. This player is indicated with this icon. Do you see it on me? Or what? I don't see it.
I'm assuming when we're in the thing, it will show.
Okay, probably. Right, ready. Boom, boom. Make sure all players are ready. New players will not be able to join after this point. That's crazy. I also realized probably should do a first-person view as well. Just so we can capture all the experience.
Ah, shit. Gonna have to mute for a moment.
I'm gonna put it far back as well, so we have a lot of space. Playing Forza Horizon 6, Construction Simulator, buildings on... Oh, I see. Nice, nice, nice. Hell yeah. Hope it's been good. Alright. 3, 2, 1, let's go! Boom, boom, boom. I lost my voice there. Boom, boom, boom. What's happening?
When I was a little, my mother used to
music,
tell me
shut up.
the stars weren't just distant lights, but doorways. She said some people are born to stay grounded, and some others to find their way home up there. We'd sit by the lake, my little telescope shaking in my hands. I never saw what she saw, not fully, but I believed her, every word. She told me, one day you'll be up there, not just looking, but walking among them.
Walking among them. Maybe I should have put it the other way around.
I could never have imagined how quickly that dream had become true.
Oh, it actually is like letterboxing it in on the stream.
Hey, dinner's ready.
What? Bye.
Can you hear me?
Hey, can you hear me? Hello?
Oh.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Please pay attention.
Okay.
I know this stuff is boring, but it is legally required, so please bear with me.
That
Thank
sounds
you.
like that AI voice.
Anyway, as we were... Today's launch marks another milestone for Union Aeronautics as we celebrate our 800th launch at Spaceport 37. You will link up with our flagship vessel Astoria during her resupply mission in Earth orbit. Following this, you will embark on a 6-month journey to Stellara, the closest star system to our sun, located 2 light-years away. Your target destination is Arios, the second moon of the gas giant Stratos, the 4th planet in the Stellara system. Arios is teeming with wildlife, forests, oceans, and rivers, much like our home here on Earth. It is a popular destination for both scientists and tourists. You will receive more information about Arios once you are in orbit. Whether you are here as a tourist or to fulfill a specific role, you will find Astoria accommodating.
Okay.
Enjoy your journey and the incredible experiences that awaits you.
Yo,
Please
incredible.
proceed to the launch pad once you are ready.
Oh, I see.
Godspeed,
Wait,
may you have a
let me
safe
see.
journey.
It's a freaking box. It's a box and the freaking name. That might be the world though. Might be the thingy with me being the host. When it happens. Oh, okay. It happens in other worlds too. Oh, okay. What the fuck? Yeah, that's weird then. Okay, I don't know where to put the camera, to be honest. Or should I just do first-person view? But the thing is, I want you guys to feel like you get the letterbox effect and stuff too. You wouldn't get that with my first-person view. So where are we going?
No idea.
I mean, it said to the launch pad. Is that through here?
There. Launch pad 37.
Oh, there.
This way.
Dude, this is cool. Like, just scale of it.
Oh, yes. Oh, you can just phase through the robots. Awesome.
Uh-oh. It's a robot.
Please proceed to the launch platform on your right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just gonna change my lighting a bit because I see I'm a fucking flashbang.
Bless you.
There you go. Whoa! Holy. I'm gonna put it low and far back like that. Does that work? That works. That works. Dude, this is cool. And we haven't even started. Whoa, I can't go fast now.
Welcome. Are you ready to proceed to launch pad 37?
This is why there's only room for 6 people, because the seats here. Yeah, so I have to sit. We have to sit down. Okay.
Yep.
Everyone in a
High
seat.
orbit,
Yep.
10 minutes.
Everyone is in a seat. A sit. 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Okay, ready.
Certainly.
10 minutes for high orbit. That's
Please
crazy.
refrain from moving or jumping excessively while the platform is moving. Your cooperation is appreciated.
Don't jump or move. Jesus Christ. That was... I see now with the flashing lights and movements. Whoa!
Holy shit. Oh shit.
What the hell? What the hell is this? Look at this.
First shuttle crew, proceed to boarding dock 37. Stand by for clearance.
What the fuck?
And I'm still getting like 80 frames. This is insane.
Should I be worried that some of the bots are armed?
I don't know.
I'm assuming that's security.
Yeah, exactly. They asked her to stay in place and then they made the loudest fucking horn go off. So I got scared and like moved.
And just like that, I was being shipped out to Astoria as a tourist. After so many decades of dreaming about that very moment, it was happening right in front of my eyes. To be fair, it's not my first time getting strapped to a rocket, but it's my first time venturing into another star system. Let's just say being nervous and excited is an understatement.
I have about 35-ish. 35-ish frames.
Dome door cleared for launching procedure.
Ground control to flight director, we have completed the automated diagnostics on the propulsion and guidance systems. All readings are within acceptable ranges. Proceed with the final pre-launch briefing and confirm go or no-go status from all mission-critical departments.
Are we gonna go up the elevator? Whoa.
Yeah, that is one massive booster. Holy shit.
But for fuck's sake, horn. Shut up.
The fact that they've got no external boosters, it's just one shot.
I mean, the cover seems to be literally only 2, so... Yeah. Probably.
But then if you think about it, you're getting to high Earth orbit in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's...
It takes a little bit over half an hour to... If we were to use...
Is this massive? Is this Mass Effect? I mean, I doubt this is original score. You know. Well, bye.
Nope. Well, we're strapped in apparently.
Oh, yo, what's up?
T-minus 30 seconds.
Why am I in the back?
Terminal count sequence.
There's no one driving. There's no one driving.
Final trajectory alignment is low.
I thought you were the captain.
Nominal.
I don't know why I'm in the back.
Controllers are go. Ignition sequence ready.
Final cabin environment check complete. All systems go.
Commencing final communication check with the crew.
I think it's because we're POV of a tourist, so it wouldn't really make sense that we'd be flying the
Oh, yeah. That makes sense because it's 6 seats, 3 there, 3 back here. Yeah.
Main engines are primed.
So there is. Wait, no, there is a person. Wait, yeah, there is people.
Yeah, there's robots in the seats, it seems.
Oh.
Ignition in 5.
I couldn't see them.
3.
No.
2. 1. Ignition.
Ignition. Whoa, it's shaking.
Oh, they're using actual shuttle sounds.
That's awesome.
All stations, we have successful liftoff. Bolt and their passenger is on course to Astoria.
Are we even moving?
Historic 800th launch from Union Aeronautics Spaceport 37, paving the way for the mission to Arios. Congratulations, everyone.
Oh, I see the reflections in the windscreen moving, so I'm assuming
program initiated.
As the shuttle ascended to the sky, the vibration shook the ship intensely as the deafening engine roared to life. Even though it's so dark outside, I can see the stars moving slowly as we begin our roll.
Oh, it's dark. That makes sense.
It's a familiar feeling, yet it never fails to send a thrill.
I can't see your nameplate or the bubble,
Shuttle is now in
buddy.
heads down position, on course for a 51.6 degree inclination
On
orbit.
the way to space. Wait, I see a planet. There's something in front of us.
Zoom through the skies.
Vehicle performance nominal.
Engine at 104% thrust? Oh, I see. 104% thrust. I don't think that's good.
Throttle down to 65% for max Q.
It's normal.
104? That's more than the what? Makes no sense.
I think the shuttle engines thrusted up to 108% even.
Looks great, Batty. Oh, I see now why I couldn't see your nameplate and stuff. Because your nameplate is in front of you. We are laying down. Yeah, we're laying down basically.
Yeah, what Delta says, it's engine plus thruster, so.
Oh, it's engine plus thruster.
It's both throttling up, so. Hello, Earth.
I like how it says bolt on your screen there. It's like it's a fucking bolt delivery.
Is on vertical now.
Yep. We're like. The good thing there's no like horizon thingamajig going on, so I can, you know, see outside and see everything just being upside down. Because oh my god,
that's blue.
My brain would have been ooh. Okay, now we are upside down.
Yep.
Whoa.
We are in.
It's actually moving
Like high
because my fist bones are actually moving. Maybe it's because it has gravity and we're upside down. Yeah, it's gravity.
Beautiful.
It's gravity, yeah. So if I go to my other hairstyle, it's just gonna go whoop. Yep. It goes up. Whoa, now we're moving. Whoa. I'm in space. Hi, Mom. I'm on TV. Space. Oh, det var sex. Sex. Nani? Oh, chinchin daisuki.
あ、そう。
おちんちん大好きです。
Oh, look
13.2 kilometers an hour. I don't think it's kilometers an hour. Is that a kilometers an hour? Is that it? The music?
No, that is more like a kilometers per
No,
second.
I don't want to die, Batty. Hi,
It will be
G.
kilometers per second.
Hi, G.
Wait, no, it would be meters per second.
Yeah, it's
It wouldn't
meters
be
per
kilometers
second.
For 50 meters per second, that's way too slow to reach orbit.
Oh.
It's most likely
That
kilometers
is
per second.
True. You need like at least 1,000 or something.
Yeah, I think it's per second. Is it 13 kilometers per second? That's like fast as fuck, boy.
Yes. Yes, it has to be.
Okay, velocity.
You know what it make me feel like? It feel like Interstellar.
Yeah. Or gravity.
When I first read about the
It still doesn't feel like high up orbit.
I was just a little kid, barely finishing
I think we see
elementary
too much.
school. Yet it has captivated my imagination for all of my life. As nations put away their differences and pool together resources, after 20 years of
My
construction,
butt is jiggling on its
the
own.
giant
My tits
gleaming
too.
vessel is now home to tens of thousands of people.
Same.
From tourists to scientists.
Oh yeah, how you also is birthday today or in 3 days? Sorry, I'm still waking up, brain foggy.
Every 2 years,
August
she returns
1st,
to Earth for a
Saturday, so
resupply
it's in 2
mission for a
days.
few months, before heading back to Stellara and other
Nice, so I appreciate it, G. So many people have wished me happy birthday. You actually checked with it. Hi, G. Hope you can wake up. August 1st, which I'm happy about, and that I'm not a July 31st kid. Because July 31st just sounds stupid versus August 1st. Sorry, no offense to anyone who has a birthday on the 31st. Wait, isn't Miami's today? No, Miami's tomorrow.
Senpais, but I don't know if there's anybody else.
Yeah, it's Senpai Ludi's. And then, when did they say? Day before would be my birthday? Okay, so Miami is tomorrow.
Oh my god, it's an actual cargo ship.
No, car doesn't go ship, cargo road.
But that's in space.
True, yeah, fair enough.
Car definitely does not go space.
Yeah.
Oh god, my hand's broken.
Cargo space. Car doesn't go space, cargo road. Marking it on my phone's calendar. Wow, thank you, G. Speaking of wow, please shout out G.
We technically already have cargo spaceships to the ISS and shots.
I mean, fair.
Oh, there we go.
What the hell, buddy? What are you doing?
Yeah, indeed. What the?
Confirming landing insertion 3319.
It's because we're going so fast.
Oh.
My hand got
Oh.
like that for seconds.
Oh my god, I just realized something that could have been very, very bad.
What?
Oh,
I like how I just realized it before we were here. Are we free? Yeah. You know when people redeem the ragdoll and stuff?
Yeah.
How it launches me out of seats? That could have been pretty bad if that happened there.
Maybe you want to turn those off right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna pause those for now.
Insanely realistic.
Just to make sure it doesn't break anything.
What hell, oh my god.
Oh god, Betty, what the hell is happening to you?
Yes, what is happening?
Look, it's a planet. Is that Neptune? It's very blue. Dabidi-dabidi.
That would be Neptune.
6
Wait,
months
how the
later,
fuck did we just get from Earth to Neptune in like 2 seconds?
No, it did say 6 months later, so.
6 months later.
That would fit.
6 months to get to Neptune?
That is accurate.
That's accurate.
I suppose, yeah.
Mars would take 5 months, so
3.
Does it?
Ish. Yeah. If you go in the transfer window, yeah, 3 months.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, fair enough. What is this? Tickets?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised for Neptune if they need to do like a slingshot trajectory or something around the sun. I don't know, around another planet.
Oh yeah, like they did with Voyager.
Yeah.
What do we do with these?
That's chill today. We reach point precision breakdown. We reach away further, according like around 1,000 units. Wait, the screen is calling. How do I answer?
This is an announcement from Astoria's operating partners.
Hello. This is Reginald with
Hello.
Orbit Express.
Hello.
A gentle reminder for Suite 46 occupants that departure for Arios will begin shortly. Please make your way to Terminal B. I'll be waiting near the entrance. Looks for a floating robot
Hello.
with a giant exclamation mark above his head. That's me. Also, don't forget to bring your boarding passes. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Hope you're good.
Okay,
it works. This works
It
cool.
kind of sounds like the narrator from Stanley Parable.
Yes,
True.
Maybe that's what they try to replicate. What's this? It's you know Finn who made like what the hell, buddy? The Finn who made Complex 7 and those kind of thingies. This thingy that only could host 6 people and took about an hour. It was like a month ago I talked about it, and we just never found a time to do it. Oh, it just opened on its own. Okay. The Finns. It's Finns. Like
That's another planet. That's a different planet outside the window.
what the fuck? So there's one planet that way and there's one planet that way. Where the fuck are we?
I was about to say, I thought we were in I thought we were like at Neptune, but nope.
Unless that's
It's a lie.
Suites, maybe?
There's no luxury suites. There's just 2 planets. You can actually see the planets.
Large moon.
Big moon?
I don't know how large Neptune's moons are.
Big moon?
Keep in mind, everything is relative. Do we know out of the top of our head what the orbit is of Neptune's moons?
Big moon?
Oh my god, be really? God, that took me too long.
You're cute, dog.
I mean, that is a pretty big moon, but like
Between planets, maybe we reside on a ring area? Maybe. Heard anything from my world today? Nice.
Oh yeah, we could
Please
be in
shout out dog.
more of a solar orbit than a planetary orbit.
Yeah. Purple.
Orbit
Lobby.
around the sun rather than a planet.
Spaceport. Ticket counter.
Simple shit.
Is this where we have to go?
Tickets, please. Yes, probably. Ticket counter. Yeah. Assuming so.
Whoa.
Woo, that's a lot of. What the fuck? Oh, we can read
You can read them?
Shit. There's shit about the planets. I noticed it and I got really interested. Second moon of Stratos. Really?
I was gonna say. It's the one thing. I like lore and stuff, but when I have to read it, I hate reading. I've never really got into reading a book, even when it's something that I'm super interested about. Just reading I can't deal with. If it's an audiobook, all good.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
I just, reading to me is just snooze fest. I don't know, I always just fall asleep.
Oh, this is Ariel.
That same year,
Oh, it's 2 major moons orbiting Stratos. Oh.
Okay, dog, take care. Thank you.
Pretty large. Wait, how big Stratos? Which one is Stratos?
It's half Earth's, or well, 55% of Earth's gravity, and it's 55% less smaller than Earth. 98% water. Wait, how the fuck is it 98% water and 7% ice? That doesn't add up.
No, it doesn't. What? Oh no, that's in the hydrosphere. Wait, that still doesn't add up. 98.
I see land. There's land. There's land that looks like Japan, kinda. No, I don't know.
Land that looks like Japan.
Haha, land that looks like Japan. Land that looks like Japan.
gigantic elder trees often can grow as high as 900 meters.
Whoa.
While scientists still unsure
Also,
of the exact
in the intro, they did say we were going
trees can
to
grow
a
so
planet
high.
that's a gas giant,
Some
so
speculation and theories have
That
been
is
given.
true.
Ranges from the planet's
I
strong
didn't actually realize the
magnetic field
intercom like
influence the
gave us
productive
information in the
soil
thing as
that
well.
trees grow on.
She is reading what it says here.
Chemical reactions with the planet's unique gas
is it?
composition
Yeah.
that allows them to grow
Oh
much
shit.
larger than trees.
That's a huge tree.
Yes, it is.
The lobby.
Left or right? Shut up.
I assume they go the same way.
I like how this arrow is pointing that way, and then that arrow points
way.
back at it.
I'm assuming that's because if you were to walk from this way, you'd be pointing that way.
Alright, fair enough, fair enough.
Terminal B.
Yo, it's my terminal. B4.
Whoa,
Whoa, robots. Holy humans.
Why is this kind of giving a Wall-E sort of
Why does it look like that guy in front? Like, it looked like he shit himself when he walked.
Huh? That's a good question.
Yeah, he walks like this.
Oh, I see what. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, he just.
That's great.
Maybe ask him.
Yo, did you shit yourself, bro? Yo, did you shit yourself?
He's also kind of sliding a little bit. How slippery these fools?
Well, we're not getting eaten, so...
Look! He looks like he shit himself. He was like, oh, shit, oh.
Oh my god.
We didn't go through this again.
What the hell? Anyway. Whoa, that looks cool. That looks really cool.
With the flying robots, it's kind of reminding me of Wall-E.
Wall-E.
You know, on the big ship.
Yeah,
Whatever it's called, I can't remember.
yeah, and it's like they're all on like the track to go somewhere.
Yeah.
That is the future, though. It's gonna look like that. Like, are we just gonna stay on Thingy and go here? Wow, there's fucking ads, futuristic ads. Can't believe it.
I was gonna say there's adverts as well, isn't
Oh my god, a dinosaur! Dinosaur, Matt Damon. Wow, yeah, those ones are like freaking out.
Yeah.
Rar. That means I love you in dinosaur. Rar. That means I love you in dinosaur. Hi, Koi! Okay. Can't wait to see it. I want to see it. Dinosaur, Matt Damon. Departure gate B. Yay! It's. We're gonna go. There's a robot with exclamation mark.
Yeah, that's a robot that we need to speak to.
Hello.
Hi. Oh my god.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen.
Good day.
It kind of looks like a thicker version of a
Your
PlayStation
premier
1.
shuttle service from the magnificent Astoria to the verdant planet Earth.
Again with this fucking ADHD from yesterday. Holy
I'm
shit.
Reginald, your tour guide and companion for today's journey. It's an absolute pleasure to have you with us.
Sure, buddy.
May I kindly collect your boarding passes, please? Just a formality, but an important one nonetheless.
Take it.
Where do we insert it? Oh, like that, okay.
Where's Batty?
We lost someone.
Thank you very much for the boarding passes.
Oh, is it just us?
Now that we have that
Oh, it's only us.
No
Batty left.
longer in the instance.
Yeah, okay. Morning, Moon.
Patty went. Okay.
Please follow me.
Please follow me. Oh, yes. Oh, look at those particles. Oh.
As we walk, allow me to introduce myself.
Whoa. You fucking took that guy out. Jesus Christ. He just flew through his legs.
Reginald! He sounds like a Reginald.
To ensure your journey is as smooth and enjoyable as a cup
Jesus,
of
he's
Earl
fast though.
Grey.
This is not one of those where it's too slow for walking or like it's too slow for running and too fast for walking. He's just hauling ass.
You know, I was almost programmed with an American accent. But where's the charm in that?
Exactly.
Besides, the Queen's English just sounds so much more refined.
Sure, buddy.
I mean...
I see, Moon. What the hell is that?
I already have a Queen's English.
Bye.
Oh, pardon me, coming through.
Oh, the fucking cleaner bot talked to them. Do they not understand the robot hierarchy? You can't just talk to... That's good. Hey, it's a mirror icon.
Follow me.
Oh, shit. Okay.
No. Oh, Jesus.
Teleportation. I mean, we are in the future. Elon Musk Tesla robot.
Water. I'm in the water. Where does it go? Why do you lose your particles? They were cool.
Here is the orbit shuttle terminal. We are almost there.
Okay. Thanks for letting us know. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Dude, we're almost
Are we
there,
there yet? Are we there yet? Where is it taking us? This is fucking sketchy as fuck. Are we there yet?
The orbital shuttle.
Are we there yet?
Yes.
Orbital shuttle? What the fuck is an orbital shuttle?
Yes, shuttle.
Is it like when you're almost, you're kinda are in orbit, but you're not, so it's an orbital shuttle.
Yeah, I guess.
Hercules. That's a Greek god.
Would you look at her? The Hercules.
The
The
Hercules.
pride of Orbit Express.
Orbit Express.
Swift and built to brave the stars. She's ferried explorers, scientists, and dreamers to the surface of Eris.
Hang on, if she's built to
more times than
brave the stars, why is she an orbital space shuttle and not a
enough said.
Deep space. Yeah,
shuttle?
interstellar, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Why specifically-
Are we ready? He just walked off, like he didn't even give us an option. Hey dude, I gotta go. We're in VR now. Do you recognize this? You recognize this? Hello, it's me. Hello. I know I'm kind of stiff when it's desktop, but I can finally move around again. Also, it's very cool in my room now that I turn on the AC. Whew, I love it.
Please watch your step. Thank you.
What do you mean watch your step? I was about to say it's a ram. What?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't watch my step. I almost fell.
You're supposed to watch your step. Why are you like this?
I'm gonna watch my step.
Please make sure everyone is present.
I saw it.
Let me know once you are ready.
Now you're giving an option when we're ready. Okay? Oh, it's over there. Yeah, it's over
He's
there.
probably not very ready.
Ready.
Planet side in 13 minutes.
I clicked already.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, spaceship.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, that shot quickly.
You don't want to get your fingers caught in that.
Let's make our way to the bridge. Follow.
The bridge?
They will be stuck there forever.
Also, why is it called a bridge? A bridge is a link between two things, right? So you can like cross like a stream of water or something. Why is it called a bridge on like a spaceship and stuff and like a boat?
I would have to Google that. I have no idea.
We are here. Start her up.
Start her up.
Oh, don't tell me.
Gentlemen, start your engine.
Your adventure starts. All systems.
Do you have to take a seat?
online.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I'm gonna take one on the left side regardless.
All right. Pick your seat
Listen,
and
I have another
strap
set of
in.
controls here.
Once you're
I
ready,
can try
we
to
will
help
depart
out.
for Arios.
We're going to areas. Are you guys ready? You're strapped in?
I am.
I'm floating, but I'm in the seat.
Ready.
Great.
Yeah, so
Hercules, take us away.
And I've disabled the ragdoll and the statue just so you don't yeet me out of a seat.
Copy. Departing.
Because that would have been bad. We're in deep space or in orbit and you just yeet me out into space. That would have been bad.
You feel that hum? That's 80,000 tons of orbit engineering waking up beneath your feet.
You
Great.
just said 80 kilotons. But yeah.
Yeah, 80 kilotons, exactly. But that sounds so little.
Hercules, proceed to depart.
Yeah, but kilotons are 1,000 tons, so.
Yeah, but you have to think about they made this for Americans as well, you know.
Yeah, this boat does sound
but they don't
commercial, doesn't it?
Yeah, but they know that 80,000 is a lot. They don't know that 80 kilograms is a lot. Like,
I suppose, yeah.
Imagine using the metric system.
anyway, Koi was here. We should shout them out.
I don't.
Please shout out gay.
Because you're American?
Well, I do and don't. I'm British. We use.
Please shout out gay.
I'm not even gonna go into detail with what we use.
It doesn't like it. Never mind. Shoki's here. Hi, Shoki.
Yeah. But we use a mix.
We're doing the thingy. We're doing the thingy that you posted about. I actually bookmarked your post about this world, and we're doing it now. Yeah, we're backing it up. Hope you're good. Now we would shout it out, Koi. Oh, not you did, Killer. Okay, thank you. It's a great world. Yeah, dude, this is cool so far. I love it. Hope you had a good stream. Love you, Shoki. Hope you're good. Hi, everyone. It's me, B. It's me, B. I'm not Italian. I'm Swedish. Anyway.
You are clear to depart Astoria.
Hi, Vin. Hi, Siri.
Clear to depart.
Wells was here. Hi, Rodis. Whoa! Whoa! What the fuck? I don't like this! Help! Why is it doing this? I don't like when it moves me like around like this. Oh. That's crazy. Oh, we're upside down. We're literally upside down. Ah! Okay, we're getting right side up now at least. Okay, thank God. Nope.
It's probably a bad idea to eat food while doing
Oh, what? Do a barrel roll. Yeah, we did plenty. Hi, Silver Rose. Morning. Happy birthday on Saturday, but thank you. Appreciate it. You're cute.
You're gonna have to keep repeating that a lot, aren't you?
Yeah, apparently.
I want to be an American and pay out lots of money for health insurance. And
You can't be upside down in space since there is no up or down.
And go yeehaw, ride 'em cowboy.
What the hell? Yeehaw, ride 'em cowboy. Thank you, Shoki. It's not like you DM'd me past midnight last night or today's night, I guess. Dude, I don't know. I thought I made it like as clear as I could. You know, Friday is gonna be a countdown to my birthday. So then, wouldn't the logical thing be that my birthday is on Saturday? Whatever. Everyone hasn't seen the post about that, so not clear enough. That's why this is a birthday event. It's not my birthday. Trust me, on my birthday, on Saturday, the stream title is gonna be, "It's my birthday!" Look at the butt, and it's a lot of birthday. Well, too, yeah, I mean, maybe it's my butt's birthday today, it's my tit's birthday tomorrow, and then it's my actual birthday on Saturday. Also, speaking of tits and butts, fucking jiggly. You don't know, maybe I made my avatar on July 30th and July 31st. You don't know.
Hang tight. It's gonna get bumpy.
It's gonna get bumpy! It's gonna be a bumpy ride. My fucking ass and tits are already bumping. Guys, hold on. Just kidding, okay. That's too much.
Stomach suddenly ends up behind you. Don't worry. Perfectly normal.
Should we get heat shields or something with this?
Whee! Chalky, thank you.
Hercules, contact Irios approach on channel 12.
Switching to Irios approach. Good day, Astoria.
Oxygen levels confirmed. Pressure stable. Gravity at just over half of Earth standard. Funny thing is, for decades, all humanity had were numbers.
Numbers.
Signals. Spectral readings. Tiny shifts in light from a star over 5 light years away. And somehow, from all that, we knew there was something out here. They called her Irios, the Jade Crystal.
Okay.
First world beyond soul, where humanity looked
It's gonna be a
into the
bumpy
dark,
ride.
and the dark looked
Ooh!
back.
Oi! Oh, you're like your tails and everything just went flying. We definitely turned around.
Wondering what's out there. And you're about to step into
Oh! Flashbang?
To Arios.
It's a flashbang. Whoa! That's cool. What the fuck? I feel like I'm in an Avatar movie. Wow. There's creatures. Hey, Colonel. Whoa. Creature. There's 2 creatures in those seats as well. Did we just speed up?
It's a bit too tight for the ship, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I'm a creature. Water. Well, we are too big for this. Dinosaurs? What the fuck? Is that Power Planets? Yeah, it kind of feels like it. What is that? What the hell? Wow. Wow. Just wow. Net 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 net. Oh, sorry. Dude, it literally feels like Jurassic Park seeing those 2 like brachiosaurs there. Yo, disembark, are we ready?
Just imagining, like, they do move in herds.
Yep, they do move in herds. Well done. What do you mean, well done, Hercules? What about me, who were driving it? I don't know.
You're steering all the time.
Yeah, no, okay, fair enough. Oh, it's an airlock. What happens if I open this?
Well, nothing, because, well, there's air outside.
Yeah, so if I open the airlock, I get air.
Thanks for the ride. See you later.
See you later. See you later. Whoa. So we're in Jurassic Park now.
Port 4.
Port
4 handles most civilian arrivals from Astoria. Transit trams will take you to the Gateway hub, but it seems to be under maintenance right now.
Wait, how did that,
Yeah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What song did I do?
Let's take in that wonderful view.
Just
Jurassic World.
Is there a difference?
It is Jurassic related.
Okay, okay, because you did, yeah, it's that one. Isn't it? That's the Jurassic Park one. What the fuck did I do?
No, that's Jurassic World.
Is it?
Yeah, that's Jurassic World, the one you did. Yeah.
Is there a difference?
That's the original. Yes. That's what
Yeah, but no, wait, yeah.
There's even a freaking abridged version of it, like, holy fucking shit.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but that's what I mean. That's Jurassic Park. So I was doing another one.
Yeah, you were doing World.
Really? Is there a difference? I didn't know that. I didn't know.
One's like the whole planet.
Yeah, it's two. Yeah, it's both Jurassic Park, World, whatever.
Strange feeling, isn't it? Standing on a world you've never seen before.
You should definitely take a picture like that.
Part of you
Yes.
feels
Over
like
the-
you
the- the
finally found your way
falling.
home. In that case, perhaps it's more
Oh my
appropriate
god, do
for
it
me
now
to
because
say,
you got the fucking things as well.
welcome home.
Oh yeah.
That looks so cool.
Oh, that's cool indeed. Holy.
That does look fucking awesome. Oh shit, hi.
What the fuck? I hear it again. Do you hear it? Na 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 na. Hey devil. He's on Saturday, but thank you. I appreciate it. That's my couch. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's my god.
Yeah, it fucking clipped my leg.
Oof.
Dude, this is so fucking cool.
It is.
The adventure
Holy
will continue.
fucking shit. Is a
Shit, it's a dinosaur.
Vince did an amazing job with this world. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Can you come? Is like now that we've experienced it, do you know if we can come back here easily? Or do I have to take all the photos while we're here now?
In part 2 of the story.
Yes, it was.
It's okay. Ah! Ah! No! 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 Ah!
And we're gone.
Oh my god.
Holy fucking shit. It's a...
How about we take a commemorative picture together?
I have
Hey, Babs.
my tooth. It's very pissing me off. Oh
Take
my
a picture together? Wait, what? You can take a picture together? Where? Like next to him?
We've read you.
I mean, anywhere.
I'm
it
assuming so.
seems.
Toggle credit.
Wait, how do you... Wait, what? How?
Click on him.
Oh yeah, it turns off the credits. That's so fucking pretty though.
Got a surprise for me? Okay, it's not gonna like it. Oh shit, what do you what do you got, Babs?
No, I have my doors open, Fabs. I have my doors open. I'm not gonna...
There is so much more.
He doesn't hear it though. It makes no sense.
What?
I'm not gonna do that now. Oh fuck it. Okay.
Holy
We're in this-
fucking what? What's up?
You're gonna spam it now, Fabs, aren't you? Oh fuck it. Well,
I can hear
he's triggering me each time on another Discord with, "Can somebody give me a hiya?" In which case, I respond with,
Jesus Christ.
I mean that's a pretty good one.
Now I'm just gonna mute that. Now I'm just gonna mute that Discord.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
That
Like,
was actually pretty good. Jesus
we
Christ.
are very far away from origin point though, because holy fuck, we're vibrating.
Yeah.
And if I open up the menu, it's gonna be vibrating
Yeah,
like crazy. Yep. Oh my god, the buttons at the very bottom is like not even keeping intact.
I think that's also the reason why Vaps keeps spamming it every single day.
Hiyo! Hiyo! I can do. Can you like explore now?
Doors are open, so I'm probably gonna have another noise complaint.
Yeah, you can explore as well. Yo, what's up, dude?
I mean, it's still like early evening. I should be fine.
Oh, Jesus. Holy fucking shit. It's a dinosaur.
Dinosaur. I just realized that dinosaur's been stood there for a while.
It's eating.
Usually they tend to move.
It's eating. Holy fucking...
No. Just sit on the floor.
But the question is, can we come back here, or do you have to do the whole thing again to get back here?
I don't know.
You know, Shocky?
It didn't seem like there was. It didn't seem there was like a teleport option at the beginning, right?
Usually dinosaurs don't move as they are extinct. True.
Oh my god.
True.
That is true.
That is a big brain, Shocky. Big brain.
Yeah, but what about the ones that aren't
Oh my god, it's Unk Corp.
Oh my god,
That's me soon. I'm gonna be Unk in 2 days.
Discovery
Really?
Unk Corporation. Yeah.
Hey, hi. What do you do?
That means
Nothing.
I've been Unk for almost a year now. Fuck.
Forward port.
You guys are Unk. Damn.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, Unk? Think I'm gonna start calling K Unk.
No, Vaps, no.
Unk.
Not happening.
Unk K. I think you need to redo the entirety of it. What? But this is so beautiful. I want to take pictures here, like, on a daily basis. I don't want to go through all of that again. Holy fucking shit. It's a dinosaur. Hey, looking at us.
Never mind, you pissed it off.
Can we climb the dinosaur?
Yo, thank you for the 93 grabs. Unk the Ancient. Jesus Christ, that is just pouring salt into a wound.
Yes.
That would
I've never
explain why
even
there's a
this.
dinosaur there.
Oh my fuck.
Holy fuck. Yeah, these dinosaurs. Growing up, my dad used to drive these dinosaurs. I, only had the Raptors that I could ride to school.
Did he?
Because they were much smaller and easier to manage.
Did he perchance go,
Yep, and whenever he started up his car by like running it.
Yeah, makes sense. I think I saw pictures of that when I was still little. I mean,
holy fucking shit! It's a okay. But the thing is here, if I want to go to my camera thing and go multi-layer, oh, you can still see that when I do that. Okay.
That is nuts, though.
Bro, he literally moved his head as the fucking camera was taking a picture. No.
Stunning.
Okay, no.
I mean, it's a dinosaur. It's gonna do that.
You bitch. There's too much blue in the background now there.
What are you all about? Okay, because of the pose. Yeah, okay, I see.
No, I cancelled. You motherfucker.
It really hasn't. Maybe wait till after it moved.
What the fuck?
It's not like being in picture. Jesus.
I have to do the.
Oh, that might have been a pretty good one.
It's a freaking dinosaur.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway.
Dinosaur.
Holy fucking.
God damn it,
That's stuck in my head
I'm
now.
not getting that out of my head
Yeah,
now.
you did this. I didn't do it. You started singing it.
B, can we stop sharing the same fucking brain cell? Seriously.
Can you fall in?
Nope.
Nope, because I'm stuck in a wall.
We're bloody stuck.
I'm stuck in a wall. Jump scare!
I'm stuck now.
Whoa, lag spike. Luna Wolf has left your instance. Yeah! We lost Luna.
We lost another one, Chief.
Microsoft Defender summary. The fuck? Did we just get attacked by malware?
I have no clue.
Steam VR crashed.
Yet?
What the fuck?
Oof.
Okay. Why does it look like K got a P? I don't know.
Because of the pose.
Yeah, it's the pose. Well, that was cool. That was not an hour though. We started at 25 and it's only 20 past. Where Mega Bang at? It's there. No? Are you talking about it for bits? I can't add it. It's. I mean, I can add it, but I have to remove something. Pick something to remove then. And I have to do that manually as well. Like I have to like remove one. What? What do I remove then? It's like, did we?
There comes another plane.
Did we go like like straight? Like maybe there was more to explore in each section, and we just were like, nah. Manual? Yeah, I would have to go in and like take one off. Jesus. Hi, Marie. Thank you. There it is. Fuck. That was a mega bang. Holy fucking loud. My ears are bleeding. Thank you so much. Mwah.
Your eardrums got popped.
Do we want to go back to the backrooms world and see if we can figure that one out? Well, I just said back. You were not there yesterday, but...
I haven't been, but sure.
Recently visited. There's fishing as well. Marie doing so much bangs to be. Yeah, Marie loves banging me. Wait, what?
Oh.
Oh. Because I feel like I want to keep doing some like experience thingies, things. Yes, using all my points. All your points. Why would you use all your points? Swap it with Lethal Company one and keep the price. Ha 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 ha. Yes, 25 bits for you to mega bang. Now, if I put the mega bag in, it's gonna cost like 2k or something. I'm not gonna have you do that every fucking day. That's just
this is
too much.
Fox we're talking about.
Oh well, hold on.
He would.
I almost made it US East again. EU. EU.
I mean, the ping is okay, honestly.
EU. EU.
EU.
This was cool. Thank you, Shocker, for letting me see this. I'm gonna save it once we're in the other world. 1500 deal? What do you mean 1500 deal? That's like nothing. Just kidding. That is quite a lot. But it's also the mega bang, bro. Like the mega bang is mega bang. It's like banging loud. Like it's loud, you know? Luna Wolf would like to join you. Right. You're an orange. I just moved world, bro. Calm down. I just freaking swapped world, Luna. Calm the fuck down. Okay. I don't know. Give me a counter offer. The Mega Bang costs 20,000 channel points. If you do a bit donation, you get 500 channel points. That is 1/50th of a Mega Bang? Wait, no. No, it's 1/40th.
It's 20k and you get 500, so...
Yeah, so it's...
For 40k? No, not 40k.
20k.
What am I on about?
It's 20k. So... It would... I don't know. Something... I don't know. I feel like if I add the Mega Bang to UVAP there, it's just me being like, yeah, watch this fucker spend all his money on me. Like I feel like you're craving that Mega Bang so much that I'm gonna add it. You're just gonna spend all your money on me, and I feel like, I mean, that's not per se bad, but it's also like, what?
He would, and the conversion would actually be like 400 bits then, I guess, or what is it?
Bit donation only counts once a month and not sound redeems only for cheers. Ooh. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, do you? I feel like the Mega Bang is like that. It's almost too much to begin with, but people really wanted me to add it, so I did. And I feel like if I want it for bits, it's gonna have to be worth it for me to, you know, have it. Fuck, I forgot to change my size before we got here. It was the same thing yesterday. We're like too short for it. But you can't change it. It's like maxed out. Money well spent. Yeah, but I don't know. It's hard to grind for it when you have random scare for only 350. Yeah, but that's the thing. I had Subathon last year, right? Where that one was unlocked. Like people already spent money for that, which then makes it, you know, you wanting to spend more money for me to add more stuff. I don't know. I just feel like I'm a sellout. Like I'm just doing everything for money. I mean, I understand you wanting it. I just feel like I'm. I don't know. Hey. Anyway.
Is it being a sellout though if people just want to give you the money? I mean,
but I'm
it's
also...
not like you're asking them to do it. It's like
No, but that's the thing now. He's asking me like 3 times now to add it. So now I feel like if I add it, I'm like, oh yeah, I want that money.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Krabs, I guess.
Money.
Money.
Hey, Good Rainer.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Late? How are you late?
The fuck you mean late?
It's early. I usually start half an hour ago on my normal days, which is not even a Thursday, which is today. But anyway, thank you for the bits. You have to say be doof.
I was here late.
My foot has drifted. Also, have I been in Lockhead this entire time? I've been in Lockhead, haven't I? Yeah.
Could be. Probably.
Bro, what is this drift? Like my feet are next to each other. Recalibrate, I guess. Woo!
Your feet be drifting.
Flip is VIP only. True. That means you have to save up, perhaps. Also, it has drifted because they were not next to each other. The balls either calibrating, so.
I was about to say you were also very fucking right.
Yeah, I'm about to change. Ah, what the fuck? That's what both happened. That's never gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. No, it's gonna happen. You'll get it. You'll get it. The thing is, okay. Oh, fuck's sake, you're killing me. Do it. I don't even have sound alerts open. I have everything else. Log in with Twitch.
Perhaps just start saving up for once.
Library.
Jesus.
No, my alerts. Lethal Company horn. Ah. No, not now. We'll do it later. We'll do it later. We're gonna explore this first. You're streaming, you silly goose. Don't do it now. Well, I'm gonna forget. I'm literally gonna forget later. Like 100%.
Well, he'll give you a reminder probably.
No, because he said it on Tuesday, he said it on Wednesday, he said it now, and I still haven't done it.
Right, looks like it's time for plan B.
Oh, right. There's a plan B, is there? It's just plan A was so brilliantly devised. I wouldn't thought we need a plan B. I'm gonna remind you tomorrow that you forgot to do it. Thanks.
Oh,
thanks.
I only just got that right. Wow.
Plan B? Or what?
Yeah, that thing from In Betweeners, the British TV show. I don't know how the fuck I not got that reference.
I don't know. It's just that I'm plan B.
I know I heard it somewhere, but I just can't remember what show it was
In
from.
Betweeners.
Very dark in here. It's alone in here. We did not go this way last time. Well, it was yesterday. It's here! It's here!
Oh, I've been here.
Yeah, I've been here too. There's a chair up there. Yeah!
I went up there as well. The random spawn thing put me up there.
I lurk for a bit, I'll be back later. Okay, Vabs. Thank you, though. Can you go here? Whoa.
I remember there was an area that I was in that had like, it was kind of dark and it had like crumpled wallpaper instead of just normal yellow one. And it had some sound down the corridor and I didn't go down it. But I can't remember where that was. It was in the random spawn thing.
The thing is, I want to avoid going down any hole as much as possible, okay? I want us to stick together. Because we tried holes yesterday and we just ended up in random fucking spots.
Oh.
I think we can, yeah, I think we can beat it without going down a hole. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, oh wait.
You tried holes, you say? Yes. Wait, there was something in here, right? But didn't it just end up with a hole? There was something here this way. Because you go in the wall over here somewhere. Wasn't it here? No, maybe this wasn't it.
I think this was the area that...
This is just where we were. That's just where that fucking the 3 holes are, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck?
So we just went in a big circle. Happy anniversary of floating about an epileptic rock and a ellipsoidal rock known as the Earth around the shiny hot disc ball. Thank you, Blask. Really appreciate it. It's on Saturday though, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I love you. You're great.
Hang on, an epileptic rock?
No, it's no, it's a different one. Nice shout out for Blask as well.
Wow. Elliptic rock.
Elliptic.
Elliptic. Oh, elliptic rock.
Epileptic.
Okay.
It's just me having dyslexic. Bro loves me. I mean, I love all my friends. You know, it's like a Whoa! Why are you getting so fucking the ceiling?
Yeah, it's.
Wee! Is this a hole? Oh no! Is this a hole? No, it's just dark.
I guess it technically is.
I mean, it's just dark.
Turn your brightness on. We might be able to see.
No, I don't see anything. Oh, there's a wall here. You can't go there.
Oh, hello.
There's a wall there.
Fake door.
Hello, goodbye.
It's so dark. I can't see shit.
That's where we came from.
Wall. Bro, is this it? Oh, what is this?
I think so.
There's an axe.
Wait,
Wall.
Wait up. Never mind.
Wall.
I thought that could be it.
So it's just nothing.
There's a wheelbarrow.
Wheelbarrow?
Yeah, there is. Right over
It's
here.
a wheel.
Oh, you mean what we say in Swedish? Swedish? Wheelbarrow?
What the fuck is this thing?
It's an
That's
axe.
a wheelbarrow. It's a massive one.
Oh, it's a bigger wheelbarrow. Wait, here. No.
Big wheelbarrow.
Wheelbarrow. I don't see anything. I don't think we can go anywhere here.
Bow.
Ellipsoidal. What?
Ellipsoidal.
Ellipsoidal. Me? Or what? Because I'm not pressing fully forward on the stick. Because I don't want to get scared.
I have speed.
What the fuck? Nuh-uh. No, but it's like one of those things where friends, you know, you appreciate your friends and you love them and stuff. Dork fucks.
Like platonic.
Ellipsoidal. Oh, that's a dead end. I'm reading. I'm not looking. Hi B, no fishing tonight? No, I will fish at some point. We're doing back rooms right now, trying to find an exit. Can you find an exit for me? Because I can't. We're going this way. Nope. Luna, here. Jesus Christ. Did Luna just go off on their own? For fuck's sake.
Ah, okay.
Keep it together.
That way and there's a corridor down there.
Yeah, but we'll have to check all of them anyway. Thank you. No, just kidding. Fishing. Yep, we'll do fishing later. Just awesome dork. That looks sus. But forward does look sus as well.
It all looks sus.
There's a hole in the ceiling.
Yep.
Oh. Interesting. Well, that's a dead end. Okay. Can we
Getting
escape?
dark again.
There's something in there. What is this? Have we been here?
Oh, I think this is the.
I think
this
we're
might
going
be
back.
the area.
I think we're going backwards.
This does look familiar.
Maybe. Is this not like to the start? Like, is this still just gonna be the spawn? This looks very much like the spawn room. Yeah, I hear it. I hear the. Whoom. Yeah, we're at spawn.
Yeah. Do we go down that corridor?
Let's go. Yeah, let's go down the corridor. The figure. Time to eat concrete and leave marks in places you already saw.
If I can remember where it was.
Concrete. Where were we?
It was a different wallpaper as well. It was really thin and yeah.
Thin.
It was a thin.
Where did we come from? Here?
Where did we come from? Where did we go?
Where did you come from? Yeah. Oh! Gibi! Thank you for the BTs. I love you. So we could go down here too. This
is where they're both dead ends.
might connect to where you went, but no, it didn't. Gibi, share the BTs. That's a dead end. I'm bald, that's a dead end. Bald rail fan. Bald. Bald. Yes, bald. Okay, so it's that way, right?
Well, I know it was. Yeah. Yeah.
I want it.
Yeah, it's here. There's this corridor.
Oh, different wallpaper.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, different.
Oh, this is here.
This is going.
Oh wait, we were like a place like this.
I've never been here.
But we went through a hole in the wall to get here.
Is that the hole?
No. Yeah, we definitely were here.
What's this red thing? Oh, okay, it's just a light. Jesus.
It is a dead end there too.
No,
So, because there was only a hole. There was, yeah, no, here it is. Yeah, you go through here, and then there's a hole in the wall. Yeah, and then the only way to progress, I think, was going down a hole. And that's kind of all we did. Mwah. Yeah, like this is a dead end, and you have to go down a hole. Maybe? Wait. Oh. Bro, can't go in there.
That doesn't. Nope.
Fucker.
Bless you.
Thank you. So we're gonna end up randomly here now,
You
though.
with a capital B.
We're gonna end up randomly here now, though.
One way to find out.
Yeah, like we're gonna end separates. Woo! Oh, I'm with Cool Trainer at least. Oh, we're up here. Nice. And that's where that is. Great. Yeah, no, didn't watch the Backrooms movie. I do want to see it though. Did you see it, Gibi? I want to see it. Gibi is cute grass. Oh, here's the hole. This is the hole that we saw earlier. Is that the only way down? Okay, I guess. Whoa. So, I mean, this is still going back to the start. I don't know where I'm going. We need to, yeah, watch the movie. What the hell? So you know how to get out? Help me, come and get out. Fuck! I'm just going in a circle now. Or grab grass. This is scary. Wow, Jesus Christ, Cool Trainer, you scared me.
Sorry.
Nah, you're fine. It's not you. It was just that it was timing running around the corner. So yeah, now we're going back to the start. I don't know where to like... Where do we go? Not tonight, Joe. This is back to the start. Wham. Wham. You have to delete the big tall guy. Okay. The string monster kind of thing of a thing. But how do I delete something that I can't even find? Wham. Wham. So this is back to the spawn. Anyone? Kay? Luna? Yeah, the spawn is 2. Yeah, there's Kay. There you go.
Hi.
Hi. We ran all the way back to spawn.
Yeah, I came from that side, apparently, so... I don't know.
You'll have to delete the tall guy. How do I delete the tall guy? Cheers. Is there no like, not a checkpoint system or anything in this game? Goddamn. The holes with the car. Oh, I think I know how to get back there. It was like you follow the line, right? Wherever the line was. Was it here? Where was the line again? Oh, there. Okay. Defeat, not delete. You have to delete. Okay. Defeat, yes. It looks like delete from here. Like the F looks like an L and it's ETE. Yeah, but I was down the dark bit with the pillars. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Luna. No idea what that is. Dark bit with the pillars. What? Are you gonna... Okay, still with us? Yeah, okay. Because I want to make sure that I see where we go. Oh, there's Luna.
Luna.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, this is what I mean.
Are these the dark pillars?
I'll show you. I'll show you, because I know where it is. I think this is this way. It's on the way towards the thing.
You are so good at describing. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was spawned like way down there somewhere.
In the dark?
Yeah, because the pillars, eventually you end up in a different area. Like the wallpaper turns white, and then it's got like a black lining.
Okay.
Or skirting board.
I mean, we haven't been down there before.
Very dark.
Yeah, but the thing is, I can see there is something. Like I can see there is like some rendering issues.
There is stuff down there. I just found light and headed towards it, and found I ended up here.
You went into the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
So.
Because I noticed it was familiar.
So you're you're in like life and death situation. You're just gonna go towards the light. Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god.
Weak.
I mean, no.
Weak.
I just.
I'm kidding. Whenever I see these like whenever I see these wallpapers and stuff, it's like I'm thinking of Mecha Chameleon now. But the thing is, there was just a dead end if we kept going this way, right? That's why we started going down the holes.
I went that way. I went this way as well.
But we did find one hole that was connected. What do you want to call it?
Why are these here?
It was like it was not randomized, it was consistent. Like we jump down that hole, we end up there. So this might be like not randomized, this might be like actually you pick a hole and you will end up there. Maybe.
You mean the one where it ended up in the street? Or
yeah,
near the street?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, because this was just a dead end here, right? With a hole.
I've been down here.
Yeah, it was just a dead end. Yeah, there was nothing here. Except a hole. And a paint can, because they painted the wall gray. Luna, very cute indeed.
Huh?
What? Because this is where you can end up as well, I think. No? No, right, that was the freaking
No, that's a different.
That's the radioactive room.
Yeah, I'm really confused by this room.
Yeah, still dead end though. So yeah. Do we try the big? Do we try it? Because we went down this one, and that led to the street, right?
Yeah.
So do we go down like a big one, or do we pick? Because this one looks big.
Go down the big one.
Let's go down the big one. Ah. It was randomized. I'm alone again. God fucking damn it! And I'm here as well. This is stupid. Are you just supposed to get like randomized into the correct spot? I feel like that's like such a. Hi, Luna. I feel like getting sent to a random spot is like ass. Yeah, I'm not gonna randomize again then since Luna is here. Hi, Luna. I'm coming back up. With Abby and one more forgot. Second person? Oh. Did you beat it though? Did you find your way out? Because I like how it's made in terms of you actually can like kind of memorize where you've been and stuff, but it's also kind of ass how I don't know if I'm making any progress. This is just heading back now again. But I need to meet up with Luna. Hey, cool trainer. I heard Luna as well somewhere. Luna was over here somewhere. Luna. Luna. Okay. Luna. Okay. Luna. So now we're back here with the hole. Which then that leads down that way. This is just a dead end though. No, yeah, we have to just go back. It all just circles around. That's why I don't know how we're supposed to progress. We just end up in random fucking places. Hello? I heard someone. Oh, is that you, cool trainer? Oh. Yeah, see, I heard him.
I just got distracted because I thought you were not here.
There's Kay. I thought I heard someone. Oh well.
I was spawned near the room where you have the pile of garbage, I guess, in the middle.
What the fuck? I haven't seen any garbage in the middle.
Yeah, well, or the defeated tall guy. I don't know what it's supposed to mean, but
oh,
it looked a bit like an amphitheater kind of thing.
Oh, that thing. Okay, yeah, I've been there. So this is just back to the beginning again. Yep, I hear the spawn. I hear the spawn.
Yeah. That shit is fucking
At least
weird.
the thing is like at least you start to remember certain areas and you can kind of like map it out. But why is the fucking holes like just randomized where you end up? Like, because now it's like, oh, not that hole. I don't know. Do you just have to find the correct hole?
Probably to throw you off, I guess.
Maybe. The fuck was that? Was that in the game or outside? I heard just like.
No, I heard it too, and it was not outside.
Is it you, Moon? Did you do sounds? Oh, there's Moon.
I don't see it.
Oh, they're over there. So that's the spawn. Is there anything in this corner up here?
Yep.
No.
Doesn't look like it.
So
Just
what
a
if
little
we?
hallway.
Yeah. So what if we map this start spawn like the spawn area here? Hi, monkey. Nice ball. Thank you, monkey. Yours is pretty good too. Let me feel. Feels good. There's no cancer or anything in there. Hope you're good, monkey. Okay. So nothing in this very top corner of the spawn except you end up. That's where. What do you want to call it? The triple hole. We're gonna call that the triple hole where you can exit. That where moon flow by. Also, Ko asking when did you want to do stuff? Yo, if they just want to play games at any point, I can join in at like, I don't know, 3 hours, 4 hours. I don't see you. I see you flying by, Moon, every single time. The thing is, I've just said, like, if they're gonna be playing stuff, then I might go back to desktop. Okay, so here's the line stuff. That's going in there. And I said, like, if they're playing, I might go back to desktop, right? So we can play Super Golf and stuff. And it's not maybe Super Golf just, but, you know, play whatever they're up to. Hey, Kaiju. Thank you. It's on Saturday, though, but I appreciate it. Bald. Oh, there's Luna.
Bald! Hey!
Bald. Okay.
I noticed you were down the corridor, and I was trying to, like, get over to you before you turned the corner.
Yes, it's 35 hours because I turned 35 on Saturday. We have countdown tomorrow, and then Saturday is all just...
I had to fly so I could, like, go faster.
Don't worry, Kaiju, you're not the only one. Most people. Apparently I'm not clear enough. I don't know.
I passed it, but I saw no one.
Yeah, so this is spawn. So there is only 2 ways out of this room. Because this is spawn, right there.
Yes.
Yep.
So there is only going through the line or going through to the triple hole. Okay. So we go back to the triple, not the triple hole. Then we go back through the line so we get to the holes again and we try a different hole. Because we're gonna have to...
Sounds like...
Because that one hole was consistent. That always went to the same place. So I feel like if there's another hole that takes us somewhere else, that might be the solution to it.
Fair.
Damn, so many
You're gonna really put the BI3 in Boomer? No, I did that when I turned 30 in 2021. That's when I had my I3 Umer subathon, because the 30 as 30 was literally the start to Boomer. So it was I30 Umer. Yeah. So I already was a boomer. I already was a boomer.
I saw the ladder and you immediately where you guys went, so I decided to fly towards it.
Okay.
So here is like a bit of a free for all. I actually don't know if there's more than one exit here from this space. Does anyone else know? I don't think there's more than one. Because we always kept ending up going around there and coming out this way. Now I know it's more a direct path to just go right there. Did we ever go down there?
Don't bother.
There's nothing down that way.
That thing I do remember.
So we just write that off. And then it's a dark area where you ended up, and you say it's nothing.
Yeah, the wallpaper, and I don't know whether there's nothing down there because I didn't explore.
We'll go
it
with
before
holes
lightning.
first. If holes don't lead anywhere, we're gonna end up exploring that.
Fair enough.
Like, the thing is, I would be pissed if there's actually no way to beat this, because in the like the description for the world, I think it says like, can you escape it or something like that? What did it say? Will you be able to navigate strange maze and like rooms and make it back alive? Question mark. All right, so we did the big hole there. We know that hole goes somewhere. I think that one is a random because we also tried that one yesterday.
The big hole's also random.
So these two haven't been tried yet.
I'm going down this one.
Oh, I haven't even.
Well, I need at least one person, you know, to see.
Yeah, I'll join you.
What the fuck?
What? Okay.
Yeah, it was random, but we're in a dark spot. This is the dark area. This is 100% the dark area. What the fuck? This is very dark. Whoa. I'm just gonna keep going straight. Oh, I found a door. Oh.
Dead end.
Dead end. Nothing. What the fuck? Wherever I turned up, I heard voices. Oh. Oh, welcome back, buddy. I need to hydrate. I'll do that once we get out of somewhere where we are a bit more quote-unquote aware of where we are.
No
There
idea.
is some trash and stuff. Boxes. There's a light fixture there that was not lighting up. What the hell? Is this where Luna was? Is this actually in the dark area? Seems like it.
Yeah.
Should we just hug a wall and go along with it? Dead end. I'm just gonna hug this right wall.
That's not it.
There's
Why is
lights.
it dead end?
Lights straight ahead looks like. But I'm just gonna keep walking with the wall. Walking with the wall. Ow, that's a ball. Walking with the wall. Walking with the wall. Oh, that's the fucking room we went into already. Walking with the wall.
Hold on.
Dude, it's so fucking dark. I'm not scared. You're scared. Yeah, that's the trash we all went here. Keep hugging right though. I'm gonna keep hugging right. Eventually you will find your way out of a maze if you just keep hugging right.
This way.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Here's light. Yay! That is one big area though. It wouldn't surprise me if there's actually somewhere to go in there. Mr. Shocky. You could say you're walking here. Walking. It's just 10k steps? Hell yeah. Here's though. I'm gonna have a drink. Ah, I love cola. Okay, well, we can go and check out another hole then, because we all know that we ended up in different places. Well, what you and I could do, Cool Trainer, we can try next one, because then if we don't end up in the same place, we know that that one is also randomized, and we'll just come back here again. Wish to Shocky, yes. Alright. So, we went into the left one. Did you go into the left one there too? Did you do this one?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, let's do this one then. Both of us. Whoa! That's the same spot. We're in the same spot. Maybe that was just pure luck, but maybe not.
Right. Okay.
Let's see. What is this spot here? Oh wait, that's the hole. That's the wheelbarrow hole we just got out of. That just leads nowhere. Exploring holes together? Yeah. Yeah, Chucky. I love exploring me some holes. Which hole are we exploring? The back ones. Get it? Because it's back rooms. What? Right. Getting out of here. How do we get out of here? Where was that?
I
don't remember. Left, right. You pick one.
Right.
As I started walking left, you pick right. Wait. Wait, isn't this going to the 3 holes? This is bright as fuck, Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is going to the amphitheater in the 3 holes, isn't it? Just gonna wait here and hope someone joins me. Are you at the holes? Yeah, this is the amphitheater, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. Bro. See? You're starting to fucking figure this place out. We've been here so much now. It's fucking... Ugh. So down there is that hole thingamajig, yep. We're gonna have to go here. And then straight ahead, I think it is. Because then we will see... opening out to the beginning. Somewhere here. Maybe not. Where are we? This is it, bro, no? Isn't it? Or is this a dead end? We went with Luna's other option over there. Bro, I hate this. I hate this. I know where we are, but I don't know how this connects to the other stuff. I hate this. That's a dead end, no? That was a dead end in here. Yeah. God, see, it keeps nixing it for 1 minute, it comes back. What the hell? Back at the holes again. I'm trying to get my... Oh, okay, here we go. Now we're back in the first room. Or not the first room. Maybe this is connected to the other part. No, this is gonna go to the first room. Yeah. Then we need to go... Where was this again? We need to go like basically opposite to this. We're almost back to the holes again. We should maybe just respawn. There's this fucking ladder. Yep, that's spawn. But then the line is over here somewhere. Yep, here's the hole. Wait, no, maybe not. Is it the other way? No, it should be over there. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, wait. Oh, there's this massive island in the middle here. I thought they're all like were like you can see through them. No, you can't. Okay. But yeah, going to the holes this way. So my company is making us a mandatory AI introduction and ethical training or whatever. The first video is literally describing how AI agents can do what I do, but better and faster. That's not nice. Now they're saying that you should use the AI to seem like you're a human that does the work faster. Is that what's gonna happen? I went the wrong way. We went too far. There we go. You sure love your holes, B. All the holes. Luna. Hi, Luna.
Hi.
So we ended up in there at one point.
Yeah.
Luna. Hey, Crewley. The buzz of the ceiling lights is eerie. It is. And I also have my AC on. So I have even more like white noise going on. Hi Mika Stardust. What are we talking about? So we did those 2 holes. We've done those 2 holes. We've done the big one. Pick which small one. There's a lot of small ones. Start from the right. Let's go. Fuck, I'm in the dark.
Okay.
Why do we always end up in the same spot? Where's Luna? What the hell? God damn it.
She was with us for a second. I thought she was with us.
Bless you. Yes, I don't know. Hi Mika. How are we good? I don't fucking know. How do we escape this now? Do we just respawn? We need to speed this up.
Sorry.
Do we just respawn and start because we know where we're going from the spawn?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do
respawn.
Stupid. Yeah, the back rooms holes obviously are dark. Doing good, are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It's just this world is kind of confusing me. Confusing the fuck out of me. I really hope there is some kind of way where we can. What do you want to call it? Actually beat this. Because if you can't, man, did we waste a lot of time yesterday and today? Am I alone? Cool trainer? Did I lose them? Or did they take a shortcut? Chalky, you're lovely. Koi joined. Holes. 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 Oh. I'm gonna take a detour this way. Because I haven't fully checked if there's anything here. This is just gonna be right here to the left in this next room. Yeah. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Like, it's kind of crazy that we're slowly but surely mapping this place out, but it's also stupid. Balls. It's stupid. That makes no sense. Holes and balls?
I spawned literally around the corner.
Damn. Yeah, we went into the dark place and just respawned. Didn't want to go out of there. But I lost Cool Trainer somewhere. They were with me in spawn. I don't know what happened. Oh, they were saying hi to Mika. Oh. Yeah, do I have Mika added to my shoutout? I don't even know. Let me see. Action. Action. M. No, I do not. Maybe I should add them. What the hell? Hi, Glassy. Alright, Luna, next hole. Explore the hole with me. Bro, I'm here. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm at the 3 hole. How are you doing? I'm doing good, Glassy. How are you? But it's not that one. I'm just gonna respawn. Dude, it's so fucking far to run. Do we cheat this and like dash? Hey, that's cool, trainer. Hey, I'm here, cool trainer. Woo!
Oh. Yeah, I know. I saw Mika was on your chat.
Yeah.
I just said it to her.
Yeah, you're good. Is your birthday today? Saturday. I like how G and Mika has been the one to ask first. It's on Saturday, it's my birthday, but I'm doing a 35-hour stream event because I'm turning 35, so I'm doing 12 hours today, 12 hours tomorrow, 11 hours on my birthday. Just Koi passed me, went straight to the voices. What the hell? What the hell? Are you like on a street, K? Could do better. Second half of the title said it. Nailed it. Gonna join B on Friday night and have drink for B's cake day. Yeah, I mean I'm streaming until 1 AM Saturday morning, quote unquote. So it will be my birthday before stream ends tomorrow. We're doing like a countdown for my birthday tomorrow. And we're gonna have an instance together with Needs because it's also her birthday tomorrow, Earl, on Saturday. So we're both gonna be in the same instance with our friends and community and stuff. Hi, Luna. It's a street in the red. Yeah, we've been there, okay. We've been
I don't
there.
know how I didn't
It's
put
a.
myself down.
If you keep going down that street, you get to a house that you can enter. You will get to a point where you can't progress more in that house because it's the fucking monster there. The monster's gonna start chasing you and kill you. And then once you can enter that place, all you have is a hole that you can fall down into. And guess what's happened when you fall down that hole? You end up randomly somewhere. So it
I think they're
literally.
all random.
Yeah, I think so too. The thing is, no, that one is like, we always went down that one and we ended up in the same place every time.
Yeah, but then it ends up to a random hole.
So why not just say that
Do
to
the
start
other
with?
way.
What do you mean to say that start with? Where? What should I say first then? Because I feel like I added as much information as I could. Were you saying people are saying, are you saying people don't read past the first line? Yeah, it's birthday stream event, day 1 out of 3, 35 hours in 3 days. B-day and party on Saturday.
Yeah.
How is that not?
Should
Should I just go birthday on Saturday? Don't fucking say happy birthday. Like, I mean, I put it all in the title. I try to be. Yeah.
Eat the title.
Anyway, we need to do this as well. Because I don't have you added to the verbal shout.
Black light.
People don't read past. Saw the stream date, that's all. Who the hell is gonna read that much? So I mean, it's yeah, I don't know. Well, the thing is, the whole title I made for like, oh my god, it's happening. What's happening? Birthday stream event, day 1 out of 3. Like I'm kind of like led into the thingy. It's like, oh my god, it's happening. What is happening? And then you can keep reading. Anyway, we did 2 or 3. Did we do 2 or 3? We did 3. So is this one something? I mean, did K stay behind? Did you guys further into the tunnel? Okay, I'm just gonna go to K because this one will lead to where K is, 100%. Trust me.
Yeah.
See,
Okay.
Koi is even here. Hi, Koi.
Oh, hey,
Koi. Mwah, mwah, mwah. You sexy bitch.
Do Avatar again? God damn.
Is this what you had in mind, show? Jeez, nice. It's like an upgraded version of your older one, right? Horny bold of you to assume people have that much of attention span. Well, to me, there's nothing more embarrassing than saying happy birthday to someone when it's not their birthday. Trust me, I did it to who was that again? Was it Chucky that I said the wrong day to? And Chucky did the same thing back to me, so it's fine. I mean, maybe it wasn't Chucky. Might be the oh my god, it's happening sounded too clickbait when brains disconnected. Maybe. Your notice of the channel list only shows oh my god, it's happening. Birthday stream event day. Oh, happy birthday! Thanks, guys. Thanks. Anyway, okay, we're here. See, this is what I'm talking about. That one hole consistently always goes here, for whatever reason. So is this where we actually beat it, or what? Like, I don't get it.
Either you need to beat the monster, or I mean, it does look a bit like you can go further into that tunnle.
The thing is, also, by the way, with that birthday thing, that people are saying happy birthday before my birthday, right? So they don't actually miss it. It's worse when you miss a birthday and you're like, oh, happy belated birthday, you know? So you can't go anywhere here.
I never went.
I don't know.
I'm just gonna keep looking backwards so I actually see if I progress somewhere. Oh, there was a yield sign. Oh, I hear a guy screaming.
Light at the end of the...
No,
Oh, no,
it's a dead end. It's a dead end.
Okay.
The shit out of me. Oh.
Random scare.
Progressively get closer and then just.
So how? I don't mind people missing and wishing me a few days later. So he's screaming in there now. So this is the event thingamajig. He's gonna start chasing us.
I think this is the whole thing of can you make it out alive? Because he killed you. He's the only thing that can kill you.
Oh, really?
I'm assuming so.
Yeah, so he's there. So should I just start running now?
Yeah, just start running.
I'm just gonna start running. Ooh!
He's coming.
But there's no way. I don't think there's any way to actually go once you're like once you get back to the freaking room here.
Well, is it coming out or not?
I mean, you can hear it. I don't see him. Oh no, he's back there. No, he's definitely back there. He's definitely back there. So where do you go? Cut the night, Joe. I don't think you can go anywhere here. These are all the dead end.
He's not there for me anymore, so I think he had to get through the tunnel and
he disappeared now. Yeah. In Germany, it's bad sign of unluck. It's a bad sign of unluck to wish birthday beforehand. But good thing B is not German. Yes. Well,
Is it gone?
I mean, I don't hear him anymore. There's still music, but he's not screaming.
Yeah. I'm lagging slightly. What the fuck?
Oh.
He's not even outside though, so.
Yeah, no, I think.
Can he even get outside?
I don't know.
Did we run away too early?
No. The thing is, we're gonna be able to open up. Maybe we die.
I'm still hearing the face though. This is where we turn a corner and he's there, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Who knows? Birthday's on Saturday, but jumped on the train because funny. True. Could have been that.
Oh, that is so bright. Holy shit.
So should I just say it's not my birthday on the title tomorrow? It's like, it's not my birthday. We're counting down to my birthday. That's gonna be my title tomorrow. Why everyone call you B when your name is clearly I3? Wow. That's crazy.
I3 or
Yeah, that's the only hole.
Don't say that.
It is a random hole. Fuck you, bitch. Make your title longer, clearly solves it. What do you what do you want from? Should I just get rid of the event thing and everything so people don't even know that it's a special event going on? Anyway, it's random. Bro, are you serious? Bro. Wait, you're somewhere new? That's crazy. Hi, Moon. I went back to the exact same spot we're trying to get away from.
Oh, the thing is gone.
Just like people on Twitter saying, I'm not hacked, getting a bunch of people saying contact at some random user. They helped me get my account back in. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna wait. Are you in like a super dark place, Koi? Birthday on Saturday. Event soon. What do you mean event soon? The event is going on right now. We're doing it now. We're doing 12 hours right now. I'm only usually streaming 5. Life is short. Rage spade B. Yeah, the dark area, we can get to that by hand. We don't need to drop down to randomness for that. Randomness. Bro, I'm here now. So complicated? I don't fucking know. Why is it so complicated? I'm turning 35, so I'm doing 35 hours over 3 days. And my birthday is on Saturday. I could have done Sunday as well, but I don't want to do stream Sunday. The 12 hours, damn, ignore recent Factorio streams time. Yeah, well, that's more bro. Fuck this goddamn randomness. I swear to God. Oh. I should have made I should make a pin post or like a pin comment in the chat being like birthday is on Saturday. Did I do that? It sounds very stupid though. Randomness sounds like Fish World? Nah. Kinda. Nah, it's just I feel awkward about it. It's like I hate being that person to be like, thank you. But actually. But you motherfucker, I hate... Dude, out of 3 out of 4 times, it's put me down the same fucking hole.
How the fuck?
But hey, if there is any type of, you know, confusion, you ask. G and Mika did. Can I please not get the same fucking place again now? I want to go to the dark area. I should just, I'm gonna just respawn if I don't get the dark area. I got the amphitheater. Ah. I'm back here. Oh, hi, cool trainer. Hi, cool trainer. Can we even beat this? I'm starting to doubt it. I might just put on... Oh, okay. I might put on my dash and just try to speed run. Can I do this? Yeah, you can. What's up?
What the hell?
Hey, it's the dash. Yeah, do you have Goku Loco?
Yeah.
In the flying menu, there's a dash. Putting it to
menu dash.
putting it like 20%. When you jump now, you like move fast forward. Like we have to run forward as well. There you go. There you go.
Okay.
Wow. Speeding things up a bit. It's not cheating, it just speeds up the time they would have taken anyway. Hello.
Hi, there's B.
Hi.
Oh.
Yeah, so the dark area is just in there. Yeah, exactly. Yes. So, I don't think you can beat this.
Oh,
legit. I don't think there's an end to it.
Hi. Or that was the end, what we just had.
Maybe.
But it's weird that it's not. Shall we just Google this? I don't know.
I mean, it just came out. Like, you don't even think you can Google anything.
Fair.
Never mind, it was published in 2022. What?
So it's been out for 3 years. 4. I don't know. 3.
So basically, so basically.
It was updated. It was updated in May. What? Okay, it's maybe.
What exactly did they update?
Portal to an unknown dimension. Will you be able to navigate the strange maze-like rooms and make it back alive? Will you?
Will you?
Oh, hi.
Wait, are we doing this? Are we doing a Spider-Man meme? Is that what we're doing? Come on. Webcam checking. Ah.
No, we all need to point at Koi.
Why Koi? What did Koi do?
Wow.
I don't know. Should we give up?
I'd say yeah, they all seem to go be random things, because I'm assuming it's just navigate through the maze, which we have done, and survive, because the only thing that can kill us is the guy that you get chased by.
I guess.
All in favor of giving up?
Bah.
Motherfucker.
I don't know. Should we respawn then in case? Because Cool Trainer was at the start.
Okay.
Respawn. Oh no, Cool Trainer's not here. No. Burp. Maybe they're in the room.
Where are we going? What are we doing?
Oh, there they are. Hi, Cool Trainer.
Hello.
What do we want to do now, though?
And anything but this.
You guess, sir?
Same. Hell yeah.
Sure. That sounds good.
Cool.
And Koi is like, no, hell no. I like it though. I like your Avi, Koi. I didn't say it, but I like the callback to your old one, the Yun and stuff. It's good. Good. Wait, what was this? Geolocation globe. Ugh.
Globe.
No.
Hey, Colin.
You have to put it on a globe. Only favor B calling B a wow.
Squish.
Friends
B
plus.
already is that killer, so we don't need to
No, no, I'm not. No.
I vote in favor.
Doll one, do you have an idea how little that narrows that down? True, that's true actually. Hey, but we have music back now. We're also gonna go. Hi, Raz. Raz. Boo. Who got? Who got?
Okay, somebody decided that the 30th of July is now New Year's, apparently.
Koi got it. How did Koi get it? 15 rounds. Oh, yeah, thank you. We go rest time 20. Should we do 90 seconds? My border is swinging. Yeah, good. All right, hold. This is gonna be behind me, I think.
What did I do?
No, it's not.
Oh wait, I need to turn around so I don't hit something.
Don't look at me. We do this. Hi. Then we do this.
I want to
Then
know
we
what
go
it is like being in VR again. I haven't been
like
on
this.
in a while.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I mean, I've had it this whole time. It's just that I haven't.
It's a bad idea
managed
for
to
me
get
to be
fucking
eating the
strap,
Skittles again.
And
What?
when I'm getting
Why?
the strap, I end up 0.
Why not? They're tasty.
Hopefully now in August I will be able to get it.
There we go.
Hello, Android.
Hi, Delta.
Hello.
Oh wow! I didn't even realize that actually is nice.
Murdercrones!
What?
What?
It's a Murdercrones character.
Instead of instead of bringing the launch pad to see the full thing, now you actually see if someone is Android just by the icon next to it. That's actually nice.
Doing good. Anyway, are we ready? Please don't break.
No. Yeah.
Please don't break. 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 Oh my god, you're so tall now. Hey, you know what? I have something you can give me as a birthday gift.
Something in Asia.
Well, that much is true.
You know what it is?
Which
of these was it again?
Dude, what the fuck is that parking spot of bikes, bro? Are you hiding something? Bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you imagine they're like, oh hey, we need to hide it with the bikes because we're doing some jokes over here.
I'm actually kind of confused about this one.
No, nothing conspicuous at all.
I'm just gonna put. I think I'm just gonna put somewhere.
When in doubt.
Huh. Funny that when I'm
Red fans.
Nerd. Squish.
When in doubt, guess
I give you.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Mm.
Why is my pin blue? Why is my pin blue? I don't like that.
I don't know. Why is your
I
pen
don't
blue?
I don't
Mine is
hate
green.
blue, but it's like it's so blue. It's like super blue.
You're blue, dabba dee dabba die.
If I were green, I would die. Dabba dee dabba. So wait, hitting them hard will make them wet. Hitting them hard will make them wet. What?
And it
Indo,
is
Philippines. Okay.
Philippines.
Oof.
I just put somewhere in the middle of the southeast.
Yes, you
There
put
you
it
go.
in Thailand. That drives on the left.
Oh, I didn't even.
That was not intentional.
Because the bike over there.
Next.
Next.
Fuck this.
Oh my god, this is so easy.
There's a tractor.
Oh my god, it's so red.
There's a tractor.
Okay.
Give me cute.
Yeah, Skippy is cute, yeah.
I have to pick up
Look,
Kiwi's
they're
package
squishable.
tomorrow.
Squish.
So I have to wake up somewhat
Oh, yeah.
somewhat early. I have to wake up a few hours before stream, I guess. So I can go over there, get my breakfast, pick up the package. I also want to shave and shower tomorrow.
Just because of that one
So I gotta
British
get that
chump.
done as well before.
Oh yeah, and
Gotta shave my legs, you know.
No
Nah, just kidding.
balls.
Shave my
I swear
chest?
to God, if you
No,
do
no,
that-
no, I don't need to do that. Shave my face.
Oh no.
Do you shave your legs?
I'll be scared. No.
I've done it once. That was for the subathon last year. My razor broke. Rip! Rip. That's a big rip.
Oof.
Oh yeah, shit. The time has. Bruh. Oh my god.
Give me
Also, your
kid.
tracking's gone.
Nice. Go.
Down.
Why?
Down.
Come on.
Yeah, why?
There we go. What is it? Oh yeah, who didn't see this?
Oh my god, it's UK. I didn't even get a 5k. Oof.
Where was it?
I
You were alright. I mean, you were closest by even.
It was in
No.
Wall's End.
Wall's End? It's a wall that ends? That's crazy.
No, I know exactly where that is then.
Oh.
I've been to Wall's End. There's a
That's-
reason why it's called Wall's End.
Because a
It's
wall
because
ends.
The Hadrian... Yeah, it's because of the, the Hadrian Wall. It ends in Wall's End,
Oh.
which is in Newcastle.
Wait, is that an Aldi?
I've been there because my
Yes.
one of, I
That
went
is
there
an
a while
alley,
ago.
actually.
And I think I've heard it from a friend. So I'm gonna guess there. Oh hey, your leg is fucked again.
I want to go like somewhere in Europe.
Why is he
because
doing
it's
that?
Audi. And Audi's a German.
I'm just standing in the same spot I've been standing this entire time.
Going somewhere. I don't want to go. Aldi's are
Which,
German. Well, they can be.
yeah, but which European? There's not many European countries who have the wiring like this.
Why would it be a European country?
Are you sure it's Europe? Look closely. Does this look like Europe to you?
To be fair, no.
No, but
License plates look like you to you?
I'm just gonna slap it down. I don't know. Fucking there. Sure.
I don't know.
Maybe your leg is up and.
I'm very
It's
good
up
at
again.
guessing.
But what the fuck is happening with it? Hello?
And then you
I don't know.
look
I
down,
just
it's
thought
fixing
Audi went
itself.
that's in Europe because Audi's a German. But
Yeah, this is in the US.
Oh yeah, fuck it out. Goodbye. There go my points.
Damn.
Did you not know that Aldi exists in US?
Kilometers away from it.
No, it's that freaking white van that threw me off with the name on it. I was like, that sounds
Oh.
like Nordic.
Oh, fair enough. He is a legend because his leg
I'm
ends.
very good
Apparently.
at guessing terribly.
That was a crazy guess.
But is that a bad thing, though?
Okay.
I mean, it can be.
Would this be?
If you guess that badly.
Oh
Nah,
shit.
fam.
Up,
Nah,
up,
fam.
This feels like.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I'm also just kind of going with where the general area where everyone else puts shit. So
Don't look.
I don't fucking
Why do you
know,
think?
like,
Why do
it's
I
just-
think I have a different sized map from the default one?
Huh?
My map is differently
Wait, what do you
sized than the default one. My cola is out. Now I have my gamer subs again. Default size is 5x. I think I have it on. Yeah, I was on 6. Wait, why did I say that? Now you can put it to 6 and you can see where I put it down. Also, Koi, since you're not playing, we have to wait out the 90 seconds every round. Should have said you're not playing.
I'm gonna put the borders on. Because there's border.
Yeah,
map,
that one is.
and
that
Yeah,
is one
I
is
use.
useful.
Yeah, I use borders.
I'm gonna use borders too, because then it's not fucking white.
Oh, I can't grab it. Oh, you got the bug. Rip. Well, you were master to begin with, so usually it's the one who gets master from the beginning. If you rejoin, it should be it.
My
Hi,
map's also
Cookie.
larger than B's.
Legendary leg ending B, I guess. Hi, Cookie. How you doing?
Hi, about.
What's with all? Oh, okay.
Oh my God, it's German because it says School.
Das sagt die Schule. Was ist das
How you
denn?
spell school?
Aber nicht in Deutsch.
It's funny.
What? It is in English. It is in Dutch, but not in German.
What the fuck did I say?
Still can't? Really? What? Usually it does fix it. Wait, but you don't see anything, right? Like it's black for you. Yeah, you probably might have to wait for the next round then.
I'll try and trust where Koi's
Doing
tail
great.
went,
Finger
so I'll
started.
just put
Feel
one
better.
mark in.
That's good to hear.
I hope your
You
tail
know
is
it's
right.
spelled Schule, right? Schule?
Where is the other end of
Schule?
the
I don't
table?
know.
Jesus.
I don't know how to say it. How do you say school in German?
Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, the way that real fan says it, Schule.
Schule. Okay. Also, I can
Schule.
I can barely hear you.
Fat lag, fuck, all.
Schule.
There's the inner German Gibby brings out. Schule. Schule. Reno, Nevada. Oh my God, it's all the way out. Jesus Christ.
Does this look like a fucking desert to you? What the hell?
Yes, it does. That's why I put it in New Mexico.
To be fair, that's kind of why I put it like there.
I was even doubting it could be Canada.
No.
How the fuck does that look like Canada?
It's mountains.
I don't know. It's
Canada is way too green.
Gibby is the one with the German username.
argument.
Einfach nur Gibby. Love you, Gibby.
Oh, okay. But where then?
Can you...
Would it be?
Car. There. That's not it. That's not it. Bin like that.
Never thought I would say this, but my fucking tits are in the way.
Okay, there.
Maybe.
Oh,
Those
cute.
tits.
Oh,
My
cute.
own.
Okay. Haha!
Because I'm in desktop, I need to look down. I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
Well, get them smaller then.
I mean, I think I can.
Dude, can I see the front plate? Please. There's just back plates everywhere.
But I'm in desktop.
I feel like that looks like it's
That architecture is feeling kinda.
Wait, do you have your C++?
giblets. You can tell it's Swedish
My
because
what?
of the cars. No.
Press F5 and
I feel like it looks like that's Greek on the sign there, but I can't tell if it's Italy or Greek. It's Italy. Okay.
No, I'm stupid.
Because the architecture feels more Italian, but it looked like that would look fucking like Greek on that one. It's so fucking blurry, I can't tell.
Fuck, I didn't know what I was gonna say.
But I was like, I'm close enough, ish.
Okay.
Okay, I guess
Like
tail
I
is
said, if
Norwegian
you're gonna
now.
guess, at least Okay, well, where's some sort of...
Huh.
This or thing, but I'm
Are
gonna
those or are the dots?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put the same shit where I always put it.
Around there.
So since that sign is facing that way, I can assume it's driving right.
To be fair, I'm trying to make educated guesses, but well, they're not very good guesses.
I mean, you're never gonna be 100% accurate, unless you actually recognize wherever it is.
Is there thunder outside?
I don't know.
Do you hear thunder, Moon? Or is...
I'm the one who always hears sounds. If I didn't hear it, god damn, Corey.
Oh, it was wait, it was Thailand,
Oh,
bro. So I was
Jesus.
wrong with the fucking thing there. Anyway,
It is actually Thailand, huh? Okay,
I just guess
well, still
Philippines
close enough.
with got palm trees.
I was hear thunder when you're walking around because of your massive flapping thighs.
I mean, is that why they're called thunder fires?
Leg is frozen again.
Oh.
Really? Now it's the right one. What the fuck is happening?
You are having some issues today, B. Jesus.
I know. Oh, we've had this one. I remember this fucking barbed wire stuff.
I remember this one too, but I can't remember where the fuck it was.
Same.
Trackers play Uno reverse card. I have no clue.
I can see why you reacted. I did not even. I'm looking up like where all the lightings hit, and there are a lot of.
Is it thunder?
I think I just look at the SMOE's app.
Yeah, you can have fun with that.
There's a lot of pluses coming towards.
Bro, I
us.
need to take down my AC then if it's actually thundering outside.
Oh,
Thanks
you've
for telling me I'm gonna show.
you've got the result of the heat that we just had yesterday.
I had my AC on.
Hours.
Yesterday.
Oh shit, it's gonna rain like a fuck ton the next few hours. We're gonna get 8.1 millimeter at 10? Jesus Christ!
I mean, did you see the fucking map of how much thunder is coming towards us?
Nope, I have not seen. What was it? Yeah, it was Russia. Fuck's sake, I wasn't like East Europe.
Oh,
wrong way.
Never mind.
Wrong way. Alright, how the fuck am I gonna pull this up now? Because my window is too...
Great, a cemetery, really?
Turn it off. Turn it off.
Well, somewhere in America, because that's an American kind
Sorry.
of sign.
Oh,
and the fact that we...
Dude, it's so quiet now. Holy fuck.
There you go, I sent you a DM. I should tell
Somewhere
you.
Wait, that's wooden houses. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Nah, the cemeteries makes it feel like it's older. Okay, hold on. Okay, open up this thingamajig, take the tube out. Tube is out! Oops.
I'm gonna go...
If I can charge my phone quick.
And then close the window. I have to get the little... Oh, Jesus, yeah, that's some rumbling going on. Holy, there's some thunder coming.
Yeah, see? That's what I
you
mean.
can have fun with that, because for me it's bright blue sky.
Can I put this phone charging quick, please?
What was
I
it?
can have some battery.
It was New York. Oh, dude, I was so close. Jesus Christ.
Where is the cable? Here we go.
Holy shit, yeah, you can have fun with that.
Oh my god. Okay, so if I disappear, you know what's up.
Oh shit.
Let's hope not.
Then it's already too late.
So, supposed to show your insides on stream? Yeah, no, I lost tracking. It wasn't my fault.
No, but that image I sent you should show you how much is.
It's a
Right.
Again.
See?
Yeah, you can have fun with that because I just looked at it on my own weather.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, that's a lot of thunder and rain. Jesus. We just get struck by lightning? Yeah, apparently. Oh, anyway.
Yeah, I'm kind of connected to the headset with the cable, so I'm gonna take off my headset now.
Okay. I mean, I am connected to the power grid too, because I'm charging as I'm playing. Oh my god,
Yeah, but my mom is
I
still
heard
dead.
more rumbling too. Oh, he's rumbling.
Oh,
Oh.
I can hear that. Okay, time for me to fucking ditch.
No,
Bye-bye.
it's thunder.
Bye, Moon.
Bye-bye.
Ah,
I'll see you
good
guys on
luck.
the other side. And me too. Yeah, good luck too.
Can't believe Chris isn't here. Yeah, I can't believe Chris isn't here. Jesus Christ, more. How many fucking strikes is it gonna be? Why did you not warn me about this?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Okay.
5k, what would have thought?
It's because of the heat wave that we're having now, and you're getting all the
He farted.
the rain from it.
What the?
What the? Oh, I know what this is. Do you know what this is?
I don't know. What is this?
That's the UK.
It's a road.
Well, yeah.
I actually don't know.
I don't know, but this is some brick houses.
Brick house it? You're when you talk about bricks, I'm gonna get all bricked up.
Yes, I'm bing bonging you.
Oh.
Damn,
What
you bought a house with you.
What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means, Kappa.
Sure you don't.
Does Luna know what being bricked up means?
Yes.
Okay. You're one of those connoisseurs of English language, though, so... Connoisseurs. Connoisseur. I don't know. You're so disappointed in me. I swear to God. Corey's just like, what the fuck is he on about?
You really want to switch to French now, or what?
Oui, parlez-vous français?
Oui.
Je parle français, oui.
Well, je parle pas français.
Pas vite, pas bien, mais... Je peux
It was
un peu.
Uruguay? No. Uruguay. Can't believe that Koi was closest. That's crazy. I can't believe that Koi was closest to when it was Uruguay. Uruguay.
My God.
Oh, Koi's outfit be hot. Indeed. Turn on by masonry? No. Masonry.
Is this the reason why we had that heat wave?
Yeah. You're the reason there's thunder.
You're the reason why I...
You're the thunder. I hear it. Clap. Clap of thunder. Clap.
Oh.
Okay, bro.
What is this? This feels very home.
No, but genuinely, that is a really cool outfit, and I actually kind of want to have it.
Then I wonder which country it is.
That's the extension clothing one. I know exactly which one that one is. I can get it to you, Luna. I actually don't know where I want to guess. I'm gonna go here.
I don't know why, though. I'm just gonna guess.
Oh, I didn't turn them back on again. My bad. That's been a long time. Jesus Christ, I didn't turn on the statue and ragdoll again. Whoopsie!
It's not a matter of the mailboxes being black, though. It's a matter of them being grouped together.
If you turn the capital letter B sideways and add an hourglass below it, looks like B. Damn, it's all Poland? No. This is Nordics. Now, which country has black mailboxes? Anywhere.
I probably
Sweden.
shouldn't have guessed the Baltics.
It was Norway.
Then.
So you see here how I hedge between Finland, Sweden, and Norway, because it could be either.
The fuck did I guess? Fuck, Lithuania.
There's not enough details. There's no like road
I had an
lines
issue.
or anything.
I had an issue trying to.
There you go. Now we can fall. I fell. I'm dead. Ah, this
We've
one.
had this before.
Yes, this one. Where
I
was this though?
Again, don't remember where it was.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
Okay. Okay.
I can't read. It's too blurry.
Well, it could be.
No.
No.
Bye, Ingray.
Bye.
Oh, someone died. I don't know who, but someone died.
No, Ingray left.
Nick.
Ah!
There.
What the hell? Ah! You scared me to death. Oh my god. Ah, look at me! Oh, fuck.
Okay.
From the sea is really dark as fuck. Damn. Okay. I'm just not gonna look outside and oh wait, maybe I should roll down a blind again. You know, so there's no window interference.
Well, apart from that one cloud.
Let's go! Turkey! I'll blow the White House up. Why will the cat blow the White House up? Why will they blow the White House up? Why?
Fucking Ladas in Turkey.
What? What did you have?
Cause I could swear that yellow car over there is a freaking Lada.
Nah. It's Turkey. There was a Mercedes and like the trash bins and the architecture.
Is that a Mercedes?
Mayfair.
Maxwell will blow up the White House. I hope rain makes its way over here. We have wildfires. Oh Jesus. Well, Luna just said.
Yikes.
Luna said it was what's we getting now is what you had in the UK. So I doubt there's gonna be anything. I don't know though.
Oh no, we haven't had the rain. You're getting the shit from the heat wave.
It's probably what was
The shit from the heat wave. I don't want any shit.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Because here it got hot and, well, yeah.
Goes in. Do you feel long?
I have no clue.
Whoa!
Wait, is that you playing Robot?
That's some rumbling.
What the hell?
Yeah.
It was good. It was good to know you guys. This is gonna age very well. Make sure to clip this if I die. Jesus Christ. That's scary, actually. I was loud and rumbling. It's dude, I felt my floor. Like,
I don't even know where
shake.
to guess. I'm just gonna guess like I don't know.
It's right above you, Dan.
Koi's boobs is bigger than your screen. What do you mean my screen? Ah, fuck! It was like in the center.
Oh
Jeez.
shit, that was close.
Damn.
I don't know. I just put the thingy down and well.
Where were we? We were in Des Moines.
Des Moines. Oh, Des Moines?
Des Moines.
Des Moines?
Des Moines.
Des Moines.
These nuts, Moines.
Desmond?
Desmond, the moon bear.
Desmond, the moon bear.
How did I get here, the end?
Oh, this is round 15. I can get 65k if I nail this one, which I'm not going to.
Because
Well, another day, another gamble. There we go.
Another day, another.
Oh, I can hear the rain now. It started.
It's raining. It's pouring. The old man is snoring.
I'm hearing it on the what's it called? The window seal.
I bless the rains.
Is it a seal as in seal as it's like sealed, or is it like a seal as in? Help! My first person view is my main screen. Help! Don't ban me.
Oh wow! I just looked at stream. Holy. Okay, yeah. I got some delay as well, but meh.
I mean, it's been many hours now, so it makes sense there would be some delay to it.
Killer?
Yeah.
6 hours.
Killer, settle down.
So I have 6 more? We're only halfway? Oh.
You did this to yourself.
Jesus Christ. Hey, Argentina.
35 hours.
Argentina.
Ah, I was so close to 65. Ah.
I guess Cuba.
Ah. Good job, Luna. You're terrible at guessing. Ow. You only got second.
Huh? How the fuck did what?
It's Villa Argentina.
No, I'm genuinely confused as to
Cordoba,
how I got second.
Argentina.
How did
Oh
I
my
fuck up
pickles!
so bad
Slay!
that I
Hi
did
pickles. Oh, you say you're terrible at guessing, but then you end up getting it right a lot of the time. I don't know about you being.
No.
Is my window open? No, I closed that earlier. Excuse me, I'm burping a lot. It's from the food. It's the meatballs I'm burping. You don't want to know how I know that? Because I taste them.
You taste the balls in your mouth?
Boy,
Yeah,
boy,
exactly what I said.
Fuck.
Exactly
Thank you so
what
much.
I said. Glory, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I mean, I do taste the balls in my mouth, the meatballs.
Hang on. You good?
You okay, B?
Okay. What happened?
Did you see what you just drank some as well, right? Did you did not? This was on stream, but when you do this, you were lifting up your tits, and your face tracking was like pulling out your tongues. It looked like you were trying to like lick your nipple as you were drinking. That looked so fucking funny. It was like.
Oh dear.
Oh my god. I love tracking sometimes. It's funny. What was that? I don't know, Glory. That was close. What did you just do? I didn't do anything. Koi was drinking too, and they picked up their drink and they were like moving it up their head, but they like lifted their tit. So it like was going up into their towards their face, and because they were drinking as well, they had like the tracking freaked out. Their tongue was out, so it looked like they were trying to like lick their nip, and that's why I was laughing. And I was drinking too, so I just almost did a spit take seeing that. It was so fucking funny. Ow, ball. There you go. Wait, you're eating now too? Jesus Christ. Wait, we could have just done the phrase, I forgot. Ice cream, ayo. When is K back so we can start one more? I want to do at least one more. Maybe we do a 60-second one. I don't like there's only 60 and 90. Why is there no like 75? SMH. Then we go blue side so I can... Then we go blue side so I can be naked. Let's go. This next 6 hours is going to be on the blue side. Actually, when blue side? If we get 1,000 subs in these 3 days, I'll set up something. Some lewd pictures or something. Bet. Fuck you. What you oh, yo, what you drinking there, bud? I need to see this. I need to see this clip. Killer got it. Killer got it. Oh my god, the fucking thunder again. Jesus Christ. This video is either unavailable or not supported in this browser. Huh?
Same for me.
What? Did you fuck up the link? Or is it just gone already? No, what happened? Why is it not working? Because the music is... There's no music. It should be just created.
Oh, no, the grip's working on my end. Guess.
Oh. Opening a new window. Video is either unavailable or not supported in the browser. I think Twitch is having issues then.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back. We can start. Let's go.
Thank you.
Looks fine to me. Okay, so it's like... It played for a second. Okay, so it's some Twitch thing going on or some ISP thing. Glory, 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 glory. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, I remember this one. You guys go ahead and plop it down. Do you remember this one, Kibi? I think you were in the world when we had this one.
Bro, I'm not that tryhard. That
Okay, okay, I'm just asking if you remember it.
Picture, yeah. Especially because it's so pixely.
I don't remember this one either.
Watch the.
I recognize it though.
License plates, especially.
I'm just gonna go all over the place, and you don't know when I'm gonna drop it, because I'm just gonna hold it down like this.
North, east, south.
I'm just gonna go there.
I'm just gonna wait until there's just a few seconds left as well. Be memorizing world location rotation. I mean, there's only about like what? I think it's like 8,000 something. So there's not that many.
8,000.
Yeah, it's Alaska.
Oh. Bullshit.
Playing again with...
What?
Why are we playing against you again?
I don't know. Yeah. The thing is, when you get the repeats, it's like, I don't know, it's just somewhere in the back of my head being like, oh, it's over there somewhere. The thing is, we had a repeat in the last round, and it was like, I completely fucked this. So, I don't know. Yo, Foxy Style, what up? Thank you for the follow. Foxy Style. Your name used to be Foxy. What is this? Where are we? Ah, yes. Yes. Do we have any front plates? Do we have any cars I can see front plates of? Nope. There is a football field, which makes me believe it's Canadian football. Excuse me. I'm just gonna head shit. I actually I don't think I've seen this one. I'm just gonna head shit east. Okay. It was Fort Wayne. Okay.
Yeah. Nice.
Here inside. I joined the world before but left when you guys started speaking about streaming and stuff. Oh, okay, I see. How wow. You're good, you're good. Well, you the only one for me. Together we'll be free. Time we spend to be. Have you ever felt so lonely? You're the one and only. Did you ever try? Why did you say goodbye? Have you ever felt so lonely? You're the one and only. Did you ever try? Why did you say goodbye? Oh, cry, not try. Koi, the dumb fuck. Oh, change the quality of the clip and it worked? Oh, really?
I have no idea. I'm gonna just freaking gamble on this one.
Oh yeah, it does. It works if you...
I love gambling. I'm just gonna go
spin
there and hope for the best.
Wheel.
Oh, I have muted Twitch. Wait, this is me. Hello. Russia? Yeah.
Yeah, oh, okay.
There's no EU. There's no EU strips on the license plates.
Where do you see a license plate? What?
There's two right there.
I can't see those. They're covered up by the freaking platform.
Yeah, but take off the floor then.
That's a thing? Okay.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Jesus Christ.
What was I doing again? Right, looking at the clip. I forgot. Unmute. Yeah, and then me just fucking not trying to spit out the fucking drink.
Yeah.
Damn, that was funny. That's funny. Well, anyway, next one. I haven't even looked at it. Oh, that was an easy one.
No.
Discover and see. What's up? DM? Oh.
This is.
Hey,
This is. Yeah. You guessed it. You fucking guessed it. That's what he wants.
I was fighting for my life because I had just taken a big swig of gamer subs, and Koi was just licking their tit.
Salford.
Oh.
I don't think there's anything in Salford.
There's Vine Street. Clearly. Vine ST. I assume that's Vine Street. Yo, it's an M7? That's crazy. Have you ever felt so lonely? No, I want to get right as a few hours. Wow, it's few hours? That's like so far. That's like half the UK. Am I wrong though?
I was about to say, I could drive pretty much the entire country in like a few hours.
Ooh.
I mean, if you said the Netherlands, then yeah.
Ooh.
That's real short. I think 4 hours south to west and south to north, and like 1 hour east to west.
Very trees.
It's okay. I don't know. Fucking.
It's either.
There.
Again, I'm just going.
What the hell is this? I don't know, Glory.
I mean, it's clearly something like North American.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Canada or Northwest.
Where?
What the fuck? That is.
Again?
No, that is US.
Sitka.
Yeah, that's Alaska.
That's crazy.
Is that actually? Yeah, that border runs pretty.
Yeah,
that's near where they freaking do the crab fishing, isn't it?
Think
no,
so.
Wait, that's more out there.
Have you ever?
Out there.
What's with all the? Oh my god! Can we get more European ones?
No.
This world sure loves his Alaskas. Yes and no, because there's been a few that has been Alaska that I know, but they are actually pretty rare. I'd say this freaking world loves South America than anything else, but we barely had any South America last run.
We had at least 3 or 4, I think. Argentina we had.
We had Argentina twice.
We had Uruguay.
Yeah, we had Uruguay and the Argentina twice. We had 3. I don't think we had no Brazil, no Mexico. I mean, that's technically North America.
Brazil.
The US.
University City, Philadelphia.
Huh.
5K. Yeah, baby. Did they have any Denmark? No. Did we have Denmark? No, we didn't. The thing is,
we did not.
The thing is, if it is Denmark, it's like it's same with like UK. It's so easy to get the 5K in this world. Hey, Cybersmith.
We only had Norway.
Oh, speaking of Denmark.
That's not. No, this is fucking. Might not be there though.
The actual confusion is like, what? The thing is,
come on.
It looks kind of cold, you know, there's no leaves on the trees or anything like that. You want to know what's funny about that? When you go south, it's usually hotter, right? So you think like, oh, it's more tropical and stuff like that. But the coverage in this specific country, because we all don't know where it is, the south coverage is actually in the winter. So you'd think, yeah. So when you see this, you think like, oh, it's more northern, probably Hokkaido and stuff like that. No. In the south, it's winter. In the north, it's summer.
I was actually thinking towards Fukushima or Aomori. But
hey, I got 5K again. Hell yeah. 62 kilometers. That was pretty good.
Kyoto?
Okay, I'm sucking more this round than I did last round.
US again, really?
Oh no, it's the blue plates. Ah.
The blue plate? Oh yeah, blue plate. What? Oh my god.
Also, are you not parked a little bit too close to the intersection? In our fucking country, you have to be 10 meters away from the intersection. That's not 10 meters.
I believe it was 5 here.
I think it's the blue one is like. Which one is that? I really would love some state lines here.
Yes, I actually would, but I don't know.
Here somewhere?
Like in Colorado or something? I don't know.
No, it was next to that. It's shortened AZ.
Arizona?
Arizona, I think it is. Nevada.
No, that's Nevada.
Okay. I didn't go far enough.
Even further.
Fuck. You're turning 35 in 3 days? Ooh, technically 2, Shade. It is on Saturday. Did the other driver crash? No, I don't think they're just very close to each other. Arizona, Nevada. Arizona. That's a good one. Arizona, Nevada. Oh, I see.
Oh, this looks familiar, but
Yeah, I think I know this. I think I know this without even having any hint of anything.
Oh, good.
Yeah?
Huh? For some, it's probably dead wrong, but I'm gonna go with my gut feeling. Where is it?
Yeah.
It's probably really wrong.
I was looking at my gold Lamau. Yeah, you can do that better.
Oh, indeed.
Happy birthday, thank you, Shade. But yeah, it's on Saturday. But it's Italy, isn't it? What? Okay, never mind.
Mexico?
Never mind.
I mean, almost the same flag.
Yeah, exactly. It's Italy, but with an eagle in it.
Yeah. Do a shield or something.
What? That was the craziest. I
weapon.
would not expect this to be Mexico. What the fuck?
Mexico. Hold on. Hold on.
What are we doing again? Those walls do not look very European to me. Okay, Glory. Wait, Glory, are you from South America? Or Americas, I guess. You know, B, I didn't expect B. What? Also, you see that? You're being such a good...
It's not... It's
Sweden.
not that Foxy.
Bro, it was all the way in the north. Fucking Strömsnäs. Pitholm. What the f... No, it's Pitholm. Strömsnäs. Piteå. 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 Pite. It's Pite.
Men fan.
For helvete. I'm from a great country of Texas. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you're from the America then. Not the Americas. You're from America. Wait, Glory, was it you that had the US... What's it called? Broadcast for the World Cup? Hey, Vlav joined. Peter.
No clue what is...
Front plate like that. Dude, it's either... No, I'm gonna go with this. I mean, it could be...
I have no clue.
Peter. Counter-attack. We were in Co's server, and we had the Argentinian broadcast, we had US broadcast, I think we had Brazilian broadcast, and I shared the Swedish one. Hey, Vlav! Good to see you.
No, it's Mexico again.
Oh, wait, I was right. Oh, yeah. Hello. Hope you're good. That was Steven. Where should you World Cup mostly? Oh, okay, I see. How you doing, Vlav?
With my horrible guesses, I'm somehow still third. What the hell?
Nice. Good, good,
What
good.
the fuck is...
Dude, it's hot. I had my AC on and running,
okay.
getting it all cool in here, and then it started thundering now. I had to like take it all down. Now it's just hot again. Super cold here. Oh wow. Okay, I'm gonna come visit. Okay.
På lørdag så er jeg for gammel til at være svensker. Så jeg bliver dansker i stedet. Undskyld til svenskerne og englænderne.
What?
Oh my god, love you. What's with the fucking Danish?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like when I sound Danish. Argentinian broadcast was much more passion than the US ones, even if I understood like 1/3 of the words. True. True.
Radial Nagar. No, Chennai.
I hate to tell you, Vlav, they always do that. They have a new one every month, or if not every week. Yeah, there you go. That's another one. Yeah.
Okay, no, it's normal.
That's the new one. That's the new one, because they were actually excited about showing that.
The boobs are so big, they're even planets that have their own gravity. Careful.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Ah. Ah. Guys, where is the big clue from? Like, do you know the clue?
Clue?
What in the hell are those poles? You want to know what those poles are? Those are holy poles, because there's hole in them. And where are the holy poles from? Which one is?
Polska.
Which one is it? This one? That one?
Is it?
Oh.
Yeah. Ja pierdolę,
It's
kurwa.
holy poles in Poland. Wait, so I misremembered. I went with Hungary, because they're Hungarian poles as well, but I flipped them then. I had it backwards. Yeah, the holy poles is in Poland. Are you talking about people from my country now? Yeah, exactly. Still got almost 5k, so I'll take it. Europe is so small, it doesn't matter.
Oh, hold on. Is this?
It's raining so much now. I can hear it on the windowsill. Ah!
I would not be surprised if this is. Okay.
Who's streaming? I don't want to miss out on my streaks. I want to support friends too, you know. Okay, we're good. Well, this one is fairly simple. Damn. Aren't you a little bit too old to be in school?
I wouldn't.
Okay, I still have first person view, please. Be careful.
It doesn't say. It
just says
Japan. How close?
You're pretty close.
Yeah, I think this is Odaiba in Tokyo. It looks familiar.
8 ball is be cute. 8 ball says 9. My poor eyes. Oh yeah, just black eyes.
Yeah, what the fuck is?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Luna, no. We should do this one as well. Please shout out Vlav. He didn't do it. Please shout out Vlav. That's a raffle. Motherfucker. Why does it hate me? Is it even on?
Because yes.
Is it even on the correct mic? It is. Dog. Is it listening? Okay, Gibby did it. Thank you, Gibby. I like how I sometimes when I stream, I just come in and do like, it was UK. I come in and do some emotes, just support friends, right? I just said that. I just look now if there's any of my friends streaming. And you shout me out, and I'm like, well, Vlad shouted me out. I'm going to have to give a shout out back. We just do it back and forth. Oh my god, it's Jesse. They're streaming. Fair. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Just when you deserve so much support, though. You're always fucking awesome. Jarvis, shout out Vlav_VR. Oh, was that the last one? Oh. Hey, I got the 65. Woo! Ah, thunder. Jesus Christ, Vabs. Fuck you. Oh, my lord. Hey, dude, it's so fucking hot in here now. Ah! 9 p.m. 9. Posture check. I have the straightest posture alive. I'm so straight. Nah, I farted. Then I died. Kitty eye, goddammit.
Okay.
Right there. 65 billion points. No, it's not that much. But almost. Typing a storm. I deadass expect you to do the other salute after you said 9. Oh my fucking god. No. What the fuck you mean?
No, let's not.
For fuck's sake. You're not gonna do that. Pawan! Morning.
Good night.
Good night, Pawan.
Oh. Sleep well.
No, I'm not actually going to sleep.
You should go to sleep.
Not yet.
No.
Yeah, I should. Mommy?
All of a sudden, that's from nowhere. Mommy?
Oh, hi.
Banned for 500 moons. Oh, my lordy. How often is a full moon? Is it every like 4 months or whatever it is? Is it every 3 months? Is that what a quarter is? I don't remember. Oh my god, you're white and blue, and oh my god, you're white and blue too. But it's like different because you're like
can
more blue.
Can I take the blue one home?
Yeah, and the white, and then you're more white and blue. A little under a month. Oh, okay.
Oh, I've scared them.
Do Vlav even know who you are?
Me? Nah. I'm just a stranger here.
I don't know you. You don't know Pawan. Pawan is very special. They're like way off. You can never guess where they're from. Big fan of X posts. You have X?
I do. Do I?
Yes.
Do I post?
You're freaking. Your little small Pawan, the Christmas one, dude. I still remember how fucking cute that picture was. It was so adorable. I was just like, I want that Pawan. I want to bring that home. I was like, I want that one. X Witter, yeah. No, it's XXX. Hitter. Anyway, where should we go? I feel like we're done playing this.
Your house.
Okay, I'm here. Now what? Space Fox! I see you. Now I do. Bit late. XXX underscore Witter underscore XXX. Updated favorite. When do you have to go to bed, Koi? Ow.
Oh my
I don't
god.
know. Oh, VR Gippy.
Hi.
I don't know. Because you don't like the fish worlds. Because if we go to the fish world, you're just going to be like, nah, I'm fucking off. I don't want that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if
want to
you
wear these
want to
fish
go and be
shorts.
comfy somewhere, just let me know. I'm just saying. Dude, my fucking hands are sweaty. Can you hold my controllers?
Sure. I don't know.
I don't mind exploring. Jumping worlds? Do you have worlds? Because I've saved everything for tomorrow, but I guess we can do a few right now. Oh my god, Sandstorm is 27 years old. Yeah, but we have koi. Koi don't like fish. They've never even stepped a foot in the fish world.
It's time.
Fish world. Not yet. I do have the bookmarks on Twitter we can check out today, I guess.
Whoa, yeah, nice hair.
Oh yeah, I was gonna add the fucking favorite. I was gonna favorite that other world. I forgot about that. Project Lost Worlds. Add to favorites.
It's a good puppy.
Oh, I thought.
I want to run.
Do not burn the fish. Do it.
Fish.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
No, you actually have that.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh. Unexpected, but okay.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
I like to run to the places where I can't be. I want to leave. What is the sound?
Now it's burned.
In the mind in me.
But what if I do? Hold on. Okay, like incoming.
Wait, how to
Oh, red fan! Jesus.
How to set it? Wait.
Oh. I was in overlay. Sorry.
5 seconds.
Jesse! Oh my god.
5 seconds. You have to do it for 5 seconds.
Wait, Jesse is streaming though.
Does it have a fire contact?
No.
That's crazy. So we're like, we're stalking each other. We're stalking each other while both are being live.
Oh yeah, it's an item. Yeah,
It's
no
funny.
wonder.
Banyo Scott. Oh, I'm scared now.
Secret big
One
fish
gravity,
named Koi. Named Koi and hates fishing?
That's
That's fucking true! Glory! Jesus Christ! Your name is Koi and you hate fishing! Oh my fucking god! That is such a fucking meta thing! They're right here! They're still here! That's fucking crazy. Fish don't like being fished, I suppose? I mean, fair enough, Luna. Fair enough. That's funny though. That is fucking funny. What was I doing again? Right, I copied the name. I was gonna drop a portal to this one. Geolocator. No, not that one. Clear my mind. Is this one?
Host company.
Loch Ness. Is that the one? Loch Ness. Yes. Is that a new one? Yep. Big 60 megabytes. Friends Plus. Drop portal. Let's go. What the fuck is that in my face? Oh, it's a lighter. Wait.
Cool.
Camera. I was gonna swap back to this before. Wait, that has to be in front of me. So, there you go. Bye, love. Or if you're going with or not. You're awesome. Ah! Why do you do that? Why do you do that? Why you scare me? Why you scare me? There's thunder outside already. I don't need it inside either. Ooh. Thank you, Vapstone. Funny button. Wait. The goal has been turned off? Oh shit. Well, whatever. I don't care so much for the goals. It was just something fun. Are you farting? What the fuck?
No. Huh?
They're still here. Fucking kill me, by the way. Yeah, they're still in here. They're still in my brain. What do we got here? Spawn in garden on join. Ambient occlusion. Music. Can I take that down? Wind. Show video screen. Yeet. Oh my god, that's a lot of ambient occlusion. Okay, never mind. Blend. Oh, you can do it there too. Bruh. Okay, you go through the portal. It teleported me before I even got close to it.
Oh my god, the moon.
Is this it? Just a little garden like this? Oh, nice colliders. Ah, nice colliders. God damn it. They have massive hunkers. It's fine. Yeah. Spawn in garden on join. Click that. Okay, so no colliders there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. A little sneaky world. I mean, it's kind of good looking in a sense. Hey, yo.
Nice place.
Have you guys seen the moon?
Yeah, I have. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, very nice moon.
Kick. With uppy kick.
Ow!
Your hair is too long. Can you make your hair short? Oh.
Too dark.
I lost.
Oh, I lost.
Understandable, to be fair. Understandable. Yeah, very understandable. I mean,
Also nice texture. Whoa.
How long have I been in VR?
Space.
4 hours? 4.5 hours?
Yeah, I think about
3.5. No,
30-ish,
3.5. Bro.
Can I take you home?
That Abbey is cool. They are cool. It's like the galaxy thing. Everything is the coolest thing. Can I have your tail? Space. It's space. Anyway, I'm not gonna save it.
Fix me.
Shinju space. We did that thing earlier. Has anyone ever noticed the particles? Yes, I have.
Yes.
But you had them in like whites on another one in the past, no? Or like blue, or is that another avatar? Was that one of the Luna's avatars that had it then? Wait. This is translated from Japanese. I was about to say. You want to know the translation of this person's name? Because this is a username, so I was like, that has to be a translation. Because their name is a bite-sized little meow. It's Japanese, and when it does a translation on X, it's just like a bite-sized little meow. So I was like, that cannot be the correct world name or username. Floating constellations? Very neat. How big was this? 94. 90 freaking 4. This looks a bit dark. There's a lighthouse though. Yeah. A bite-sized little meow. And it's also like here, I'll copy how it says it. Oh. Paste. It's like it says it like that. Holy dark! Jesus Christ, the ambient occlusion. Music? No? Oh? There you go. Wait, that's not a video. Freaking world audio, shut up. No, the music is not from the video. Oops. Damn, need 80p. Nerd, 80 people watching? I don't know. I don't know what to say. Toggle? Wait, we've been here. But this is new. We've not been here.
Run.
Ah! There's no way to turn off the music. Ow. Wait, snow? Oh, that turns it off? Oh, there's a music slider there. I didn't see that. There we go.
Hey.
Well, this is my place to sleep for tonight.
Good night, Pawan.
Good night.
Sleep well.
Go to sleep, 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 go to sleep.
Oh my, oh yeah.
They're supposed to go to sleep, not be fucking strangled. Okay, smothered, I mean. Killed.
Yeah,
Made.
but honestly, can they have better pillows though? I mean, that's probably nothing better than that.
Guys, you're witnessing murder. How would you react in this situation?
Don't try that at home.
I would break this lantern on top of them so they can't catch fire.
Oh.
Well, what? Dude, it's so fucking dark. BBAD, scared. Yippee, lovey, hi.
Oh my god, it's so loud now. What the heck?
What did you do?
The music.
I turned that off. It's so
Can
dark.
we get in the lighthouse? Or?
Maybe, let's try. Can I like actually counter this? I think it's ambient occlusion. Yeah, I look fucked up even if I make myself brighter. Wait, there's stairs going. Stairs going up.
Stairs.
Yeah, they're spelled S-T-E-E-R-S. Stairs.
Yes. Stairs.
Cheers. Cheers. We need to drink. Wee. Am I at the top yet? Are we there yet? Nope. Am I at the top yet? I think I'm at the top now. Oh, motherfucker! No. No fucking way. That's actually in the world. What the hell?
Yeah, you should check the door down below.
Wait, what the hell? I lost the... There's no ambient occlusion here. Oh.
Huh.
Darkness? No darkness. Darkness? No darkness. Oh. Oh. Yes, I'm ending at 1. (1 a.m.) I probably should take a break now around 10, to be honest. Just step away a little bit. Whew. Go to the bathroom and stuff. Wash my face, because holy moly, it's getting hot in here.
I mean, if you had to close everything up.
But it's gonna rain now at 10. It was gonna like be crazy raining. I don't hear it anymore, but...
That's why I understand why it's hot. That's just... But yeah, check the door down at the bottom.
What the fuck? Huh? Okay. Guys, you're gonna experience this the way I experienced it. Okay. Do you guys want to dip your balls in sulfuric acid?
No, thank you.
Maxor. So 1 tonight and 12 tomorrow, if I'm correct? No, 1 tomorrow as well. 12 on Saturday. Excuse me, I just drank. Welcome back.
Wow.
So yeah, it's 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. today, 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. tomorrow, and then they end earlier on Saturday. It's 1 p.m. to midnight. So, let's What the hell? Fucking thing disappear here somewhere.
Yeah, if you look towards the lighthouse, then it's there, but if you look away, then it's
What
gone.
the hell?
Yeah, this was weird in the fact that if you just kind of put your hand in your face, your fingers disappear.
I don't know.
Yeah, the shade is sort of fucked.
Yeah, it's really fucked.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah,
Wait.
so it's basically as soon as my birthday is over, the stream event is also over. Like literally.
Aww.
So like Saturday at midnight, Saturday, Sunday midnight, it's just wind, and my birthday is over. And then it's just a normal week next week.
Welcome to
So
the
yeah, I don't know.
joys of getting old.
Ah, what the hell? I'm not getting old. Dude, the fucking the ambient occlusion just disappears in random places. That's crazy. Saturday, I've been using a lot of sulfuric acid in Victoria, but nah.
Oh, that's so weird. I can see through Koi's assets.
Dip it in sulfuric acid.
Hey, yo, we're gonna take a closer look.
Right. You're getting old. I picked out a good nursery home to
I
us.
feel like
Wow.
I've done a dumb decision.
Why?
I've gone from eating dessert flavored Skittles to milkshake flavored Haribos.
Dessert flavored Skittles?
What the fuck? I want that.
What is,
I'm gonna
what is a
poof.
dessert flavored Skittle?
Okay. Love you.
Dessert flavored Skittles, so like one flavor strawberry
Take care,
ice cream,
Koi. Have a
another
good one.
like berry tart or pie or something. There's another that's lemon.
You know what that means?
Blueberry
Fish.
tart. Yeah.
Ow!
You need to try. Do you like
And by this one, I mean part one of the thing. The
like
Friday,
Mayflower.
Saturday will be at
need to try the
Saturday,
Yorkshire
unless
tea-
because
Yorkshire tea
birthday.
flavored
Yes,
ones they
yes,
have.
yeah, killer. I remember.
I've tried Yorkshire tea and I love Yorkshire tea.
Yeah, they got a Yorkshire. Not
I'm doing a friends only one
Sticky toffee pudding.
because people keep joining the fishing world.
It's really good. And a Victoria sponge.
Okay.
We're going fishing world now, though. If you want to sleep there.
Ah.
Fish. Dude, it's so fucking hot in here now. Like, it's not. I don't feel like the hotness is not the worst part. The air is so like warm, so when you breathe, you feel like you're not getting oxygen. That's the worst part about it. Play. Wait, we can swap outfit now. Which one do we want? Do we want? Yes, it's super humid and it's hot as fuck. Do we want to go? Okay, here. I'll list them. Bankai. Okay, so I have the new Nightshade one, the new Yarn outfit. I have or VFCA, which is the one with the hoodie. There's level 15. There's both level 15 for the Airbee and Bayo, and there's the Candy and there's the Adrian for the Mayo, and there's the Beach Dot for the Airy. Which one do we want to do?
What?
What avatar?
Oh.
I mean,
You should really get a wheel.
A wheel? Like a spin wheel? So people like...
Yeah, like a spin wheel. Yeah.
I've seen, like, I think it's
That's
Idly that
kinda
has
what I
it.
meant.
Nice. But it's like, is it gonna be on a redeem, so people redeem it, or is it just that I roll it and pick something for us?
I don't know.
Why can't you could just do both? So you have unlimited channel points, so if you did it for...
Fair enough, yeah, that's true. Fuck it. Let's go with Adrian. It's the best one, in my opinion.
I need to somehow
And you
get
could add like some
40k.
sort of like secret curse to them in there. It's like
There's a curse?
yeah, you could have like a 0.5% chance of landing on, I don't know, some sort of weird.
I get the most most cursed one. There's no cursedest.
Cursed?
Yeah, like you could have one that's like the toilet avatar. You have to be a toilet.
No, I wouldn't add that. No, I wouldn't want that.
Why
Why not?
specifically a toilet though?
Why not?
Cause skibidi toilet.
Oh. Yeah, see, I'm Gen Z, but I don't know what the fuck that is. Well, I know what it is, but I don't, like, you know... pay attention to what
Who
it is.
does? Who does though, Luna? Who does know what that is?
Why the fuck you a toilet? No, see, my brain went to Captain Underpants when they were fighting the toilets. Not Skibidi Toilet.
Great toilet.
And at least with Captain Underpants, it was a Gen Z thing.
Curstiest most one? Yeah. I'm gonna do my scrap run. Anyone coming along with the scrap run? Okay, bye.
Bye.
I'm starting with this island though, so... Scrap run. Talk to me, peeps. What's up? What's happening? Are you guys being comfy? It is a Thursday after all. It's weird. I'm usually not streaming Thursdays. Doesn't feel like a Thursday though, to be honest, given that I have had vacation and stuff. Nothing out there. Yep. Boat. On my boat.
Did you get the one over there?
Which one?
Behind the island.
I think they spawn one
There's
for each person.
There's separate. Anyone else? Or just us?
Oh, thanks.
I think it's just us. Whee! I'm building a Soviet Arctic vehicle in modded Minecraft. What the hell? That's crazy. Fine, spend most of the day hanging out with people until their times has killed them. No, not dying! They can't die! Time can't kill people. Well, it like literally can though, because old age, I guess.
In a way it does.
Yeah. Old age. Old sage. That's good though. Yeah, I woke up today, had breakfast, did the last few setup for the stream. Apparently typed out a very poor title. But anyway. Oh Jesus! Wow. What the frick? Thank you, Vaps. Yeah, there's raining, so it makes sense there's lightning. Basically did the stuff that I thought that I needed to do. Well, I did things that I needed to do. And then like 20 minutes, 15 minutes before I was about to go live, I realized, oh shit, I hadn't done that thing. Oh shit, I hadn't done that thing. Oh shit, I could do this thing. So I kind of like got stressed out in the beginning, or just before I started. But it's fine. Like I did with this thing, I haven't had like any extreme, you know, bit by bit, point by point, this is what we're doing for these hours. And like this goal up here, for example, is kind of just like, we get it. Wait, oh, it's 10 PM. There's a Leviathan coming. So, if we get funny goals and stuff, like I've made Tanya cheaper, I've made the I was gonna make the sound redeems cheaper when we if we reach that point up here. Well, and that's all of them. Like, I'm talking like all, not just sound redeems. We're talking all redeems. Maybe not the most expensive ones, but most used ones. Where's Ingray?
He was behind me, I think. Coming.
I'm gonna turn around. Oh, he can spawn his own. Bro, I didn't know you could spawn your own. Okay, we'll do the Leviathan then, and then I'll take the break. And then I jump out in speed here. Nice.
I didn't plan for that one.
Do I need to buy the thingy? No, I think I'm gonna save. Usually I go in here and buy relics, but I don't need that. Need help? Leviathan? That's up to you if you wanna give help. Don't think you would need to like defeat it. But if you wanna get like badges of honor, then go for it. I need an eye, then come join. I could need to use an eye too, to be fair. I'm on that quest. Oh, moon rain now. That's the unfortunate timing.
Just a bit too early.
Yep, yep. Moon rain. I have the most annoying one. Phew, saved it. Because you have to jump from here over to this spot. And it's annoying. Because you sometimes miss the jump. You just fall down. It's stuck here. Jiggle jiggle. Yes. That seems like such a small number. But then you think about when I enabled it and like it's just us, yeah. When we enabled it and then you have to think about like how many hours I stream a week, and then yeah, it kinda, it's not that much. Who is that? I can't see. I hate these fucking new nameplates. I only have to see you in like a person if it's like by their profile picture.
Are you gonna make a jump again?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh shit! I flew into the fucking... I flew into the fucking...
What the hell?
Oh, I flew in the fucking thingy. My bad. Oh, there's a boat. Bye. Who is that? Oh, it's Vabs. 5 minutes. Kind of unfortunate this the moon rain is now. Would have been nice to have that with Leviathan. 55 minutes? Hey, that's like since you followed. Hell yeah. You should be proud, Glory. You should be very proud. I'm one of the OG. Oh yeah, for sure, Glory. Nah, but it's one of those things. It's like, I obviously knew who you were before you came in and followed here today. So, I know you're OG. Like, I know I've known of you beforehand, so, you know. OG or not, you're still like older in terms of my perception. Yeah, it's just like I've seen your name around for many years at this point, probably. Yeah, it should be years at this point. So I know, like, you just haven't been here specifically. Wouldn't surprise me if I look at your like account age and it would be like, you know, 12 plus years or something. Hi, Babs. Okay. We have all the scraps. 46 scraps. You see, it's not me, it's my family in your head. I can just look at your in your profile and it says. If it would load, because freaking the dashboard is so bugged, it just like has some fucking memory leak to it. Our account created July 2015, so it's 11 years old. Close enough. XP. Where should we should probably also move out, maybe.
Yeah, it's like, what, 1-2 minutes?
I'm gonna roll like down to 30. And then I'm gonna respawn, so I'm gonna be on the main island because it's always spawns around there.
Okay.
I level up. 363.
Nice.
Okay, 31. 30, as long as I don't land on... Nope. 30. Respawns. Nope. Whee! I've been on the site for 11 years. The horrors. Yeah, my account is since 2011. So... Big oof. Oh, hey Babs. Oh, nice boat.
Oh, no.
Nice boat.
Ah. Hi, Babs. Play Babs.
I'm gonna pop potions.
Ah, there we go. Hi.
Popping potions. Chug.
Why are you
Chug.
Why are you looking mad at me?
We have seen it all. Whoa! Jesus Christ! It's right ahead. And their bombs, in your head.
Why are you staring? Oh, okay.
Who knows? Fucking cryptic fuck.
Why are you angry? What?
That was the weakest throw I've ever done. It got nowhere. Wheelie though. Here, I got you, fam. Oops. I got you, fam.
Shit, I should pop potions.
Ayo, cleaner fish. Power behind the 0.13 meter cast. Yeah, it got like nowhere. Here, I have this as well so you can see. I know it's like super far away so you can't really see, but you can see the bar go up and down at least. Wow! I disappeared. It's the boobs to add some weight to the throw. Oh my god, hi Simon. Hi. Ah, like the flywheels of old. Didn't realize they had such purpose. God damn it. What the hell? I keep getting like relics.
The game is telling you to gamble.
Apparently. Hey Cleo! You're cute. Oh, don't fish.
Cleo!
Hi Cleo. Hope you're good. Ah! Oh! I fell overboard. You're a relic beat. Aw, thank you, Simon. I appreciate it. Ooh, I got a spike. Oh, yeah, you're saying I'm old. Yeah, fuck. I didn't realize that. Oh. Damn it. What the fuck? Iron boom. There's still 3 hours left. That's crazy. 12 hours is way too long of a stream. I don't know how I'm supposed to be entertaining for this long.
Just be you.
Don't mind if I do. My catnip. We do a flip. Whoa! I was myself there. I can totally do a backflip on command like that. So fast and everything. Oh Jesus! Okay, I was down there. We're halfway. We're gonna beat it, no problem.
Yeah. Let's keep going like this.
I'm even gonna fish these red fish because I can. It's a squid. Hi, cool friend. Streamer, my attention span is lapsing. Do a funny. Yeah. Murder. I'll do it again. Ow.
I'll fucking do it again.
Fucking do it. Fucking do it again. Murder.
I did it.
Yeah, guilty.
Gosh.
I don't know. Yeet. I don't know. Yes. Bro, you don't have time for that, Vabs. You need to fish. Thank you though. Here, I'm capturing this fish. I'm capturing this fish here. Oh no, what's gonna happen? Oh shit. Whoa! It just went full force backwards and I accidentally slapped Vabs in the face with it. Thank you, Vabs. Hey, Skal. Damn it, woke up too late. What the hell, Skal? You were sleeping?
Yes, come on. I need that. Come on.
I want an eye too.
Hey.
Guilty. Hey, nice. Good job. I have like 3 eyes, but since I got the quest, I haven't got one.
The quest didn't pop up for me though. That's concerning.
Oh, that's a rainbow.
Fish. You got the soul.
Nope. That's a rainbow fish. Hey, I got Steve. Steve.
I was about to say it's not dead yet, so.
Yuck. The fucking naming of the clip. Yuck. Atlantic cod. Bro. Skal, come on. Skal is literally on their way with the boat.
Does anybody still need the soul or?
Doubt. I just want eye and things. I'm gonna get it now.
Luck of the draw.
Nope. Maybe not. Ow. You have the voice to the gold. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Needs 1 or 2 more catches and then it's dead.
Soviet art revealed goes was done, named it, which means red beetle. Let me guess, it's made out of blue. Leviathan defeated, you have been awarded a badge of honor. Wow, someone didn't edge it? Can't believe you. Wow, you didn't edge it? Wow, you didn't edge it. Crazy. Then why didn't you say anything? Oh, you didn't say anything. SMH, you're crazy.
Disappointed.
Crazy. What is used to locomote? Don't gonna take away this should when I have it already 5 times. Skal, you're crazy. Oh, I gave you. Kit. Mwah. Anyway, I was gonna go take a break once we once we defeated that. Cause I need to go to the bathroom and just step away for a little bit. Whew. Just maybe open up some fucking window or something if it's not raining too much. Okay, Skal. So, probably if you're gonna go elsewhere, maybe join Vabs or Ingray on their boat there. So you don't die from me. I mean, I could go AFK.
I need to place a tribute on Baron's grave. Do you know where that is, B?
Baron's grave? I know I saw the picture of it being on the grave, but I don't remember where the grave itself is. I think it's on the swamp island though.
Yeah, it is.
I show you.
Catch a hogfish. Bring the knife fish to Elessa. Bring the sarcophagus to Elessa. Where's Elessa? Prove it. Catch 1 elephant fish. So I have to go to the realm, basically. I need a hogfish and fly fish too, though. Anyway, you can. Oh yeah, well, no, the clip, right. No, I can watch it now, just quickly. What happened? Dude, imagine if I actually nailed the fucking derp face as I did that. That would have been even funnier. Cemetery, forest across the entrance. Thinking the right thing shouldn't have been opposite of fridge. Put 2 photos of the red beetle in the gaming channel.
Oh, I'm gonna upload, by the way.
Okay, KDI. You take care.
Yeah, B.
Have good one. Did everyone abandon ship so I can go back? Yeah, they did. Okay, respawn. Oh, what the fuck? Just as I pressed the button. You bitch! Thank you for the thunder. Jesus Christ. Holy fucking shit. Also. Hey Mayo. Hey Mayo.
Oh my god.
Wow. I'm gonna have to go AFK for a bit. Love the dirt face. So I'm just gonna be like here and be AFK and you can watch the nice background. I'll do this. Then I go lock to world, then I go bye. I'm just gonna be behind the thing here. And I'm mute here too. What's happening? What are they doing? What's happening? I see what you're typing. What the hell? Estimate. What are you doing? What did Vaps do? What was loud? What did they do? Hi.
Oh, Vaps didn't do anything.
No?
Ow.
I may have done something.
Hi, Vaps.
What the hell? Also, I need to fix my play space.
What the fuck?
Play space fix itself, please. Oh, Miami! Oh, there we go. Oh, we're good.
Oh.
No, I can. Ah! Fuck's
Miami,
sake.
that was angry.
No, I said hi to Miami.
Oh. Anyway, how was your thunderstorm?
I've opened up my balcony door and I put a towel down so my floor doesn't get wet.
Nice.
Understandable.
Wow.
Hi, Miami. It's almost time. It's almost time for you.
Oh no, the French.
Is it French?
Yes, the French.
Just turn the rain off in your world. Dude, I would love that. Because outside right now, outside, 17 degrees. Ooh.
Can I have some of that?
Yeah, I that's why I was like, I have to open. I have to get like cool air in here.
It's still 21 here. God damn.
Jesus Christ, yeah. It is raining though, quite heavily.
What's funny is I can't tell whether like the sound comes from game or outside.
I mean, it's not raining in game, so. Raining in game. I have 13, bro, give me that. And then I fart. Catch a hogfish.
You know what, I'm gonna go with you. You have a probably faster boat.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn in the quest up here though, at this cell guy. Then the rain here. There's a drought. Yeah, Ingrid said that earlier as well. That's. Oh shit! I didn't mean to sell, but sure. Have a delivery. Illusions has joined. 39? Jesus Christ. Well, it's not midday, but it's...
Yeah, it's only 8 million for the galleon.
8 million. I have 650,000. What? Alex, what's up?
Plans to put 9 million.
Where am I going? What am I doing? Well, I have to move so we don't... Oops. We don't despawn it.
All people want to join.
Wait for me. There we go.
Hogfish. I can't click because I'm in the seat.
This one's for you. This one's for you, Cleo.
Glem.
Oh, hell no!
Okay.
Oh, hell no.
Sit.
You're going to the desert?
Flying fish. Hogfish.
I don't know, just sit. You will see where we go.
I need to go to the pyramid.
desert?
Yeah, I kind of need to go to the thingy too. I need an elephant fish. I need one more catfish in from the pyramid. Who is Alessa?
Oh, that's that dragon lady inside the Twilight Zone.
Okay, well then we're going there. Night, night, Miami. Look, VRC. Wait, what are we talking about now? Wow. Don't have enough money to tell someone about you being blue. Love you, Miami. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Ding a ding. What are we talking about? Why are we ding donking? T-pose? Yeah. I don't know. Wee! Yeah, it's Miami's birthday in an hour and 40 minutes. Can I go through it? Do we no, I'm not gonna bother. Can I do this at speed though?
Oh, just speed into the pyramid. If you step out, we're straight through.
Nah, don't want to do that.
Ah, okay.
A message about 999 in Miami. Hey B, when I get jealous, I'm eating oh Jesus Christ! Fuck you, Vabs. I'm eating dime cake. Yeah, dude, that is actually pretty good shit.
Hey, stop.
Who? I can't talk to her. Wait, that's not her.
But that's the one you need.
I can't turn anything. I can't turn anything in. Wait. Is it because did I bring this? Oh, I sold them just now. Damn it. Anyway, hi guys. How are we doing? How are you feeling? I can go sleep now. Night, Vabs. Night, Mammy. Yeah, I know it's still just only Thursday. People need to get up tomorrow and be productive and stuff, so...
Oh, shit,
night. Why are you eating dime cake at this hour? You need to go to bed. Also, also, I don't know if I'm supposed to be hosting the thingy. Oh, I got the elephant fish. Where do I turn that in now? You have Giflar? I have Giflar too. Is this a sarcophagus? Is that a red one? Sarcophagus?
No, pink one.
Giflar. What was I gonna say? The whole like gaming. If I'm gonna go to back to desktop these last few hours there, I don't know if Co and Peeps think I'm hosting it. I was just gonna join in on them if they are doing it. I haven't seen. Are they doing anything yet? I haven't seen. I try to look now on my. Oh yeah, so Co is live now. It looks like. Ah, Co live. Ah. I don't know how long or anything. Anyway. Bald. Might just inhale a bag of Giflar before bed. And you're gonna sleep so well if you do. It's gonna be so amazing because you're gonna be totally not high on sugar. Like a little kid just climbing up the walls.
Oh no, not again.
Can somebody give me a Hoya? Hoya!
You mind it, B, or?
You can do it. Go for it. That's funny. That's funny. That's great. I got a sarcophagus again.
Yo, what the fuck? How huge is that thing?
I need a knife fish as well. Okay, so I had the sarcophagus. I got the sarcophagus back, and now I need a knife fish. You call it a knife? This is a knife.
Why?
Same thing again, Kay?
Yes.
That's funny.
I'm literally picturing.
Him down 4 Red Bull before sleep pass and that's nah. Vabs, I could never do that. Fuck no. If I drink too much caffeine, I would not be able to sleep. Knife fish! There we go. So now I need to go to her again. Where'd she go? Oh, there. There's an exclamation mark now. There you go. New quest. Must ask one more favor, you Outlander. Can you deliver my tribute to Baron? I'll do it. Wonderful. long ago. Go find the current priest and they will be able to tell you where Baron is. I need to find Baron now.
I know where he is.
Explain. The priest says the priest should know. She said the priest knows, so I could ask her.
So where's the priest?
In the church.
Then let's go.
But I still need a catfish. I have 9 out of 10 catfish.
You need also 10 flying fish.
Yeah, but that's out in the ocean.
Trash.
Yeah, that's out in... No, I don't need trash.
I need 10 trash.
What? You want to eat my ear?
shoes.
So prove it. I need an elephant fish that I caught. I need 1 more tiger shovel-nosed catfish.
Right now.
And then Baron. I need a hogfish. I need a flying fish. I need to go talk to the merchant in the desert. Oh yeah!
Fish back to back with that rod.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That looks like an elephant fish. Why are you gnoming my ear though?
Nice. Look tasty. Where's my rod?
That's the funniest part about the face. Like the face tracking, sure, I can make funny faces, but like with the ears as well, me moving my mouth. That was a Wells catfish. I don't need that. Ow! Bro, that barely hit me. What the fuck? What happened to that one? Ow! What, you wanna know my neck? Come here. Give me a proper bite like the fucking vampire you are. What? No. Ow. African lungfish. Why am I so laggy here when there's a bunch of people and a stream? When I was here with Neko on Monday, it was like so chill. There was like no lag at all.
Yeah, because it wasn't streaming.
Yeah, I know. Still though.
See the problem?
Don't have teeth, so it's gonna be slimy. You don't have teeth? What the fuck? That's like so slimy. Can I just get that one catfish that I need? Yeah, okay, I do. Yeah, I thought so. That would have been crazy if you didn't.
It's always like that. It's so hard to get that catfish, the last one. Or in general.
Bro. There we go. Okay, I have coast streams open now. Oh, she looks cute. Why does everyone have such cute avatar and I'm just me?
Fish. Well, you look at least sexy.
Thanks.
What are you on about? You are cute.
I mean, I still would, even with that face.
I like wood too. I like trees. What? Glory caught an uncommon sea urchin. You're in Texas. There's nowhere to fish. It's all just plains and... No, just kidding. There's definitely fish. Isn't there like a massive river that runs through Texas?
A river that runs to Texas?
Yeah. It's the Mississippi. The Mississippi River goes through Texas, right? Yeah, yeah. It runs like it runs away.
How can the river run?
Yeah, I know. It's floating.
It doesn't even have legs.
Fucking funny. Fucking funny. Kitty, Great Canyon have plenty of fishes. We have a coastline with the Gulf of Mexico. You mean Gulf of America? I'm kidding. Yeah, right. There's the coastline. That's true. No, none of the like major cities in Texas is along the coastline, though, is it? Like Dallas is not. Austin is not. What else is there?
Houston.
Houston, yeah, that's also not along the coastline. Well, isn't maybe Houston is the closest? Houston is right there. Okay, maybe yeah. Okay, fair enough. Houston is the one that's close.
Oh, trash.
Houston. Houston, we have a problem. Why is it always when you contact me, it's a fucking problem? Can you ever bring any good news? I don't remember where that's from, but that's such a. I remember it was just so fucking funny. I remember it's like a movie, or is that like airplane? No, that wouldn't make sense. It's some fucking comedy thing. It's either a skit or like a movie, where they're just like, Houston, we have a problem. It's like, again? Why does it always gotta have to be a problem? Do you ever bring any good news? Fuck, what was that? That was a long time ago, though. That was from like late 2000s. Because I remember having fun with that when I was like a teenager. Hospital? What is it? We have a sick lady over here. We have to take her to the hospital. Hospital? What is it? It's a big building with doctors and patients, but that's not important right now. We have to report to the headquarters. Headquarters? What is it? It's a building with lots of generals and decision makers, but that's not important right now. It's something like that. I'm like paraphrasing it, but it's just so stupid. We have Clarence. Clarence, Roger, Roger. Roger, Roger. What's her vector, Victor? Sounds like use one airplane movies. Yeah, it feel like it is that. And stop calling me Shirley. Yeah, that. Oh my God, Shirley. It's like, yes, but stop calling me Shirley. There's something there's something that could be done, Shirley. Yes, there is, but don't call me Shirley. Dude, what is his name again? It's like Liam Neeson? No. Isn't that the Taken guy?
Yeah.
What's the guy's name with the white hair? Surely you're joking. I'm not. But don't call me Shirley.
Well, is it British comedy or is it?
No, it's American.
Comedy?
He did like a bunch of like. It's the Naked Gun guy.
Oh, Liam Neeson.
It is Liam Neeson then. Oh.
You said Naked Gun and I instantly knew.
Yeah, but is what's the guy, the Taken guy's name? What's his name?
Wait, no. Liam Neeson is the. Yeah. Oh, what was his name again?
Leslie.
Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah.
Okay, now.
Yeah, Leslie. Yeah, we got to it. They need to get a hospital. It's urgent. A hospital? What is it? A big building with patients, but that's not important right now. Oh, they only say patients? Okay. I haven't seen it in many, many years. My dad showed it to me. Can I get this fucking catfish? I swear to God. You're right, Gibby. When you only need the one fucking thing, you don't get it.
Wait, what are you fishing for?
Catfish. The tiger shovel-nosed catfish.
It's the purple one.
Yeah.
That's here?
Yes. Watch me get it now because I was complaining.
You jinxed it.
Oh yeah.
There it is. Is it this one? I don't know.
This one. It is this one. Bling! Done.
You should have complained earlier.
Yep, apparently. So, I think I have the quest now to turn in. So I have to go to Kuzo. Wait, he's in here.
Yeah.
Where is he though? Kuzo. 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 Kuzo.
Not that guy.
Dude, this place's not that big. How can you be hiding? What the fuck? What? Where is he? Oh, there. Why are all of them in the same spot? You got those fish? Yeah, I knew you'd do it. Off you go. What? I didn't get anything.
Next step, maybe?
Bring Kuzu 10 tiger shovel fish. I sold them. Oh. But it said 9 out of 10, but now it says bring it to him 1 out of 10. God fucking damn it.
Yeah, you need one more.
You're such an idiot.
No, I don't need one more. Because I fished those last time I was here, and I was gonna do the delivery quest, and I accidentally opened up the menu to sell instead. I was like, ah, fine, I'll sell. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. I'm just stupid. I'm just stupid. Need to get it hot. A legend that will never die is where delivery comic punchline is unmatched. Dude, the fucking stone cold face whenever he talks and like delivers his punchline, it's so fucking good all the time. Just lock quest fishes? No! No, I'm never gonna do that. Because I'm gonna be stupid. Oh yeah, I can roll some more now that we're here. Oh, sorry, Gibby.
Oh,
I don't know what he did.
Crap, baby. I walked into you. Inquired about funny golf game. I'll start it in like 40 so minutes apparently. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gloria, for the info. The funny golf game is in about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you hate that. Never mind.
Scrap metals, I see.
Super Battle Golf?
No, I'm not. Thank you.
Shit.
Okay, I really should head off now before I'm gonna
You get some good sleep.
No, you.
And I'll see you tomorrow more,
Peace.
yeah? Shut up! I'm not talking to you! Bye! There you go, nice.
The last few hours, so.
Nice. Good, like, sleep well, okay? Bye bye bye, okay? Bye 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 bye.
Bye.
So how many do I roll?
Yeah, also I finished the pyramid index.
I have 50.
Nice.
How much do you?
I have 219 now. I went from 20, 18. I'm going down to 10 because it's good to have 10 in the inventory in case, you know, you need to buy another rod or something. Cruelly, I think all-time favorite comedy film is There's Something About Mary. It's so freaking funny. Oh, that one is pretty good too. Yeah, I've seen that many times as well. All-time favorite. Spaceballs is up there for me. I fucking love Spaceballs. It appears that we've been like shit. Sir, can you come over here, please? What is it? You need to take a look at this. And he walks over and is still doing the thing, and it's like, I lost the bleep, I lost the sweep, I lost the bleep. You lost the what and the what and the what? You know, the bleeps. The sweeps. And the sweeps. It's not all the things you lost. Oh, I fucking love that one. Fish required for quest. Yeah. It's just that I did it last time. I got to 9 out of 10. I didn't think that I needed to keep them on me. The thing is, some of them... Also, some of the quests are... Oh, I'm stranded. Some of the quests are you have to catch it. And then you don't have to, like, deliver it. You just have to catch it. And then some of them are, hey, you have to catch it. Well, not catch it. You have to get them and deliver them. They should also make quest... They should make quest fish. They should make, like, the quest fish... Quest items, or, like, key items, not fish.
What's it called when you check?
I don't know, but I can't move this, so we have to either go out there or respawn.
Which one? Oh, tiger.
Respawn.
Yeah, tiger
Respawn.
catfish.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you need one more.
Wee! 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 Hi, Lucian. Wow, look at you being all pretty. Hey, it's David too. Wait a hand. So many cuties. Right there. How unconvoluted and simple to understand. What the fuck is that pink frog?
Oh, it's a Discord Nitro thing. I haven't changed that.
Oh. Ask the priest where to find Baron.
If you have...
Oh shit, I got 40,000 coins for that and I fucked it up. Rip. Wait, I need to find Rexy. She's on here somewhere. Rexy, where is the one? She's like that pink punk bitch. I don't see her. Where's the pink punk bitch? Are they up there? Oh, there she is. Behind the fucking store. Come here. Yeah, I was in there. Give the elephant fish. Wait. There you go. Cat the elephant fish to her. Bitch.
But that doesn't prove anything, she said.
Yeah, I know. But still. There's quest. I did it. Now we have to go to the swamp. Swampy. Swampity swamp. Swampity swamp. There's a boat here. Ah, oh my god, I almost flew away. We're in. Alright, okay, we're in. Good. Wow. You guys good?
Yeah, doing some quests that I haven't done.
Yeah, I was gonna tell Moon to get on your boat because your one's faster.
Well, we're going that way where you're coming from, no?
Wait, what are you guys doing?
I'm going to the church to bury, like, put a tribute thingamajig.
Okay, back to your boat.
Okay, bye.
My boat sucks, I know.
An elephant fished. I didn't know they were so smart. Oh, shit. Ah, fuck.
Close enough.
I stranded it.
Did they have like any new quests recently?
Huh?
I guess they have. Did they like any new quests?
The thing is, there's like different ones for like daily, it seems like.
Wait,
Someone...
you don't need a Leviathan eye anymore for this quest?
Yeah, what? I need a Leviathan eye.
Tail go boing, boing,
well, no, it says catch
boing.
nightfish in a sarcophagus. It doesn't say Leviathan anymore.
Oh yeah,
Or
I did that one.
Leviathan
Yeah. My bunny tail go boing, 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 boing. Boing, 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 boing. Oh, I need to blink. What's up? May Goddess Mariana be with you. I have cursed fishes. I don't though. I don't know why I clicked that. Ask where to find Bedon. Bedon? I haven't heard that name in a long time. Where can I find him? My grandfather told me tales when I was very young of the adventures of Bedon and Elessa. I believe Elessa was an immortal dragon king, but nobody knows where she is these days. I do. As for Baron, he rests now in our cemetery. The headstone furthest in. I hope that helps. Furthest in? Stop violating the laws of physics? No. We're good. Furthest in, it's like over here? Oh. I think there's a Gibi to show which one it is.
Just landing here.
Place the tribute on Baron's grave. What are we gonna? Return to our... I have to go back.
Also got this one?
Yeah, the bone. Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was like day 2.
The funny thing is, I was searching for that grave over here. I was looking. Yeah, is it this one? No. And I turn around and then, oh, there's a bone.
Nice. Scrap metal thingy. I mean... Where do we go then? I have to turn in at the Crescent Island. I still need a hogfish in the middle of the water. We need to go back to the pyramid, I guess.
Let's go for the hogfish first.
Okay. I don't even know where I turn in the hogfish though. Who wants it?
I think it's on Coconut Bay. The guy who wants to eat every fish.
Behold, the brain cells. The brain cells that have no clue of what to do. Ah, I missed the fucking dock. So where are we going? Just at a random pool? There's an ionized one. Gold? Is a gold one? Oh, there. Hi guys. Boost. Yippee. Wait. What if... You know, I have to fish it. It's stupid that you can't get it through the autopad. Herring, cod, crab, cod. Oh my god, there were so many things in that one. Jesus Christ. Rusko, oh right, he's like on the main island. Right, yeah, that's true. Oh, I got it now. I got it right away. Look at this. This is a bomb fish. But wait a minute, that's gonna be good though, cause if I go and fish those the catfish again, I have double up on this. So if I catch it, I have a chance to get like double. It won't count double for the quest itself, but given that I only have to turn them in, they will double up. Because I just need to have 10 in my inventory. This kind of world got a bit too convoluted though now that we have to go back and forth, up and down, left and right, BA, start. Like, I feel like it should have been more, catch, you know, instead of having 10 quests of catching one fish, it should be one quest of catching 10. Like, it shouldn't be just a bunch of small ones.
It's like, why are you using the stick to flank?
I feel like it's
Messed
just
up game or something.
you're just going all over the place instead of just like plopping down and fishing
You
somewhere.
talking about me?
No, I'm just
Yeah,
talking.
you're using the stick.
Yeah, I need trash.
Turn off your luck.
They got rid of the trash point. I don't know why, but they got rid of the trash point, so you can't get trash anymore, which is stupid.
Did you turn off your luck too, Gibby?
Yep.
Okay.
I have bad luck on that one. But the thing is, you're completing different kind of quests to get permanent luck. And I still have.
You can turn on that.
Holy luck.
You can turn that off in the menu.
Where?
In like the settings, there is like turn off the index luck.
Oh, you can turn off the X luck.
It's raining. It's in your head, in your head.
What is this? Mysterious entity?
That is the Sunman. That's what it is.
Oh, epic fish, be a hogfish. That's a sunfish.
No, I have mine as fish.
Don't you see, it's not me, it's not my family. I just realized something. The hogfish is just on the island. That's not out here.
Oh, I got pup.
But the flying fish is out here, and I need that too. So. Zombie. Gummy shark. Cobra stand. Glory of Cobra stand. Do people call you Glory or Cobra? Ah! Because now that I see your full name there for the catch thing, imagine. Is it Glory to Cobra stand? Do people call it Cobra? Or Glory? Maybe I should call you Cobra if people do that. I usually always just go with the first thing in the name. I don't know. I don't know why.
Yeah, same with.
Honestly,
Illumi
people call me
prison.
both. I don't mind either.
He
Ah,
always
okay.
said Illumi, and we guys saying prison.
Yeah, exactly. I called Prism like Illumi for the longest time. Because they're Illumi Prism. Oh, flyfish. Hi, Paladin. That one I don't say RGB, because RGB is like explaining what Paladin is, I guess. So in a sad sense, it would be Cobra stand instead of Glory. Pinkfish! Wow! Jesus Christ, just as I fucking caught the fish. IG, thank you for the raid. That scared me. Lately, a lot of people call me Cobra, then Glory, though used the other way around a few years back. Yo, hi Kazi, happy early, thank you. Hope you're doing good, Kazi. It's been a while. Hope you had a good stream, G. G.
Oh no,
Yo. G. Yeah, it's Kazi. That's Kaz.
Why are so many people have the same names?
Because it's very common names, like Wolfie.
Just be grass.
Grass. Or just make a name when you're 14 and stick with that. Why did I say that? Now that makes me feel old. That username is over 20 years old now. Skull! Thank you.
I was gonna say, you think my name is any better? People still, like, some people still complain about it.
Your name is David?
unique,
That's
I guess.
crazy.
No, it's just a bunch of numbers in the X's. That's what people complain about.
Fjortis. Ah, same. Alright, happy early birthday to everyone live when you won't live when it's my birthday? Like, that's fine, G. Thank you. Sleep, K. Oh, flying fish, or do we just go? Cygnus gonna kill me? No, 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 no. You're not gonna die. It's a step, bro, being annoying. I mean, bet will do. My name's 13 years old. You had it since you were 13? Oh wow. Because I made mine for Warcraft 3. Oh Jesus, for Battle.net. That's crazy. Squish the I3. The squish the B. Squish the B. I don't know. I'm being cooked alive in this room, even though I opened it. Oh, camo manta ray. I have over 13 years old. Yeah, I sure hope you're over 13 years old. Nice one, cool trainer. Steve.
What the fuck?
Oh.
What just happened?
Well, there you go.
I found this avatar.
It's Steve. Nice. Good night. What? Okay. New pool. There's the new pool you spawned.
Oh, strange world. Okay.
Good night. Have a good stream. Good night, Rail fan. Sleep well. Thank you for today. Squish, 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 squish.
This one has to be squished.
Created my Twitch when I was 22 years old. I created my Twitch when I was 20. Wow. Time is 11 p.m. That's crazy. I've done 10 hours now. Whoa! And I've done a backflip. Because I'm so excited about 10 hours. We old. Yeah. I mean, I made the Twitch in 2021. No, 2011. My brain. Bro, that came like right at my face. Jesus Christ. Stop playing with my tits. Please. Yeah, please. I asked nicely. Stop playing with them. Anyway. Ow. Sorry. You can have a little bit of a jiggle because of that. I tried to time it nice. I need to rest a bit. Whew. How comes B is such a cutie? I don't know. I don't do anything. I'm just... Ow. Why would you do that? Because if I sit down here on my couch, it's gonna be right next to the open door and window. Can I get a bit cooler back here? It's also... Dude, it's so fucking humid outside. I can feel the wetness coming through the door.
Like, over here, like in the middle of the day, it's like it was cloudy and like it felt like just the wind was like burning you, and then suddenly it's just heavy rain out of nowhere.
Yeah. I have that heavy rain right now. Kind of thing.
I mean, we didn't necessarily have heavy rain. We just had like maybe like a sprinkle for like 10 minutes. That was like for 10 minutes.
Can I put this pillow behind my head here so I can actually like rest my head? Ah. Whoa! Backflip.
Whoa!
Backflip. Ah, it's nice. It's cooler and I can rest my back a bit. Wah, 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 wah. I am on lock both. Yeah, I am. Whoa! I'm gone. Tommy, yes. What are we doing? We're fishing, right?
Trying to catch trash or flying fish. But I either get
Yeah, the flying fish is a
black or
fucking
blue.
bitch.
I have minus 80 luck, but I only got one trash so far.
Fish.
What?
What's this one? Rosie?
Damn.
I got a Mosey relic piece over a trash. What the fuck? Oh my god, that's a big shark. Big white shark.
It's Megalodon.
Megalodon.
I'm gonna keep that one.
Squid.
Squish.
Finally got him. Pineapple.
Hi, Labroski.
What? Broski?
He
Where?
joined.
Oh.
He just joined.
What the hell? You can't.
No.
What the fuck? You.
Labroski,
Where? Like, where did they go? Cut the night, Joe. I leveled up. I'll call it night. Alright, good night, killer. Thank you for today. You good luck with your workies tomorrow, and I'll see you when I stream later. Halibut. Kotoko, that's only for. I've made it so it's only VIP that can say it. So not only do you get the badge, but you do also get benefits to do other things. But first... Jesus! Let me take a selfie.
Oh yeah, I have this one before. I got this one. Because you haven't seen them yet.
Oh, that looks fucky wucky. Looks very wucky.
It's a secret fish.
Yeah, but it looks fucky wucky.
Yeah, but Gibby is bees.
Hi, Gibby.
Hi,
Gibby.
Hi, broski. I was about to say, you can tell who's your favorite.
I did, I think.
Well, what happened?
Gibby, so.
Yeah, Gibby's stinky.
I wanna see me? Why me? Wanna touch me?
Hey yo.
Hey yo, you have it. Good job, Luna. What level are you?
A week. It took me a week to get 1 million.
Yeah, but what level are you?
Like, huh?
126.
Ah, that's pretty early though. That's pretty good. Look at Luna with their freaking Leviathan rod. And look how smexy they are.
Cool.
Run away.
I'm actually so happy I got this thing.
Do something funny, broski.
Fucking love this
Dab.
Squish.
So fucking funny. Crazy.
I'm actually so happy.
I was crazy once. Oh hey, Skull is back. They're finally alive.
Whoa.
I'm not funny.
Hi, Manuka.
Stinky.
I'm not that funny.
Hi, Skull. I got the rod. Finally.
I got this one.
I need to get any jumping on it, but yeah.
That's what she said, Cobra.
Fish.
Nice. That's what she said,
Well, I
Cobra.
haven't got the rod yet because I still need the
Tier?
or the tier. Yeah.
What pissed me off was the fact that I had every item other than the million I needed.
Oh boy.
I got the mill.
Oh, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah, it took me a week to get that.
No.
He's a fan of fishing. Good for her.
2 mil.
Because I only had
Yes.
300,000 when I got all the items for the rod, and I was stuck with the rough bang or whatever the fuck it's called.
They talked for like.
This thing.
They talked for like
Yeah, the rough
a
bang.
year plus with me at least.
What are they on
He
about?
also was talking yesterday.
Nice chat, Bob.
Skell says you talk.
I wasn't. What,
You're
yesterday?
Yesterday he was
Broski.
talking.
Broski has been. We've been known that Broski is British for the longest time.
He's been talking a long time.
Anyway, I'ma go. Bye, B.
Wasn't
Why
talking yesterday.
more take it? Why? Because reasons. I don't know.
Way.
Whoa, what the fuck was that? That's what
Damn.
she said. Ah!
Blue da ba dee da ba da. I should fish, but I can't be asked. I'm like losing a lot of energy here. Not gonna lie.
Streaming for like 8, 10, 9, 10
It's 10 at the moment. 10 to 15.
hours. You're gonna be doing 15.
Well.
Redfish.
What, tomorrow?
12 tomorrow too.
Your birthday.
Don't get me wrong, it's fun. It's just it sucks out the fucking. What do you want to call it? Like you get tired. Like you try to be on for 12 hours. Yeah. Ah!
Yeah, I know. Tickle.
I've told Marie that tomorrow after stream, so like 1 a.m. tomorrow, so in like 26 hours. I told Marie, it's like, if you're available, I'm gonna steal you, and we're just gonna go lay down somewhere, so I can just breathe, you know, not do anything.
I need to get the enchantment on this, but yeah, I don't have that. I don't know how to
I would
get that.
explore trying to be upbeat for that long. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm losing my energy right now. The thing is, it was also quite a bit since I ate as well. I ate what, like 5:30, and it's getting close to 11:30.
Tiger sharks.
Might need to numb on a snack or something.
Yeah, I don't.
And then you get another quest.
Ow,
from that person.
Oh, I need to catch the sarcophagus
Ball, yeah.
and 9 more shovel nose. Wow, what the fuck?
Is Ko already?
Yep,
Wait, Ko is going desktop now. I see it.
Fair enough. I just caught a negative huge great white shark like 2 seconds ago. It's awesome.
Yeah, earlier I went to the bathroom, right? So I brought my phone, and it was like a thing to like, I'm just gonna check so Discord is fine, so there's not like it's blowing up or anything. Holy shit! People have been active in the Discord while I was fucking gone. Jesus Christ, there were so many pings that like, not pings, but like messages. There was like a message in this channel, a message in that channel, a message in that channel.
Gonna catch a Lobroski. I don't think you're a fish, but I can still catch a fox.
Shark hasn't pierced. Okay.
I have not used to it being that active while I was gone.
Oh my god.
Wow. Ain't no way B went to the bathroom. Yeah, I did. I never go to the bathroom on stream.
Good rod.
Cause I'm not weak like that. I go to the bathroom, and then
I haven't got one of these.
you know, or I go to the bathroom and then I start my stream, and then I stream for 5 hours. I usually don't need
that's not that bad of a rod.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't.
Consume nutrient.
prefer
They're checking
the,
Twitter, I think.
attraction over the luck.
Also, Skull, I
Yeah.
completed the Coconut Bay Index
Okay.
as well.
Nice. That makes
So I
sense.
got Coconut
I
Bay,
just-
Open Sea, and Tanglewood all done. And the Leviathan one.
Yeah.
Good job.
You're talking about index, is it?
Good job.
The index?
What? I got
The index, like, I complete the pyramid index.
100%.
Oh, I haven't done the pyramid one. I'm missing one fish.
We're
I'm
talking
missing this one fish and it's
We're
pissing me
talking
off.
about the index.
Which, the pink one?
No, the
Yeah, the pink one.
island
For me,
index,
the pink one.
the fish index.
If you get the pink one, don't sell it. You need it later.
Yeah, I know, for the quest.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it the sarcophagus?
Is there any
Because if it
100%?
is, that's the one
Any
that I need to get.
100%ers?
It's me.
No.
I think I'm gonna respawn and try to get that hogfish, because that is just one fish, and if I get that, I'm done. Because that's on the first island.
Ooh, shout
Wait,
out.
no. I'm gonna go to that one first and hand in my
It's there
quest.
for like 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the island, broski. If you're gonna continue fish, go with Skal. Or something. I'm gonna go turn in island and then respawn. Oh, I'm drowning. That before quest, yeah, true. Whoa! Oh, did you see me just leaving my body there for a sec? Never sell donks. Hi, Demi. Yeah, I'm not gonna sell. I'm just gonna turn in a quest here. Here you go. There you go. Now I got some money. I'm gonna respawn. And we're gonna fish on this one island. Hi, Demi. How you doing? Hope you're good. Wasn't it thundering down? Yeah, it was, Lovey. It was thundering quite a lot. But it's fine. Auto pet place. Hearing. How did the first 10 hours treat you? Pretty well. It's just been a little bit all over the place. But I've had fun. It's been good. Oh. Epic right away. Maybe it's the one I need. Abandoned. Thank you. Bro, are you serious? Listen to this. It's the one that I needed. First fucking catch. Are you serious? Abandoned, thank you for the raid. And Demi, very cute and wonderful. I abandoned. Hope you're good. Hope you're a good stream. Where is the person I need? I need this guy who's running around here. Where's the guy? Where's the guy? I don't see him. Posture check. You don't like my posture?
Wait, what? Thank you
What?
for the sub.
What the hell, illusion?
What?
You fish.
Word?
There you go. Hogfish. What the hell, illusion? Come here. You sneaky bish. Oh, you snipe pup. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Jesus Christ. My brain is dying. Ugh. Ship. Please shout out abandon. There you go. Oh, hey, Jimod. Demi, lovely. Hug. Oops, wrong one. Sorry. Hug. Hope you're good. Oh my god. I have to manually change this. It's fine. 10. Now there's a hype train. What? What did you do? There's only one gift. Well, 5 technically. Hope you had a good stream, Abandoned. Scam train. Yep. Wait, so what do I have to go back now to the... I have to go back as well to the pyramid. Yeah. And I need fly fish. So yeah, I need fly fish. I need to fish in the pyramid and I need to go back to the pyramid. I guess I'm going back to the pyramid to at least turn in that quest. I hope no one was on my... Wait, no. I had parked my boat next to that freaking... Bro, I'm not in the seat. Oh well. Scam train. Yo, if we get to level 6 scam train, I will say that I'm cute and a good thing. I know. Hi Joe. Ow, balls. Why? No. It's gonna have to be level 6, 90% completed, so we get 69.
So wait, hitting them hard will make them wet?
Hitting them hard will make them wet. That is a statement that I did say. We're talking about golf balls in mini golf. Take out alone for level 6. Nah, we're good. Waterfall. And now we need to find her. I found her. She's here. Bro, she's running away from me. Bitch. Come here. What do you mean ... Did you find Baron? I did. I'm so sorry. Sorry? Don't be silly. I knew what I was getting into when I married a mortal. We had many happy years together. After he passed, I returned here to the Undying Twilight Realm where I remained. Thank you so much for what you've done. Nice. So apparently you get like a equipment thing now? What did I get? A bulber? Oh yeah, you got a heart bulber. Is it good? 20 luck or 50 luck, 20 strength, 20 expertise, 10 attraction rate, 5 big catch rate. Yeah, the fucking heart is better. That expertise is doing a lot. I'm not talking to you. Get out of my way. So now I have 750, 55, 50, 50, 45. That's pretty good. That's pretty like good. Apparently that Bobber and Midas line are good. Using it with Rune Run is also good. Oh yeah, I can change the line, true. But that's just giving more luck and attraction rate. Yeah, I feel like I'm just gonna wait. Could even get more with this one, diamond line. But the big catch rate is lower attraction rate, higher expertise. I feel like this is just it. Nice. Could be in like 10 minutes, by the way. Okay, maybe I should swap over and go desktop again. My hip is dying very soon. Still with me, but it's not very far. We can chat a little bit here until we see more. Is Mari on, by the way? Mari hasn't said a lot in a while. He is not. Mari, are you awake? Are you there? Pretty much Leviathan Rod, Menace Line, and Hard Barber is best combo. Don't kill your hips. You need that. You know, it's fine. Hype train success. Thank you. Still don't like that Twitch does that. Where they're like, oh, there was one thing that happened. Like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate that, but starting a hype train, a hype train is about hype. One sub is not like hype. Like, in the sense that the train itself shouldn't be a thing because of one sub. I mean, it's hype. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like. I feel like they just ruined the point of a hype train if they just spawn it with one sub. Just how difficult? Yeah. No, you can. And there is a checkbox for letting Twitch adjust it automatically, and I have that off. So for me, it should be 3 things, but it still just spawns it randomly. Hey, Iziki. Yo, I hope you get your partner. I saw you submitted. Happy B-Day. Thank you. It's in 24 hours and 36 minutes, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Techno. In 24 hours and 36 minutes is my birthday. Paladin. I got a relic. Making spaghetti? Hell yeah. Fucking love spaghetti. I am a fiend of pasta. I eat it so much. I don't know why. I just like it. But then tomorrow is another 12-hour one, and on Saturday for my birthday we're doing 11 one. And as soon as that clock hits midnight on Saturday, and it's not my birthday anymore, we're not streaming more. Like sauces and the pasta part is filling? Dude, like a good Alfredo and like a carbonara and things like that. Oh my god. It's so good. The thunder is now moved up north. It's around me now. Damn. Yeah, I haven't heard thunder in a long time. I even have the door open and window open now again. I'm sitting here on the couch next to the open door getting the cool breeze on me, so... Hey, I got a catfish. I want some pasta too, Cobra. I don't know why we started talking about that. Fuck. Gibby wanted to play like Repo or Peak tomorrow. Just done eating and it's... Oh my god, Batty. No way, you just ate as well. What the hell? I want to eat. I'm getting hungry. I should eat something. I have snacks. Go snack something? Yeah, I should. I mean... Sorry for yawning. It's been a long day. Yeah. I usually nap as well. I'm a person that takes a nap. You know, I eat dinner and then I nap. Because I'm a fucking boomer like that. I don't care. I like it. And then I usually sleep less during the night. I don't know. I just like it. The thing is, I didn't used to do it. It became a thing when I started streaming, because I used to work like early hours, and then I, you know, stayed up. I worked on a YouTube video, or I played some game, had dinner, took a nap, and then streamed. So I had like more energy after that. I'd probably be more a nap person if it didn't get stolen by people at random times to hang out. I mean, that's fair, Cobra, because it's like, yeah, you want to spend time with people. I'm the same way. But for me, it's more, I don't get the like a proper night's sleep, because it's usually the America's people that I get to see and I want to hang out. And I just want to spend time with them. And if I want to spend time with them, I have to stay awake for long, like, kind of thing. Oh my lordy. Yeah, I don't know. Turning 35 though. I was born on August 1st at like 3 a.m. Almost July 31st, but August 1st is where I ended up. 1991. So in 2026 I turned 35. Pass out basically right when I get home, and I'm waiting like 3 hours to people. And I was almost not gonna make it, because I've said this a few times. I've had this story before for my birthday and stuff, but I got told by my parents that, like, later on, that I actually was like, the doctor said that there's a very high probability of me not making it. They were giving like me like 25% chance of making it. But I did. So I'm here, bitches. And I ain't planning to go anywhere soon. I'm feeling healthy. Maybe I have a little bit too much gut going on to be perfectly fine. And I would need to do more exercise, but I'm not like obese or anything, and I'm not feeling like I'm unhealthy. What happened? I don't know the details, but it was like, in terms of how my mom was doing and like the values and stuff, it was like not looking good. Like it looked like I was a very weak baby, so I wouldn't like survive the delivery and stuff like that. You're cute shaped up. Oh my Demi. You're amazing, Demi. But I've also basically lived in this town my entire 35 years. I have not moved. The only time I quote unquote moved was for university, where I lived in another city for 3 years. But that was basically only for school. So over the summer, for example, I lived at home. For Christmas, New Year's, I was at home at my parents' place. I'm glad you made it. Thank you. I mean, I'm glad I made it too. Because, you know, there wouldn't be a life without it. I do have old, you know, family video VHS that we have. I have on my computer that we like recorded to put on DVDs, and I have the files as well on my PC. It would be funny to go through and like watch old baby clips of me.
I'm gonna harbor the world. Take care, Dior.
Take care, cool crayon, take care. Be cute. Some Reuter. We meet her at some point again. I might look a little different. Yeah. I hope so too, Demi. It was a good time. Like, damn. That is not that far. I mean, kinda same. Because what is it to call some? It's like 28, 280 kilometers to call some, I think. I don't know what that is in miles. But like, say it's like 300 kilometers. I mean, I've traveled and stuff, obviously. But in terms of where I live and stuff I've done. I've only been outside of Scandinavia once, and that was last year. I was in Germany. I've actually traveled quite a bit, but it's been just Europe, basically. I've never been in another continent, I think. No. I've been to Norway, Denmark, Germany, France, Poland, Spain, England. Technically, we landed in Portugal, but I was never off the plane, so I don't count that, because I was not on Portuguese. You know, if you're in an airport, it's technically international ground still. I never entered Portugal officially. Ow. Never left NA. Only other countries that have gone is Mexico. Well, that makes more sense though, Cobra. Like, the countries there are just so vast and big. Like, in North America. Oh, is the hip actually dead now? No. Ah! Jesus. No, it's not. Ah. But I have traveled quite a bit, because I've been to Gran Canaria, which is, you know, the Spanish islands off the coast of Africa. So technically, I've been to, you know, off the coast of Africa, but it's still it belongs to Spain, so you know. In Tenerife, yeah. That's one of them. I've been to Gran Canaria. That's the one next to it. If the state has its own language and culture. Oh yeah, wait, I've been to Netherlands too. Right, because I've been to Rotterdam. So I've been to like northwestern Europe mostly. I've not been to Belgium or Luxembourg. But I've been to most countries that like border up here. Tenerife, they're like flute language. Louisiana might as well be speaking its own language. That would be crazy. Whistle language? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Ah, my face. Dude, have you tried talking, not talking non-stop, but have you tried like using your mouth and speaking for a full day? Like, say for example you hang out with friends and stuff. and you just keep talking and yapping and yapping and yapping. Have you ever felt your jaw being tired? I feel my jaw is tired right now. I don't know, but I should probably... I should probably wrap up VR though, even if Ko and the others are not ready, because... Oh, yep, it's DC'd now. My hip is dead. This is fun now. Now I can do funny things where my hip is dead. I'm like... Your spine. Yeah. Planet Crafter? No, we're gonna be playing... do sleep stream? Nah, fam. Gonna play a little bit of battle golf. Monkey gonna join now too. Monkey? Monkey. Social? Monkey. 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 Golfers? Yeah. Oh. Lake take a run. Time for some golf. Hey, yo, Kitty, you joining? This time approaches. Hi, Gray. Yeah. A time is approaching. I feel like so weird wrapping up VR though and going back to desktop. I've never done that. I've always just done desktop, go to VR, and then we wrap up in VR. I've never set up desktop again. Well, as long as there's room, I guess people can join off me. Thank you, Gray. It's in 24 hours and 20 minutes. Thank you, though, Gray. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, birthday is not... Jesus, those waterfalls are loud. Wow, flower. Oh, where am I? Oh. But yeah, I'll be right back. Look at this now. This is gonna be funny. So if I stand up... You said I was old, right? I look like I have granny tits now. Guys, am I sexy to you now? Come here, little kids. I'm just gonna pet you on your head. Jesus Christ. Fucking sexy beast I am, no? Alright. Older horses. I reach Granny's got those. Hi, Chris. What's happening? I hear someone.
Hi.
Hi, Luna. Hi, Skull.
Yeah, that would be me, Skull, and Broski. We were just sat in the middle of the ocean.
Nice. Yeah, and I'm wrapping up here now. Yeah, I'm wrapping up here, and I'm gonna go desktop and play some golf. So, night for now, guys. I'll see you more tomorrow again. Jesus, this looks so cursed. Thanks. Thanks. It's not like it's being ducked. It's not as...
Wait.
So, that's how your back looks like in 5 years.
Yep. Oh, my walking stick. Thank you. Anyway, alright. Don't look at me. I'm cursed. Wait, I can do this now.
Only 35 years old, by the way.
Okay, hold on. I'll go into BRB screen until I have set up things for desktop. Hi, Tokui! Mwah.
Wait, you're going desktop?
Yeah, we're playing some golf, and then I'll wrap up and... I'll probably not go bed early, but I need to get some proper sleep tonight. Because I have to wake up earlier tomorrow and get package and shower and shave and stuff like that.
You sleeping?
Yes.
No
yes.
way.
Alright, okay. Stream, I'll be right back. So, hold on. Oh. Still. Hold on. I need to connect my phone. There you go. And I look up into the sky until it finds it. There you go. Need to refresh. Refresh. Still showing your chat. What game are we playing again? What's it called? Super Battle Golf, right? Super Bat. Nope. No. Golf with your friends? Is that what we're playing? I thought it was Super Battle Golf. Yeah, Super Battle Golf. Hold on. Battle. Super. Hey, cute. Hi. Great hunchback IKEA, you mean? Wow. I can't see. I looked back at what you were saying. What the hell? Oh. Game capture. Game on. You go. So you say it's okay to join? As long as it works. Join the game. Alright, join lobby. Usually it's whack. Seems like that was correct.
Under the couch and spiritually inside the couch.
Wow.
Beat Boy's money is in a 3-layer security system. I forgot. I'm broke, and Kevin lives in my basement. If they want it back, they can wrestle me for it. No justice for Drago. ¿Y la contraseña? What is the password?
121. Hello.
Hello.
How do you join then? What?
What? Because it's always the same.
Oh, then the password is what?
Yeah. Alright, so yeah, so it's whack. W I think should be. Oh my god, it's Cobra. Ah! Ah, fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. Need to put this on my other monitor. I also forgot to launch the... I can see the chat. Oh yeah, there's new stuff in this game, by the way. I look way better now. Ow! Ow!
What's your people be?
Ow. What happened?
Your people, huh? What's your people?
Ow. I mean, if people want to join, just come join. If you need the password, I'll type it in chat.
I can't believe you did ask Beat Boy to join us.
Whoa, nice. You hit me up here. Oh, I'm falling down. Whoa. Oh, Michael. Ah, yo. This game is great.
Welcome back.
Oh, well then, add there.
Wait, I already have you.
Headpad.
I don't have this sword though.
So many new things. A mole.
How do you get the sword not?
One with the
Alright, night lovey.
I'm gay now.
I disappear when someone locks onto you with a rocket.
Have you Yeah, Kitty is possible to add. Sleep well, Lovey. Thank you for today. Do you use voice changes in this game or no?
Can you say that
Well,
again?
Ko has an AI voice. That's Ko's voice.
If
Like,
you turn invisible with the smoke screen,
and then if you get big, it does change your voice. Ow, like that.
Oh, okay.
Is the audio good, by the way? You should probably turn off my music.
Afterwards, out.
Here you go.
I put you up
Yeah.
there. What is your gravity center?
Thank you, Cookie. Oh, fucking hate that one.
My eyes, I can't see.
Damn. Typing.
What?
Whack.
Kevin is here.
W-A-C.
So we
W-A-C-K.
can start now and then the rest join as we go on.
It's my birthday in 24 hours and 7 minutes. Saturday.
How do you get the hop with the wawa?
Meow.
Hey guys.
Oh my god, it's a cobra. Oh, it was lowercase. Oh,
You wanna
my
join
bad.
us for not Beast's birthday?
Oh my god.
In 6 minutes, it's 24 hours until my birthday. Ow, ow.
See, in 6 minutes and 24 hours. Oh my god.
So it's almost Friday for me, but my birthday is on Saturday.
Very well.
No, today's your birthday.
Today, okay, today is my birthday, and tomorrow, and Saturday, and the weekend, and next month,
See,
and
Connor,
next
wait,
year,
this is on your
and
birthday.
you guys have birthdays every year. That's kind of cringe. I only do them once in a while.
I was born in February 28th. I never age. Ah!
I just got here, dude.
Oh my god, kitty. Oh yeah.
Hi.
Oh yeah, guys.
My
on
mic
stream.
wasn't working,
Look
so
at
I
this
see
ping.
60. Ow.
Look at this lovely ping.
No.
200 ping. Like everyone. Because everyone is over in the Americas, but it's still fucking fun.
Savages, everyone.
Get
Like
back
if people
here.
want to join, you can.
Not you.
We always have fucking fun with this on Thursdays.
Ow. No.
Enjoy, Moon.
To the sea.
Ow. How did you do this again?
Okay, monkey's coming, never mind.
Monkey, yippee. Hi, Drago. Aw.
The password is whack. W-A-C-K.
Hi, B. Ow. Ow, my car. This is a rental.
Now away. Oh, guys. You guys are so amazing at drifting. Here, I want to take a picture of it.
Ah.
Oh yeah, there's a railgun.
Sorry, I want this item. No! No!
Sorry. Ow.
Ow.
Alright.
I just need to flavor.
Revenge. Okay, you stop being big.
Oh yeah, I'm big now. I have the most beautiful voice in the game.
No, don't shoot me
I
again.
love being big.
No. What did I do to deserve it?
Ah, fuck, I hate that. I already told you, Moon. It's W-A-C-K. Whack. Whack, 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 whack.
Hiya.
Monkey.
Hiya.
I've just been watching as things are unfolding behind me on the screen.
I hate cars.
Here, bird, have a burger.
Monkey.
My car I was hitting.
Oh, yeah. That's balls, bro.
I don't.
Oh, what the fuck? Help. I got you. Catch. Oh.
Burger.
Was that burger for me?
Ow.
Cheese.
Surprise air horn.
He's above here.
Okay, take a selfie. Hey, stop that.
Jesus Christ.
Rocket launcher.
Oh!
People is coming.
Is my lover joining? Oh my god. My lover is joining.
His wife?
Ow!
That's not his wife.
Oh wait, my freaking cable is underneath my arm. Oh, ow. I have a nice skin rash or like a skin burn if that.
I am presentable. I'm already in my suit.
You're in,
He just, he didn't catch me.
Yeah.
ow, you're in your soup?
What?
I'm in my suit that I bought at the soup store.
They're gonna get married. You gotta be presentable, not.
Oh my god, Beat! It's good to
Beat,
see
my
you.
lover! Oh, what?
Oh,
Don't make me do it. Oh,
and the lovers ended in tragedy,
kill us
as many
both.
stories do.
Beat, my lover. You look so sexy.
Ow.
Look at you.
Where
See
am
that
I?
face. Oh my god, that's on face only a mother could love. And me. Oh my god.
Nerd.
Oh my god, the violence.
I don't have this.
Oh, I can't get on top of the tree.
Damn, we have 12 people now?
Oh my god, Beat.
How much is the lobby captain?
I believe it's 16, right?
Yeah.
Go.
Where's everyone dressing up in a suit?
Ah.
Because
Is
me
it
and
maximum?
Ripley are gonna get married today.
I think the maximum
Is there a white dress?
How many have we? I couldn't
They
find
said
one.
we're 12 already, but the maximum should be like 24, right?
What the heck? Hello?
As long as you
No,
want it
start
on
dating
Hello.
for you.
Hello.
Hello.
16 little beat.
Ow.
Where are you,
16.
Bee, my love?
I'm in the shop.
Hey, me.
Oh shit, I bought something. Whoopsie.
Oh, you're putting on the best?
Hiya.
But you'll never see him in the shop.
Hey, excuse me, let me
No,
just put this
I
here.
need to see my love.
I don't have a suit, guys.
Okay, this is good enough.
Does this work?
This is good enough. This is a white dress,
Damn,
kind
you're
of.
looking good.
Ow.
man.
White Crocs at the wedding? Of course.
Wow.
Does that
Hello,
work?
Victoria.
not flying because of that airport.
Jesus, monkey, your voice. Holy.
Oh my god, your boy's lucky.
What do you want, huh?
Whoa.
Get on out of here.
Chaos.
Bitch.
Well,
Alright, good night, Jolo. I love you. Have a good one.
Here, you have to be. Oh shit.
Christ, chaos.
Fuck.
There you go, more presentable.
Quick job.
Get monkey.
You can't wear white at my wedding.
I am the winner of this whole.
You can't wear white at the.
You never had eyes to begin
Get the
with.
flower
Just,
down
yeah, I'm just gonna park here.
Where did Beat go? Are you shopping?
No, no, my idol.
Okay.
That's it. I'm gonna defend my rental.
Be left to buy milk.
Like, B, like when I tried to join, I wrote whack with like all caps.
Oh.
I got new
Wait.
With each case sensitive.
I guess. Apparently.
Wait a sec.
Mouse cosplay.
Oh my god, you look so nice.
Someone find me a landmine.
That looked pretty.
Hey, monkey.
Who's gonna do the... Oh shit.
Oopsie.
Who's gonna like...
For all of you!
What's it called? Lead us down the aisle.
Oh my god.
Oh. I'm cold.
Ah.
Anyway, I need a
Stop
landmine.
that. I want to get
Alright.
this item.
Go, Bee,
No.
go.
Ow.
What
Hey,
the
wait,
fuck? Hi guys, so what?
This is a normal place to be. Ow.
Albeit.
Go away, go away. No.
You know what? I'm gonna get the item from over here.
How's this work?
There.
We should do. Well,
What's that?
no.
Monkey! Monkey!
Yes.
Monkey, where are you?
Hold on, I need to test something.
If it
Hold
doesn't
on.
work
It's
well,
so
we're gonna have to go to your server.
What is that?
It's a camera flash.
I need to what?
You want a US host?
Albeit.
Yeah, if this is gets too laggy, we go to a US host.
Bitch. Oh, fuck you.
Ow. Ow.
Damn it, give me a landmine. Let me know if you find a landmine, Axel.
Let's go.
Ow.
Hold on, Carl, don't start again. I need a landmine.
No, start.
Fine,
Ow.
I'll get you one.
I need to drink. Cheers. This is fucking chaos. I probably have to turn down the game a bit.
That's a
I'm
smoke
coming,
bomb.
Flare.
I'm gonna go grab that box down there. What the fuck? Where did beat come from?
Hello, I'm here.
We have bees, we have monkey.
Oh my god.
Bye.
We have moon, we have
Ah.
can't beat this
we have
box.
angel. We have Axel. Cole.
My landmine.
Everyone. What? Dragon.
He disappeared.
You got one? Okay.
Beat
What in
this.
the world? Why are they so huge?
Alright, Axel. Plant it on top of my car.
Burger.
Wow.
Get on top and then just plant it in.
Here, Axel, take these moon shoes if you need them.
Alright, we ride. Out of the way.
You should
Okay.
randomize the course, Cole.
I'm ready.
I don't know if you've said it to randomize the course, but I want to do randomize.
Hey, Monkey.
More fun.
You want to be randomized?
What do you
Are
think
gonna
of my character?
It's okay, I got
want
Axel back.
randomize because that actually
How
makes
much
it
you
like
grab?
I'm big.
18, maybe.
Hi, D.
Okay.
Oh, do it.
No, get back here.
No, hurry up. Of course, hurry up.
Here,
Jesus,
grab.
beat!
Hi.
I just look back and it's just you jumping towards me.
It's more of me from you.
Ang tall say team problem.
Whoa, Kitty.
Ikina ni
Aha.
random
Hey, Monkey.
Okay.
Yes.
Hey, B.
Where are you?
Oh, I was about to say.
On top of the monitor.
About to say what happens if I walk into this. Ow.
Get flash.
Also, how do you dance again?
No,
B.
we get to go, right?
Oh, hi, Angel.
Yeah.
Yeah, ready? Okay.
It's T. T is for the emote.
E is for emote. Makes perfect sense, no?
I can't see my
T for T-mote.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's
hell
go!
yeah.
Oh my
this
god.
place.
This one for first hold. God damn.
Oh, they changed some.
Angels is gonna hear me scream double.
No, I will not.
Nice cock.
Let's
Nice
Hey, yo.
Oh, mine's better.
Oh, God,
you crazy
Angels.
I need to
bitch.
hit you to
Who
go
does that
faster.
point blank?
No.
Ow.
My
Excuse me,
fastness. Ooh. Looks like you didn't hit the onto the green. My item.
Me too.
Nice cock.
Oops, that was
I wanna
horrible.
go.
Anyway, how was your day?
Go
Hope
for
it was good. Everything like that.
Oh, it's been great, you know.
Ow!
I just lost an Ecliptico run. It was so sad.
Oh no.
Everyone got
Anyway.
murdered.
Stop being so ahead, Angels.
No, my ball.
Angels? He was in front of me
Oh,
a
I just
second
made
ago.
it. Where's
Oh,
the
I
mic?
got this. You squeeze me, peasants. I have places to be. No, my vehicle. Okay, I guess I just land on my front anyway.
Ooh.
Monkey, I'm sorry for this.
No!
That's what you get.
That's what you get.
Jesus. Whoa, that made
Ow,
me.
That's
no,
what you get,
no.
bitch! Hi.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my god.
I almost shot myself off the edge.
If only you did.
Nej! Nej! Nej!
You can fly!
Nej, monkey! Oh no.
Excuse me, I think I have places to
What is happening back there? Hi, Cole.
No.
Excuse me, how did you land by that activate?
Oh my god.
Oh, what?
Took us away.
Ah!
Excuse me, sir.
No! No! No!
Ugh.
So chaotic.
You
Hello,
get away!
Funbound.
Get away from my buckles in! Yes!
Yes, this is amazing. This is crazy. Hell
I
yeah.
need to get my ball in. Get out of the way.
Boys! Fuck! Thank you so much.
I got him.
Thank you, Funbound. Thank you, thank you. Those were good. Thank you.
Oh, fail. Fuck you, Beat. Fuck you.
Oh, Nick. Uh-oh, Nick. Uh-oh, Nick.
No, no, Yippee, I made par.
Oh my
Honestly,
god.
reasonable crash out. I'm sure you totally pulled the trigger.
I'm gonna fucking do it. I swear to God. Round start.
Well, I'm going
Oh, Nick.
it's so
Nick.
gay.
Finished. That was so close.
Yay, top 5.
Damn, monkey, you get it first?
Alright, everyone, line up. I'm gonna beam
I
you
got
to
it
the.
in right before Ko got blown up by an orbital laser.
Oh. Holy. Oh boy.
5, 4,
Alright.
2, 1, go!
That was super. I'm gonna have to.
Stop being so far ahead, monkey. No,
Birthday
don't.
boy, give me a hug!
I was gonna lower it a little bit more. Oh.
Yeah, achievement.
Can you don't, sir?
Oh my
I'm
god,
still
the
at the
kill
start.
feed in this freaking game right now.
Okay, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Ah, no, no, I'm gonna slide into the water. No.
Yay, I get to go further ahead.
How? That has anything.
Ah.
Bitch.
You bitch.
Beat is big.
My eyes!
Excuse me, I was gonna give you a ride, but now I don't want to. Hi, P, would you like a ride?
Oh, okay.
Monkey,
sorry,
wanna ride?
I didn't see you.
Hey, kitty, wanna
Thank
ride?
you.
Okay, bye.
I'm just surfing on top of here. Oh, hey, my driver! What the fuck, bro?
Cobra White.
Excuse me.
I don't know where your ball is.
Excuse me. Monkey. Ah, I got
Worth
off.
it.
I got off.
Okay. Oop, that was not intentional. Ow.
Watch out, Beat. That's not crazy.
Fuck.
Kitty, get in.
Oh.
Dodge. Weave.
Crazy, crazy.
Oh my god. Whoa, water.
Woohoo!
What the fuck? Went right up my head.
Get this car out of here.
Aye.
You fuck.
Chip in.
Well. Ah!
Well.
No!
Oh, that was a way too far.
Nice. Cut. Go.
10 seconds remaining.
This time.
My stuff was
If
dead.
only he was good at this game.
Beat.
Ah, you
Oh no. You both. Now you both surely will drown.
Oh wow. You both.
How am I all the way
Have
down
something
here?
prepared.
This is
Peace and calm.
peace and calm.
Monkey, you little
Hey yo,
nerd.
snacks.
Violence.
Yeah. Riddle.
Yo,
something
share
prepared.
that.
4, 3, 2, 1, go! Shot.
Wait, Drago, I need to borrow this car.
Ow.
No! Drago, let me know if you get another golf cart. We need it. Do you have it? Do you have it? Hey.
No!
That's not a golf cart.
Damn. I can't believe I sent you on that freaking boxing.
That didn't need you? Whatever. Hold on. Ah!
Oops. That's gonna go in the water, I think.
Okay,
yep.
You still have it.
Ow.
I need to do this.
I don't think I need these right now. I know how to use it.
Go! Oh, where are you, buddy?
Oh, Pete! No! 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 Oh. Ooh, Cobra.
Friend!
You bitch. Oh no, you scared
Come
me.
here, friend! Watch out!
Pete?
Yippee.
What the fuck happened?
That.
Holy shit, that car.
Then you can hit. You can use your scroll wheel to change the angle you shoot.
Oh no!
Why are you shifting everything?
Ah!
Oh my god, monkey.
Bruh, the movement tech.
Drago.
I got it in this time. Let's go.
Do it.
This is so chaotic.
I would never do such a thing. I'm not that evil. What do you take me
What
for?
the hell?
Pete,
Yes.
Pete already has 16 fucking medals for like combat.
For combat?
Yeah, but look, he has 16 fucking things.
We shouldn't be. We should be. Not very.
Oh, hell
Shows
no.
violence.
I have 3. I like how Axel has 1
Hey,
and it's
Cobra's
at the
not
top.
that far, okay? Cobra's only 1.
Yeah.
We should pay attention to that.
4, 3, 2, 1, go!
No, rockets aren't allowed.
Oh my god, not the lightning!
Oh, I'm spamming ice inside the right.
Fucking Attack on Titan over here, dude. What the fuck?
Oh, I'm so behind.
Sorry, man.
You wouldn't know. Oh,
I
that's
tossed
it.
my ball. I was not.
However, we're in Texas.
Oh Jesus, that was right in front of me. Oh!
Ah, you fuck.
Got him.
Who's in front? I don't know.
Never gonna forgive the entire country of
Dude, now it's all
Sweden
the
for
way
this.
to start now because of you.
No.
Ah.
Nice shot.
Why are there so many lasers?
Excuse me, Pete, I need to use this.
Oh no!
Oh, my eyes!
God.
Stupid, you
Have
missed.
fun with it.
Fuck you. Ow.
No, he dodged.
Oh well.
Monkey's just stinky.
I missed.
Oh, you baba.
Just a rocket. Shoot me a rocket.
You chose this.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Dodge.
Fuck it.
Motherfucker.
Get wrecked.
Oh, you
Dodge
fired
on the
him?
switch.
I'm all the way back. Okay, I am definitely not winning this. I'm too far back.
Whoopsie.
What?
Whoever killed me, thank you.
No.
Ah, yeah, bah.
My fucking ball!
What is happening?
You know what? You're gonna get back.
Wait, what does a rocket butt look like?
10 seconds remaining.
Fireball!
You proud of that, dude?
Oh, Cobra's gonna be in the way.
I'm setting power-ups.
Ow, what the fuck?
Overtime.
No!
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Why are 2 people in front of me?
Holy, this is so chaotic. This is so chaotic.
You did that for free, dude.
Donut! Donut!
You did that for free.
Co, I'm coming for you.
That is
I am coming for you. Where are you?
That's very nice of you.
One.
Go.
I'm blind!
Oh my god.
I can't see.
Ah, no. It hit me first, you fuck.
Hey, Cole, watch out. I warned you.
No, please.
There, the cat laughed for the mic. Oops, that was way too far.
Oh. Wow, nice shot. Bitch! I will not compliment that
Oh
shot.
fuck, that's a terrible hit.
This guy just finished being guarded.
Ow.
My item.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Kitty.
That's a laser. Look up.
Who's in front? Like these angels.
You can't run forever.
Oh my god, double.
I can drive forever. You can't run forever.
No. Ow, you fuck.
Drago, you've had too much peace.
You'll regret this beat.
Say cheese.
Look at you, not getting you past the woods.
Sorry,
my bad.
Hey, that's going in. Come here. Oh shit.
Oh!
Ah, my vehicle.
Damn, not. You got it in just before me.
You're stupid anyway.
Monkey.
Ah.
You try to stop it. You know what? Looking next one, I'm gonna
Ooh! 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 Oh! That was almost clutch.
Oh, my kids here. I'll be right back.
Watch out for lightning beat.
Be right back.
No.
Fuck.
Oh, Cobra!
Finished.
Bruh.
This is
Yo,
so
let
tragic. What did I
it,
do
what's
to
up?
deserve this?
You used.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Holy shit.
Oh, what
New
the hell?
one.
Oh, this is new.
Let's go! I
Oh,
love these
this
ones.
place,
new.
except
I
when
love
hate
the
it.
street ones.
Yo, do you
Except
guys
the
like
uphill
sing?
one. The uphill one can go fuck itself.
Oh my god.
Ha, I got it. 100%. Let me just take one of these free golf carts
I hate
that everyone
you.
else exists on this side of the map.
Nah, nah, bitch.
Bye.
Watch out, blinking lights. Whoa!
Ah, you fuck!
Oh, there's a hole.
No!
Ow.
Rip.
I make this. Hiya. Ah, why? No, I'm falling! No, no!
Stop showing the items.
Goodbye, Kitty.
Oh
I
wait,
can't
I have.
see. I can't see, but I'm jumping.
Ah, what the fuck is wrong with you, Drago?
No, I missed the jump! Beat!
Oh, what the fuck?
Beat, we both fucking missed
What
it.
the hell did I do? Why am I being comboed?
How am I supposed
Beat,
to
beat, no! Don't leave me, my lover.
No.
You
Bye.
cheater!
Oh shit.
Run! Run!
No, no, no!
Oh.
No, I didn't make it. I'm not gonna fucking make it today. Jesus Christ.
Evil.
I can't see.
Okay. I got this, I got this, I got this.
Oh, what the
I got
fuck is wrong with you, Drago?
Yes, I got it.
Here, I will give Cobra. I will give you some speed.
Okay, I got this.
I'm fucking out of here. You people
Go,
suck.
B, go. I believe in you.
Wait for
This
me.
map
Wait
is
for
so
me.
fucking chaotic, dude.
Good strat, good strat. Oh no.
Oh, fuck.
That's not long enough.
Oh,
Fuck!
fuck.
Not hurt me so much.
Oh no.
I got this, I got this.
Targeting me.
I got this, I got this.
Fine, come here.
Go board.
No.
Oh, clutch.
Oh, my game froze.
Birdie. After all of that.
Got stuck at the fucking first half of the map.
Dude, I died 4 times in the water. I died 4 times in the water.
Okay, very simple, straightforward.
Sandbank.
Straight to forward.
I hate you people. I hate all of you.
It's a bank. Do you think they got money?
Be sponsored.
Don't hate me. Love me. Pause.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Oh, no, okay, I deserve
The
that.
blinding light.
Why would you hit?
No.
Drago, you suck, Drago. I hate you.
And I'm blinded again.
Oh, what the?
Oh, what the fuck? It actually pushed you forward.
I'm just holding W, dude. I don't know what's going on.
Why me?
Bye.
Gimme.
Bye.
Why me?
No.
Hi, Pookie.
Nowhere
Nice
even
shot.
near in the lead.
Oh, what? Why did I get shot at the... Bro.
I didn't shoot you. I don't know what you mean.
No. Someone Ow. Ow.
They're aiming at me.
Oh,
Okay, you know what? Fuck you, Pete.
Why? I'm in the back.
Yeah, you shot me.
No, yabba.
I get it. I needed the speed boost. You understand, right?
Anytime you want.
chill.
Anytime. Stop there. I want to give you a push. Let me give you
Wait,
a
you
boost.
already made it? What the
I
hell?
want to give you a boost.
Oh, I tossed the
I
ball.
almost chipped it.
Beat! Beat!
What do you want?
Beat! Come back!
I must go.
That's going into the water for sure. Beat!
Oh my god, damn it.
Damn it. Move.
Oh my god, Cobra, no. Oh, mine didn't go in. Are you serious? Hey, yabba!
Finally, I got my ball in. Finally.
Beat!
Yes.
Where do you come from?
Where did you come from? Where did you go? I love this game. I fucking love this game.
Where did you come from, monkey?
I swear.
Another
Evil
straightforward
man.
one.
Monkey does monkey
Evil
business.
golf.
Monkeying around.
Hey, Pete.
Oops, that was bad.
Fly. Whee!
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Get up.
Ow.
Angels, just don't look back, man.
Yeah.
No, I swear to God.
Jerona.
What did I
Wow.
get
It's like the
you?
third time not stolen item.
Wait, where's that ball going?
Oh.
We just parked right here.
Oh my god, is that the famous
Where my car
YouTuber?
will surely not be stolen. My car!
Oh, beat. Oh, no. I went too far, didn't I? Oh, I didn't go far enough. Fucking Christ.
No,
I'm scared.
Go away.
I'm so fucking
Get away
scared.
from me.
Please.
Bro's pleading for his life, how could you?
No, you killed me. Oh wait, no, I didn't.
Kill that food.
Oh, I went too far.
No.
Oh, what's up? Is that gonna be too far again? Okay. Oh, I hit someone. Why? Oh god, no.
Oh, I hit someone too, look at that. No,
I
me first.
No, I missed because of that, bitch.
You didn't miss that because of me. Ah!
Monkey, no!
Bye, monkey.
Oh, no,
9.
kitty.
Wait, that was 9? Oh, fuck.
No, I can't.
Oh.
Moon! Oh.
Bro.
I think that's in.
Holy.
That's
Monkey
crazy.
definitely cheating.
Monkey cheating. They have those amazing
Super
balls.
straightforward.
They know how to handle them.
He what?
Hey, yeah.
I guess you would know, huh?
Uh-huh. Who wants to be shot?
I didn't even get a choice.
Uh-oh. Monkey! Monkey!
Goodbye, friends.
The guy with the amazing balls
Oh,
is
the
sadly
evil
gone,
done.
but we will remember them.
Remember me by my balls. Jesus Christ.
Who could ever forget a pair of those balls?
You're saying this right in front of Beat, man. I can't believe this. What the fuck? My ball
Beat?
bounced back.
I mean, Beat
Why is my ball up there? No.
Oh god, hello.
What the fuck? I beat.
Look out, monkey. Oh, it's stuck. No, my car.
Oh, that mine missed me.
Fuck you.
I finally got a win.
No, who got B finished first?
I saved you. Remember me.
Oh,
Oh, bitch.
Let's go,
Why
Cole.
can you
Angels.
fucking run my ball over, Cobra? Fuck you, dude.
Ow.
Where's my lover? I gotta send them love. Oh, that's Kitty. Sorry, but you can have love too.
You froze my ball. Yeah, you're not. Try to get it in.
Stop, Pete. No, I swear to God, you're so unlucky.
There's no way.
There you go. No.
Oh, that's tragic, Drago.
It's all Not's fault.
Hey, I'm not last for once.
There was like 4 people.
Crazy.
I'm finally not last.
Oh,
Thank
this
fucking
looks like it's
God.
gonna be windy.
Look, the game told me to get revenge on you, not so I had to do what I had to do.
You know what? I'm gonna use this thing. Bye, fly ball.
What the fuck did I do to you,
What the
Drago?
fuck?
I didn't even get to hit my ball.
Extremely violent.
I swear to God, Monkey, I'm not trying to get you. You're always just next to me.
No.
I don't believe you.
Wait, my bullet falling.
Oh,
Did it in the air. Easy shot. I heard a car flipping behind me. I heard some Rocket League going on. Who left it there? Angels. Buddy.
Yippee, I get to go
Friendo.
first.
hey.
Yeah, that's not nice of you to do.
How are you? Thanks.
Ah, why?
Dude, there's so many fucking things flying my way.
It is stolen.
Wait, my ball's right there.
Ah,
Yep.
I don't even know where I am.
I swear to God.
Oh my God, what happened there?
You bitch. Hold on.
No, don't shoot my car, man.
What's happening? Why is it going so
That's
fucking
right.
I'm not
fast?
insured
I
for
did it
that.
blinded.
Let's go.
Impossible. Beat scored. Ah!
What do you mean impossible?
No.
Oh, not, no. Oh.
Oh my God.
Ah. Ah.
You can see.
Who left the skull card here? Oh, son of a bitch, it moved right as I hit. No! It's mine!
Yay. I got a comeback far. 5th place.
Son of a bitch! I'm terrible at golf!
I am so.
No!
Looks like your
I hit
violation has
Drago's ball!
consequences.
I hit Drago's ball!
Ah,
Great.
what comes around, comes around.
If you're cold.
Is that how you?
Oh fuck no.
Oh.
No,
No, it
Drago, I had to make sure
made
that
that
if I went down, you were coming down with me.
Okay, who do I get next to me? I get nickname and kitty.
What?
Oh my god, all those balls falling.
Oh, I think I fucked it up.
Wait, what?
Ah, come on.
Wait, that wasn't that bad.
Bitch.
Motherfucker.
No. Oh, thank you.
Ah, did I get it? Did I get it?
Did I win?
Nope.
Why did mine go over here?
Oh my
No,
god.
Oh my god. My ball went flying. Get up there. Get in the hole. Kitty, get out of the way. No.
Yay, top 7.
Yeah. Oh my god, I got it. Okay.
Yo, you got it beat.
Takes forever.
Uh-oh. Surely you can hit. Oh.
Only you.
Oh. Oh no, Kitty. No, that's so close.
Wait.
I can't believe Beat would do this deliberately.
That's good. Why is Angels winning?
Bro, why are we not getting any fucking
What?
street courses?
I'm not.
Also, we haven't gotten winter ones.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, right. These random suck.
Bees nuts. Oh, bye, B.
Come here, everyone.
Ow!
Make some easy targets.
Ow.
I'll fight you, demon.
Coast giant.
Oh, they ran off.
Beat,
Ah,
I hate-
God damn it! What the hell?
I hate you, Beat, with a burning
I'm
passion.
taking the low ground.
Motherfucker.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm sorry, sir. I needed the speed boost.
Ow!
Name,
Nah,
can you
fuck.
aim on Beat for me, please?
Okay.
Beat is up there. Can you please hit him?
No.
I will do
I
no
wanted
such
that.
targeting. Everyone is the target of my wrath. Bitch!
So violent.
My item!
I mean, like this.
Oh well.
Got it.
Oh, almost.
Thank you. Thank you, Cobra.
Believe it.
Oh, Kitty, you're a bitch.
Wait, no, you made it before.
Oh no!
That's
Someone made it.
crazy.
My ball.
There's lightning everywhere.
Where's my ball? There it is.
Oh, I'm still gonna die. I'm still gonna die.
Oh, there is no.
At
way
least
I'm
you
getting
died
into
dancing.
here.
Oh my god.
You dickhead.
Bye, Moon.
Yes.
I hate you.
Bye, Moon.
What? No.
Beat, I'm going to touch. I'm
Angels,
going
you
to
fuck.
That comes around, comes
I
around.
never. Bees
Well, I
nuts.
still got it in,
Yep.
so.
I'm nuts. Never.
No, big one.
Oh, I made it.
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
Take that, go.
I'm very nuts.
It was right on
Around
the
scum.
edge. It was right on the edge.
Hey yo, beat edging. What?
Oh,
Wow, beat, you're edging?
Why would Beat do this?
only on Thursdays.
Okay.
Oh shit. No, fuck.
I didn't get the speed boost from my hit, so I need to hit you.
Bro, I fell off the platform. God damn it.
No, he's stealing the item.
Ow.
Damn, you're good, Pookie?
I hit Angels. Angels just did a get down, Mr. President, for beat.
I'm sorry, Axel.
Thank you, Nev. You're doing well.
I'm sorry again, Axel.
Excuse me, sir, that's a no-fly zone.
Ah!
Ah! No.
Ah. Alright then, Axel.
That might have been too far.
Excuse me, coming through.
That's what you fucking get for blocking me, Axel.
Oh my god, the fucking passion. Whee!
Oh god.
Oh god. Who hit my ball?
Oh.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, no.
Bye, babe. Oh.
Damn.
I died. I'm all the way.
That was. That was. Yeah. That was.
I'm not gonna get it. I'm just gonna get power-ups.
Ooh,
I
kitty!
got blown across
Kitty!
the map. What do you want?
Yeah!
Kitty!
Snail pace, let's go. Oh, I'm second. Holy shit. Finally,
hey,
some snow.
Let's make up the snow.
Snacks?
We in Sweden.
I live in southern Sweden. We don't have this.
East homeland. This is literally just B's backyard. Oh my god!
My god! B!
Moon, I'm coming.
Ah!
That's what you get for it.
Chaos! Oh my god, Cobra, so fast. Sorry, whoever balls that was. I think I hit that the wrong way.
Oh my god, the lightning is insane.
My carry stolen.
No.
Wayaba!
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Nay. Oh. My southern accent? That's the thing. People think that I'm Dutch because of it. What the fuck? An empty car just went by.
I'm blind!
Oh, that I'm saying.
Dude, I'm not gonna be able to hit it far enough.
No.
Bitch.
No, how dare you?
Sorry, Co. No, my phone.
Whoops! Whoops!
Oh my god,
Oh, that kind of worked.
Oh, no.
Ah! No! No!
I was gonna use that car, excuse me.
Okay, here's the snipe.
B, we gotta go!
Get it, let's go.
Oh my god, Kitty.
Oh god, oh god.
Get in! Yeah. Yeah. It might have been faster to go on foot.
Get off the
No, it's
roof,
fine,
B.
it's fine.
But we wouldn't have this kind of kill potential.
Bitch.
Yeah.
My ball.
9! Go!
Ah, that's what I get.
Oh my god.
Oops, that was you,
Oh
monkey.
my God.
Sorry.
No, not gonna
How
I
fucking
give the
could
man
you?
my car and instead he kills me.
After all he did for you.
Go! Yes!
There is no justice in this world.
Hey,
That was
Ned, you
crazy.
should join us.
Holy.
Oh god.
Oh, fuck you. I hate this one.
It's a B for
Wow.
green boy.
hate this
What?
What?
But it's a chasm.
5, 4, 3, 2,
B for
1.
bitch, more like.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cobra Y. Taking away your license.
Why are you faster than me? What?
I'm just better at driving.
Damn it.
Speed boost translate to cars.
What, me?
Oh, you know, maybe I don't need to go.
Ah, the lightning.
Kitty.
Yeah, but your car drives fast.
No, I was gonna use that car.
Watch out, Cobra!
No, it's coming for me.
Oh, no! Ah!
Oh, monkey. Oh. I will fly.
Ow.
God damn it, angels.
How did Angel finish first? Why is nobody targeting Angel?
Why are you shooting at
It's
me?
just I'm that good, Co. Jesus.
That is very concerning.
Ooh, nice monkey.
Star.
Ooh.
Damn it.
This is fucking Warzone at the end. Wow. Nice chip.
The beat.
Motherfucker.
Uh-oh.
I ran.
No,
Oh no,
are you
Beats.
serious?
It's so over for you.
Overtime.
No.
Finished.
Damn.
So joker.
Old 16. We're getting like all of the fucking desert ones.
Desert.
Yeah.
5,
It feels that way.
4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Hamburger.
Hamburger.
Bye, Angel.
I got one shot in this
Sorry,
right blood.
Sorry.
I why that I don't know.
Hey, this is what you get.
Got him. I keep forgetting I shouldn't lead these shots.
What? Where the fuck did our rocket go?
This motherfucker.
I'm a... Oh, you can actually see you. I see you.
This is for my safety.
Ah, fuck.
He ran.
Ah.
I must kill you instead.
I
Ah.
dodged something.
Ooh, I barely made it.
Then you're gay.
Moon.
That the high beat. Do you need a ride?
You might be wondering, Cole. Oh no, I don't know. I forgot to grab the checkpoint.
Ow.
Sir?
Ooh, a vehicle for me.
Bitch.
I'm in the monkey mobile.
My ball's right here. Good luck.
I've been betrayed.
I almost shipped it in.
That would have been sick.
Nope.
Motherfucker.
Nope. No.
Did you respawn all the way back there?
Ah, shit.
Yes.
No, Cobra.
I can't have him do anything to me.
Oh my god, more lightning? Who the fuck? Oh my god.
The lightning is a
What
little
is happening over
insane.
there?
No, the ball.
Wait, no one's made it yet?
Right there.
Bye,
Beat,
Cobra.
you
Bye,
fuck.
Cobra.
No, Cobra's right there next to the hole.
Ow. Oh no, please spare me.
Fuck you.
Oh, I live.
What did Pete do to you?
He knows what he did.
Oh my god, I got
I got
third.
it. I got it. I got fourth. Yeah. That's right, Cole. That's what you get.
Motherfucker.
That's what you get. No, move.
These people are so violent. Such violent
Come
people.
on, Moon. Come on, Moon. Am I in your way? I'm sorry. Don't mess up.
What is going
Ah.
on, dude?
Not of you.
Ah!
I
fell
only
into
want
the hole.
blood.
Ow.
10 seconds remaining.
Damn.
Quickly.
Whoa.
Hey, just
Hey,
now.
RB.
No.
Finished.
I was saved, only just.
Oh,
Oh, I like
Where's the
Treehouse.
newest?
this one is tough though.
5, 4,
Hey, B.
3,
No.
2, 1.
Look at your thingy. You're
My
bald.
I'm bald. I can't see anything, but yes, I'm bald.
I fell off the edge.
Oh, I didn't get the item.
Beat.
And now for my sniper tower.
I just ran forward. I didn't know where I was.
Oh, sniper tower.
No!
Why you like this? Why, Axel?
Hey, you fuck.
You have so
You
dumb right now.
fucking gas.
Sniper tower.
No! I got the checkpoint.
Wait a minute, both. Wait a minute, both here. What?
Oh, flare.
Sniper tower.
Why are you?
This fucking sniper is pissing me off.
Sniper fire.
You fuck.
No!
No, 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 no.
Catch the sniper ball.
Yes!
I
I fucking.
totally
Oh,
fucking-
yes,
Ah,
I
you
fucking
fuck.
did it.
Sniper.
Monkey, you let B get.
Stop, angels. Stop, angels. I can catch up to
There's a
them.
real good aiming at the sniper tower. What do I do, guys?
Okay, I chipped it in from there.
Holy moly.
Oh, you
Sniper.
gotta kill this fucking
I
sniper.
missed.
Why is Kitty's fucking laser going off constantly for me?
It's okay, I got it. Sniper fire.
I'd go!
Oh.
You're gonna have to chip it
Hey,
in.
B, you should look at your score.
Uh-oh.
I should not have hit that so hard.
Chip
Got him hard.
it in.
56 fucking combat metals on the beat.
Oh, that was not correct.
Who ran into me? What was that?
Damn those
Wow.
tree snipers.
I would have been okay
They're
if Monkey
street
didn't
snipers.
tree snipe.
In 18 holes, we got 1 street level. Come on.
So sad.
That is crazy.
It's true. This is so sad. I'm gonna shoot you because it's so sad.
Ow!
I saved you, Cobra. You saw that shit.
No, they're gonna laser me anyway.
Whoa.
What the fuck is your problem, you
Hello
fucking
there.
bitch?
Goodbye, Just goodbye.
Ah!
Just vibing.
Wait, my bullshit.
Again?
Oh.
Nice shot.
Oops.
Hey. Wait.
Ow.
Hee-hee.
Hey, where's the ball? Wait. Oh.
The golf cart.
Wait, minutes in my car. Ah!
Hi, Monkey.
Oh, beat
Hey,
Oh, sorry.
ball.
Excuse me. Pardon me.
Don't beat your ball.
Ow, the penalty.
No, someone fucked up the piece of ice that my ball was on.
No.
Oh, that was way too far.
And this is
Whee! I fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh, monkey.
What? Am I drowning or not?
I
Am
fucked
I
up.
That's
drowning
way
or
too
not? I'm not drowning. Let's go.
Nice try, Moon. I saw that.
So
Oh, you
fun.
missed again.
Fuck you.
Hey.
I'm so fucking scared.
Damn.
Oh my god, the angels went flying by me. What was that? Oh my god, you're scared.
Oh my god, it's a famous beat.
Ow.
10 seconds remaining.
No. No. Oh, I'm blind. It's so over.
Go, ball, go. Let's go, Yes, I got him.
Damn.
Ah, who blinded me, you fuck?
Hey.
I still beat you, beat. Oh, that actually.
+8.
I
I'm
beat
happy
the
with
beat.
that.
That's crazy angels won.
Second in score.
What do you mean?
I have multiple-
I'm the better player here.
Wait, I finished all 18 holes? Wait, what?
Oh my god.
This is just to prove the point. I'm good.
Oh god, Jesus Christ. Holy. That was fucking fun one.
Into a crowd.
Let's see. I'm gonna take away the ones that we did already.
Ayabba.
Bye bye, monkey.
I need
Fuck.
Yeah, this is
Fucking
good
ass.
fun.
Beat, I hate you.
Can we do this one? No.
Beat. Aha.
Ow, ow, ow. I'm just thinking here, because in
Why are you in my car? Get out of my car.
10
Nah,
minutes,
screw that.
it's like 1 a.m. So I don't know if I should do one full more and then wrap up, or maybe I'll raid Co and I play this one and you guys can just QE. It makes you the winner since you only finished all 18. Exactly.
Monkey, look at me.
Gojira.
Gojira!
Gojira.
Ah! You can fly!
Gojira.
Don't put the camera in the way.
Hi, Cookie.
Hi.
Gojira.
농구에 하얘게 미스비스.
Gojira.
Okay, I don't know if the ones that we already made.
Gojira.
So we get different ones. Wait, there's one that they have to move. What?
Oh, right in the screen.
I'll fix your car.
Gojira.
Hey,
Nah, look at that bitch on
I'm
the
on
screen.
TV.
Damn. Everybody, look at this TV screen. Who is this bitch on screen?
That's a cute.
Cheese.
What?
Yeah, hot cheese.
What?
What is it?
Gojira. Bye bye. Ow.
There's another one that we did. I can find.
Oh yeah. What? I don't get people who
It
can
was a
do like
huge dose.
11, 12-hour streams on a regular basis. I'm so fucking tired in my brain. Whoa.
You can't be tired. Me it was cool. Okay, now we have 18 new ones. See, you ready for one more, B?
Yeah, we can do one more. Let's do one more. What?
Hey, to the side.
Oh.
Hi, Flare. Oh, fuck.
You're not getting away with
Come
it.
back here.
What?
Oh, no, attack Flare, attack Flare. Attack the Stinky.
Stinky?
Yeah. Yeah, there you are. Bam.
Hello.
Wappa.
I live, bitch. Ow.
Damn. Look at them balls right there.
Wait, I got this sword.
Look at them balls right there.
I'm gonna make the sword.
Don't laugh at my friend.
Oh, shh.
Look not way.
Jesus.
Motherfucker.
Tiger, what the hell?
No. Hi there.
Whoa. Holy. Nice balls, bro. I applaud them. Best balls around.
My bad.
Whoa! Good luck.
Any other? Any other 45 remaining?
Jesus Christ, fucking race going on?
What are we doing?
Double flash? Are you serious? My fucking eyes. That's triple flash.
We can take this one off.
Ow.
We can take this one off.
I need to unlock more shirt.
Oh, there we go. Oh my god.
Oh.
Well, no one has any items.
I don't hit these.
Alright, now I'm playing for fun.
So
Hey,
Pete,
would it be bad if I put you in the water? People in the shiest.
Ah, angels.
Somebody's already getting it done for me. I see.
What? Oh, mine went too far.
I can't resist, man. I just.
Oh, Pete! Come here!
Oh, really?
I was just too short, fuck.
I want to hurt you.
Uh,
You heard me first.
I'm sorry,
This is
go.
self-defense.
Oh,
If
what?
anything I
I'm
do
stuck.
to you.
Bro, angel.
No.
Ah! I'm falling!
how do you feel?
Oh, I hit
lady
that too
first?
hard.
Go.
No.
That
Ah,
is
what the
crazy.
fuck? No.
Gosh, I'm sorry.
Ow, there it is.
The opportunity was right there. I'm sorry.
From the shadows.
Oh, I have to go all the way up
What?
here.
Oh, beat. No, no, beat. No,
No,
beat.
no, no.
Oh my god. You have to make this.
Hey, you forgot beat the Stinky.
Okay, good. Hey, you play. At least you got it in. That's what she said.
I actually made it. That's crazy.
Hello?
That's definitely what she said.
Who's eating?
Snacks?
Not
Yo,
me.
share. Yo,
What are you eating?
share.
What are you eating? I want some.
Can I get some?
Oh god.
One. Go.
Oh, I was too early. Oh fuck, that's not gonna. What? Angels, no.
B, how could you?
You bitch!
This is
I
evil.
fucked it.
This is why B needs to go.
Monkey!
Oh, that was an angry parent monkey. Holy moly, they were disappointed.
It's okay. They didn't say my full legal name, right?
I wanted that.
It's fine.
Monkey 6.
Is someone falling off the cliff back there? Did you do something, Cobra?
Wait, what is?
No, I didn't do anything.
What is
I'm
your
not gonna
full
do it to
legal
you.
name though? Monkey D. Luffy?
Ah!
No!
Can't even get up.
Ah, man, mine.
Ooh, that was a big brain play.
Oh, that was not a good idea.
Got me.
Oh, that was too much. Nay!
Ah, you fuck, you got in the
Nay,
way.
Cobra, now!
What the fuck?
Ah, my ball, you fuck!
Come. Anyone need? Oh,
Ow, ow.
Good job.
let me get you again. There you go. There you go. There you
Okay,
go. Okay.
I'm with you guys. I'm with you.
Monkey,
got-
I
Uber
hate
driver
that
is here.
impression.
This is for earlier.
Uber driver.
Hey!
There you go.
Help, guys! Ah!
Why is there even the silent back here?
No, I didn't get hit.
Oh my.
No, the explosions. Fuck off! Nay! Nay! Nay!
I could have prevented it, but I wanted to see it happen.
How could your wife do this to you?
B, you know what to do now. Attack beat next time.
Hey.
You have to commit domestic violence.
Deserved.
I got it in.
Least I can do. Revenge from last round.
That's crazy.
This goal thing is really fun. Fucking running.
Tiger. That means tiger.
I don't think it does.
No, it means cat.
In Sweden.
Ah,
In
fuck it
Sweden? Don't you mean Swedish?
Yes, it's tiger in Swedish.
What?
Let's go, kitty.
Wait, when did you say it?
Okay, I'm out of here. Ah!
Oh my god.
Poor people.
What did I do to
The
deserve this?
consequences of my actions.
What?
What?
The fuck? Sorry.
Fucking
My
bitch.
answer's not getting par on this one.
Bro, I was aiming at B. I don't know where the fuck you
Sorry,
came
B.
I'm gonna have movement speed when I
That was
spawn
on
though.
purpose, though.
My ball was there too.
Movement speed.
Ow.
Oh,
I was trying to aim for
almost
B.
did it.
Hates me.
My
Yippee.
ball. Where's my ball?
No.
Look how close I got with that fucking earlier shot. Ow! I got a pull to
Now
my
to watch the
face.
bloodshed.
Ow!
Ah, it went in, I don't care.
You know what? Fair enough.
Ah,
Monkey, go, monkey,
There's so much hatred in Don's heart.
You're gonna put me. You're putting me though.
Killing.
Hey, it's on to not.
Nice. What the fuck?
Oh, close one.
B goal. Hit me into the hole.
Score them.
You're so
Quickly,
close.
don't have much time. No.
Ah! Ah! What the hell? What
Let's
am I
fucking go.
Yay!
The city, finally.
Hey.
Grand Canal.
The
It's the
Grand
least city
Canal.
of the city maps.
Grand Canal.
That's fine.
I'm sorry, B, I need to score you. Ah! Never mind. I
Never
see
mind.
how it is.
Yep. I don't know.
Can you bring me beats instead? Hey, beats! Beats!
Nice shot.
Beats!
Jesus Christ.
Beats! Come back, Beats!
Whoa,
My
drifting.
ball's back there,
Whoa, drifting.
Beats!
I pulled Walker it. I mean,
Beat! Catch my
How
ball!
did you get that?
There's noises. Oh shit. Oh no. No, don't bounce.
Driving in my car right after.
Someone kill that driver. Oh fuck.
Hey, there.
I am going to
here.
Wait, what happened to the car? Did I actually spawn it underground?
Wait, no. Oh,
You made it.
Oh ah! Did I make it? Oh my god, I'm like pube hair away.
Gross.
Ow.
Ew.
Ah, god. Oh, what the hell?
I'm sorry. Oh!
10 seconds remaining.
Bye, monkey.
Oh, beat! Oh, beat!
Are you
No!
serious?
What the fuck?
Serves you right, B. Serves you right.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Serves you right.
Last explosion on the whole bounce it back out. Just...
That's the biggest scream I've ever heard Beat do. I've never heard him go that serious.
I got excited. I'm sorry.
3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Bro.
All of us.
Everyone on the side is frozen.
Did you freeze yourself?
Yep.
Why'd you freeze yourself?
I don't know. Bonk.
Yay! You didn't even pick me up.
Okay.
Bonk, 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 bonk.
Oh my god, is that the birthday boy? You're so famous. Cheers.
Ah, fuck you.
Fuck. Wait, my ball's back
Why
here.
did it go so? Why did it go anywhere?
You
sorry.
bitch!
Bye, monkey.
I'm sorry.
Bye, monkey.
Why are people just dropping the landmines instead of
No!
I haven't touched my ball in 30 seconds.
Totally deserved.
Gotcha.
Ow!
Gotcha.
Oh,
You fuck!
no!
Where's my ball? Oh, it's right up here.
Oh, bitch! No, 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 no,
No, no, no, no, no, no. Ah, rip.
Hey. Back.
Stand up, please, me.
No, I'm not cute.
Bitch.
Yes.
Ow. Don't roll. No, don't roll. Oh, thank you.
You're bald.
Hey.
Oh, you fucker.
I hate you, Beat. Oh wait, that was B.
I didn't do anything.
Oh, again? I've been fucking lasered twice in a row by these
Hey,
bitches.
bitch! Nani!
Bro, I got a nice shot on the launch on me.
Sorry, Cobra. I just wanted the achievement.
I hate these people.
Who are these people, huh?
Yes! I shipped monkey in.
What do you just fucking scored me?
I shipped monkey. I shipped monkey in.
That was a
No!
nice shot, but still, what the fuck?
No, it's not gonna make it. Fuck.
Yes! Justice.
So close, yet so far. Kitty?
Oh.
Oh,
I
my
thought
goodness.
you were further up there.
God
No,
damn it.
no, kitty. What happened to you?
That is crazy.
Monkey.
Ah,
Any
so
number
Cole
of
is
things could have
winning.
happened to Kitty.
No, guys, that way.
Mmm.
Low clap.
Pookie, you winning.
That would be
You
crazy.
were looking kind of hittable with my ball.
105.
¿Qué pasó?
¿Qué
Mine.
pasó?
Oh.
¿Qué pasó?
Why would you do that to yourself, Jago?
Oh. Fucking ping, I swear to God.
Fuck you!
Woo! Holy shit.
No, 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 no.
Focus!
I'm all the way at the start.
Oop. Axel, whoopsie.
How dare you!
You stole my item.
Ow!
Hi, B.
Hi.
Hi, B. Hi, B.
Hi. You want to share that power up?
Oh man, I'm so far up here, nothing could possibly go
Yes.
wrong, right? Oh my god.
What do you get? Oh Jesus. Drago is like crazy.
I was gonna let you in fall.
Yay.
Drago. Okay. Abandon ship.
I will destroy you. And your whole family. You first though.
Ooh, that was close. The fucking.
That was just for free.
You fucker.
Boy! You think I got your back? There's a war for 6th place going on.
Oh.
I tried, B. I tried.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Why couldn't I do that earlier? Before I fell down.
Motherfucker.
10 seconds remaining.
Naive! I was just gonna see that. No.
Joking, please, no.
Item.
B, you little bitch.
Yay.
Please, no.
Hey, Mizuki. Thank you for the raid. Thank you.
B, the ball literally went into the hole and somehow came up again when you iced me.
Yay.
I know. I don't know.
Nice.
Such is the way.
Vertigo.
Oh, not
Deal
here
with it.
Oh
again.
no, it's a breach one.
5, 4, 3,
Well,
2, 1.
Cobra, you put your gun away.
Why me? I'm not even in first place. Like Kogo
Hey,
Rian over there.
Ow.
You are to my right.
Oh, I think I got it. Yeah, I got the power up.
Oh, my ears.
I see nothing.
Ah.
No, why?
Ow.
I'm
Ow.
falling off a
Ow.
B.
There's a mine.
Hello.
Oh no, I'm gonna go eat. No.
Watch this shit.
Whoa! You motherfucker!
you.
You motherfucker!
Ow. Cobra, why?
We set my ball down its side.
Where's my ball?
I'm all the way down. Oh my god.
Catch this, monkey.
Okay. It didn't make it to me. What do I do now?
How
Wow.
dare you!
Nice job.
Made it.
Oh, come on, dude. I'm so tired of the fucking orbital strikes. My ball!
Oh, you no! Oh my god, jump!
Excuse me, how did you not?
Thank you for the huge
No.
shot.
I don't have any reason to be here.
Oh, I hit the fucking cactus.
That's so unlucky, Pete.
Uh-oh.
No!
I'm not gonna make it.
Ay, no!
Ah! Pete! Why?
Thank you.
Kitty.
No! No! Fuck!
Uh-oh. 10 seconds remaining.
No! Too much power again! I'm literally getting just blasted off the pillars constantly.
Oh my god, Pete specifically fucked me over.
Oh my god, I was seconds to go from kicking that in. Oh my god.
Dude, I
You're
have the
fucking over
best.
7 points from last.
I have the best stroke though because I never fucking make the hole.
Why don't you put the city maps there?
Because maybe you fair to the game.
You're a nerd. I don't like you.
Bye, ball.
Ah!
Fireball.
Yeah, you're a bitch, you bitch.
Fucking try to hit me with your car.
Oh, that didn't hit anything. Beep. Hey, Jump Booth, thank you. Wow. Jump Booth, thank you for the fucking 150.
Excuse me.
Thank you. Thank you for the trip.
Whoa, whoa.
Good job.
Made it. My ball is over here, so bye.
Indeed, I'm going to
Mine is.
run you over
Oh my
again.
god, mine is under here.
Whoa, fucking parkour.
Catch this ball.
Ow.
Oh, I hit the fucking tree. God damn it. God damn it.
Stay in the trees, man.
Oh my god. Beat, you fucking hit me and Axel drove over me.
Damn.
Yay.
I hit myself. No, no, no.
Deserved. That's what you get.
Hey, buddy, how'd you end up down there?
Indeed.
Well, you're gonna spend a little more time down there to find out. Dude.
Birdie. Jampu, you're cute. Thank you. Bro, it's way past one, but this is so much fun. We're gonna finish this.
10 seconds remaining.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. No, Drago got
God shot. Are you ready? Full focus, full focus.
No, you're not getting
Who
that
did
in,
that?
dude.
Who did the fucking
I would have gone in too, but Drago's body was in the way.
You evil bastards!
That was me who did the photo thing.
Oh, Drago in first place, huh?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yes. Oh hell yeah.
I love this one.
We get to
Fuck, I
slide.
should have had my rocket club for this one.
Try scoring.
Oh, we have to go up there.
Not talking shit, we gotta take him out.
Mine beat.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
I don't see anything.
How many people did I get? Holy fucking shit.
Bro, how many weapons do you have in your fucking pants?
Ow.
I just watched Cobra pull out a pistol and an elephant gun, then a fucking rocket.
Fucking GTA inventory
Trapped
over
in
there.
these lands.
Actually
Bro.
playing GTA, for real.
Goodbye.
Here it is.
Hey, who's winning? Straight.
Beat, you can't park there. Beat, your car!
Drago, we're gonna kill Drago.
Alright, you ready?
Ow.
You ready, Beat? Tactical freeze, let's go downhill.
Tactical free.
Hoorah!
I'm rolling too much. I'm rolling too much.
Yippee.
Oh my god, Cobra.
Bro, can I stop exploding? The fucking ping. I can't.
No, oh my god.
With the
Good
lightning
dodge,
down.
good dodge, good dodge.
아이템 대기하는 날 왔네요.
I wonder who did that to you.
Oh my god, two of them?
It's okay, Beat, that air horn made it go.
Why is it so far?
Oh no, not.
Hey, man.
Oh my
It was a nice
god,
try to
what are
be
you
honest,
doing
nice
to
play.
not?
Fuck you, people are not.
Nah, move!
This is amazing fun. It is
Not even
amazing,
trying to
Putin. Fucking love this game. It's like Mario Kart, but golf.
It's a big
Oh,
ass
Some
what
of
the
these people don't
fuck?
take any joy in golf, they just want murder.
Murder.
Bro,
I don't know what you're talking about.
You say that
I
with
would
17
always
fucking
prefer
strikes,
Drago.
dude? Shut the hell up.
We don't. Some people are just so violent in these trying times.
Yeah, man. Insane.
How dare you insult me?
motherfucker.
My ball is
I
still
got
in there.
101%, and honestly, that should give you
Ah.
like
Oh, shit.
100% speed boost.
Ow. Ow.
Ow.
Yeah, watch out for the cars.
There's cars?
Take that beat.
It's gas in Sweden.
There's no cars.
No,
in Sweden.
Angels. No, I'm rolling
They
down
all
the hill
fly
now.
to their
Ah.
destinations. Hey. You may live.
They go in Viking ship.
Oh shit.
I got my own car.
Make it up, 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 make it up. Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
Meep meep. Oh, nice. Go. Bye.
Hey, man.
Why do I have 3
Hey, man.
rocket launchers?
I see you chose violence
Fuck's
today.
sake.
Ow.
You already hit somebody. Hey!
No
What the fuck?
way.
No, 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 no. Okay.
What? That didn't go up.
Excuse me.
Nice.
Wait.
Bitch.
Nice go.
Go
ahead, move it away.
The fucking
Yeah, I give up.
Yeah, I got it.
Ah! How? How
Oh,
did you
beat.
get
No.
I was way too.
There's so many rockets, please. Let me score my ball, you bastards. It was right on the rim.
So much
Yeah, I'm not gonna
explosions
go
in the
down.
hole.
My ball went all the way back. I am not gonna go back.
No, Axel.
Might as well just jump into the hole myself. Bye bye.
10 seconds remaining.
Chip it in 4.
It's too late. It's too late.
Oh my god, dude.
Let's go.
Oh, Nick. Oh.
Beat tried to hit his husband, the wife into fucking traffic.
Don't worry about it. Don't
That
worry
was
about
so
it.
close, but damn.
I can see the insurance fraud claim already.
What? Insurance? Who has that? Who the fuck has insurance?
Oh, real.
Yeah, good point.
Oh, I forgot we're all 4.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goal. Nice shot.
That might land
Double
in the
speed
water.
boost.
I completely wasted that.
Double speed.
You get double speed. Who's it gonna
Excuse
be?
me. Excuse
Yep.
me. Whoa, what the fuck?
I mean, bitch.
Oh, Fleur.
Hiya!
Oh, holy shit! I shot.
Yeah, you gotta
Oh
admit
my
that was a
god.
nice shot.
Jesus.
God damn, dude.
Alright, Beat, I'm gonna give you props on that one too. That was a pretty nice shot.
Thank you.
Hi, Flare. Hi,
Ow.
Flare.
Thank you, Cobra.
Go, your feet are getting wet.
So many.
Good one, go.
Bruh, me first.
Wait, what? Your penalty? What the? I was about to say, you fucking.
Quiet you!
Oh my god.
9 kitty! 9 kitty! Aww.
Wait, did I hit Kitty with my ball or is that the penalty?
Yep.
Nice try.
Nice.
I beat.
That side beat us by so much. Guys, what are we doing over here? It's like we're fighting each other or something.
Why would we do
Say
that?
that about the rocket, dude.
No, no.
Why would we fight each other?
Oh, B.
That's so barbaric.
I don't know, man. That's crazy. Why would anybody on this team fight each other?
Ow!
There is no team here.
There's no monkey in team.
Did Go just face tank that shit?
Oh.
Yeah, they did.
Alright, hold up, you
Shot
ready
him
for
right
the
in the
Aw,
face?
Kitty hates me.
Got it in. Monkey, don't mess up. Don't mess up, monkey.
Oh my god.
We
Mm.
gotta kill the team. We
It
gotta
was so
give them
close.
that teamwork.
I feel like
It's really close.
I'm gonna do Kim Kardashian.
Oh, what?
Kim Kardashian, is that
I'm gonna do.
What, the
Kim
Kim
Kardashian?
Kardashian?
I'm gonna do a
Gonna
Kim
do Kim
Kardashian.
Kardashian? Damn.
I wouldn't.
5,
She made a comeback.
2,
Beat, you stinky.
goal.
Call her Kim because she's
Ah, fuck
Kardashian on this.
That
What does
doesn't
it
even make
mean? I'm
sense.
not sure. Wait a minute! No, that's not enough!
You didn't want to do that.
Wait, 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 wait.
Oh, you almost got beat.
No! Oh, fuck.
What
Well
is
done.
the name of what? Oh, it's coming back.
We're very close to the edge there. Okay. Nice one.
Ah, what the hell?
Thank you.
I'm just on a leisurely stroll over here. One of you can catch a rocket, I guess.
Oh my god.
Okay, I caught him.
Yo, someone almost chipped it in over there. Nice shot. I'm afraid, though, I have to do this. Hiya! Got
Nice
him.
shot.
Thanks. Oh, bitch! Your shot was terrible. Your shot hit somebody. You're going to jail.
I want to go to jail. Ah, no, my shot! No!
No, we got
No!
You can't stop the inevitable, Cobra.
No, why?
I'm so sad about this.
Good.
Despacito
Someone
play,
should
Alexa.
Damn. They still made it.
Oh, god damn it.
I did it. I got it. Sorry, Moon. I got mine in, Moon.
B. B.
Better not mess up.
B.
Better not mess up.
B. Doing tricks on it. He's gonna put it in the hole, man.
You have to finish the hit.
We're not gonna finish it.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, Angel, yeah.
Finish.
What the hell?
Wait, I'm coming for you.
Oh.
Hey, yo?
Everyone finished. Wow.
Oh my god, not.
Let's go. It's
I mean, I know Flare is loot.
It's
but...
Marina
Marina.
from anime, whatever that anime is. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
Well.
okay, sure thing. Thanks, guys. Fuck out of my way.
No. Oh.
Oh,
Ah,
Jesus.
penalty!
What? It was a penalty?
Ah! I don't want to play a traffic
Ooh!
today.
Oh, that fucking pillar saved me.
Right, Buzz.
Wait, what is coming to the right?
My ball is in a goddamn tree. Well, that's not good.
Ah.
Maybe it is. No.
Oh, bus!
Ow.
There you go, bait. Fuck you.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Wait, what? Oh, someone else got you.
What the goddamn is my ball?
Deserve, Drago.
Stealing my
Hey,
car,
Pete.
dude. What the fuck?
You wanna ride?
What? My bad.
Never mind.
My coffee! You bitch!
I'm gonna chip it in here. I'm gonna. Okay. I was gonna take my time and fucking keep that in.
Cobra.
Wow, fuck.
Okay. No,
What
no,
the
no,
hell?
no, 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 no! What?
No, I just. What the fuck?
Eh.
Get out of the way, you bastards!
Here comes the
Yay,
snipe.
good plays.
Oh!
Oh, I'm frozen!
Oh, the snipe from.
You actually got beat? What the fuck? Was that from spawn?
Here's the ship in.
Oh my god, dude. That is not getting in.
It's not skill issue.
Oh,
Clang.
No, kitty.
Finish.
that was not going in.
What happened to me, guys? I didn't see.
Ah. What happened to what? Happened to me?
I missed it.
That sounds like you did it, Ko.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Wait, what? No.
Yeah, Ko just sent me into the fucking water.
Can you believe people leaked the new Spider-Man movie already?
Wait, is it real? I saw it.
Oh, you.
Yeah, I just
You're
opened
bitch.
Twitter and then I saw the entire movie there uploaded.
Bait, I hate you for stealing that.
Yeah, I saw it, but I didn't like watch the tweet. I just saw it already.
Yeah, I'm gonna check if it's actually real.
Fuck's sake.
I'm pretty sure it's an hour and 19 minutes, Angels, that video, and it's not real.
Oh yeah? No, I just...
Ah!
Oh.
No, not like this.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Bet. Got him.
And just like that, the cookie crumbled.
Get out of here, move.
Oh god.
You bitch. Stop being good at that.
Look in there.
Bait, I hate you. You know what, Bait?
Go over there. Go over there.
Bait, I hate you. With a burning passion.
Ow! Angel, fly.
Ah, god damn it.
Oh no, I'm gonna die anyways.
Bro.
touch myself.
I see the game plan. I see the game plan.
Oh my god.
Angels, you are cool.
What? You wanna be rude? I can be rude.
Well, I'm already dead. I'm just gonna go into the. I'm gonna go into the water.
What?
Damn. Nah.
Oh.
You just wanted to show off Drago's sick moves. Or Axel, whichever one of them that was.
I swear I'm just gonna go into this game and practice.
Oh, that's so
There.
close.
Whoa.
Okay, okay.
Central Park.
This is a park in the center.
Alright.
I love the soundtrack. It's so good.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh.
Oh my god. Because I hit.
Baby slam that bitch.
You know what
Hey,
it
Pete,
is,
you wanna
monkey?
lift? Here, Pete, come here. I'll give you a lift. Where is your ball?
Watch out, guys! It's storming in the city.
It's a 1 hour of in 30 minutes of getting rickrolled.
Oh my god.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, what a chip.
What else would it be?
Whoa, Cobra, you made that? What the?
Wait, yes, it made it. What?
I'm a fucking gamer.
I didn't try. Are you serious?
No, you're a golfer. We're playing golf.
It's insane.
You shush.
I fucking hit an invisible person again.
Oh my god, I can't see.
You're going too far, B.
How did I end
I
up over
couldn't see,
here?
I was blind.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna fucking get you, bitch.
Oh. Vehicular man.
Birdie.
This car!
Oh my god, they actually made it.
Oh!
Ah, nice try. Oh, no.
Get fucked, Axel.
How did we beat me to it?
Nah. I was blinded the whole time. I couldn't see anything. Cobra, you're
That's
actually
crazy.
What the heck?
Where is we?
Ah, whoa.
Oh no.
I'm now going to be hit by 17 orbital strikes.
Oh my god.
Good. You deserve it.
I didn't do anything.
4, 3, 2,
Okay, I did a lot of things, but...
Go.
Yeah.
Somebody shot Kitty into the power up. You bitch.
I'm dead.
Wow, I actually made that.
Hey. Just like that. Huh, I have money.
Ow.
Oh.
Dinosaur.
Oh my god.
No.
Oh, that's fine.
Wait, that's not what we need.
Maybe.
That isn't what we need either. This on the other hand. Yeah.
Oh!
I hit that fucking...
What the fuck?
What the fuck was that? What the fuck? You made me miss! What the fuck was that sound?
Because you hit me, dude. What the fuck you mean?
Ah, you fucker.
Ow.
Bro, let me hit...
This was the most civilized you guys ever been, dude.
Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, and I'm blind.
You almost got that. You almost got that because of
Did it go in? Yes! The penalty stroke went in!
B, full focus. You gotta make it there. You gotta tap it in. B, you got 3 seconds. B, no, you're trying to go for the tap.
It's not gonna work. I'm not gonna get there.
Oh!
Go for the car! You fucker!
Come on, ball. Oh my
That
god.
was so
It was
fucking
probably gonna make
beautiful,
it
man,
into
and
so-
you ruined it for me.
This one is very hard.
Oh my god, that is one hell of a. Oh, bro, seriously.
4,
Oh,
3, 2,
Well.
I'm gonna go here. Bye bye.
Yeah.
He told me nice shot, not all of you.
Golf
What
balls.
the fuck?
Golf course. Hey, there's golf carts down here.
That's my eyes.
I don't know where I am, dude.
Come down here. Come down here.
Okay.
Where's
Watch out for traffic.
Down here. Oh shit.
Ooh.
Okay, I got my
I saw that.
eyes.
Oh my god.
No, I missed the jump.
What?
Oh, uh-oh. Oh, it's a good thing it was Ko I shot at. They can't.
Fuck.
Ah, no.
I had to kill myself to get closer.
Hey, Reed, how's it going?
What's up?
Ow. What, from all the way over there?
Ko, stand still real quick.
Oh, no.
What the fuck? I can fly.
Thank
Oh
you.
my god, monkey.
Oh, that's a fucking.
Did you see my car fly?
I did.
I just wanted to aim at someone.
Ah. Go backwards.
No, I don't follow the laws of physics.
I heard a very
Oh, what the
distant,
hell?
tiny little no.
No, it's just a stupid wall.
9!
Get in there.
9!
I can't see. Please, Lord, I beg you.
Where's my ball? Oh, Aja!
You.
No, no.
Get back down.
No! No, it bounced out! Fuck.
Yeah, we'll last
Oh, Jesus! What are you even doing back there, Angels?
Having fun. Where one?
Oh my freaking god.
Thank you, whoever brutally murdered
There were
Drago
no
for
winners
reason.
on this last hole. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
No.
How many people didn't finish?
I said that. Like I said, that fucking hole is hard as
Before
fuck.
orbitals, you know.
Super normie hole.
Oh, come on. It's just a straight line.
A long
You're a straight line.
beach.
It's a super normie hole.
Just kidding.
Long beach.
What the fuck?
I'll show you an straight line though.
Oh,
Monkey,
thanks, Pete. I
monkey,
guess we're all
monkey.
everybody.
Hey, B.
Hi.
We should go.
Gonna grab this first. That is fucking
Oh my
chaos.
God.
Jesus
How many
Christ.
guns do you people have?
Lightning! Ah!
Yippee.
Sorry, Flare.
No.
Shut down,
I
dude.
kinda want this item. Yippee. Ah.
Oh my god, they disappeared before my eyes. Ah! Ah!
Double shot.
Whoa.
So you dare hit me, huh? Oh, I missed you.
Have mercy.
Axel,
Wait, where's my ball?
Oh, it's Kitty.
Oh.
You've been shooting me
Axel hit me with,
repeatedly, you
like,
fuck.
7 things.
Watch out, monkey.
Yeah, fuck you, I finished that.
Wait, monkey made it? I think you're so tricky. Oh, you think you're safe?
There's so many fucking railguns on this last one, bro. Why was everyone saving that shit from like all over the course?
Yeah.
Gaming.
Wow.
Oh, I made it.
Oh, watch out. A chip in for 43 meters.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You almost had your ass.
Yippee.
Hey.
I got last, let's go.
You know what?
That's hella
59
fun.
kills going to Kitty. I'm pretty sure I was like 23.
Alright. 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 Let me wrap this bad boy up. Thank you for games,
Kitty is
everyone.
the worst.
Yay.
Nice for the games.
Yeah, everybody
Thank
go
you
to
for the
B, wish them
game.
happy birthday.
What?
Oh.
What?
Oh wow!
What
Someone
the hell?
timed that
Happy
perfect.
birthday on the birthday.
Happy birthday, me!
It's in 24 hours, but thank you.
Birthday, B. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Ah, water.
Birthday bee.
Go here, B.
Angels, no. What the fuck? Oh, too far.
Sent him over the water.
Whoa.
No.
I'm dead. Oh, what the fuck? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Monkey.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Anonymous.
Angels, look.
Monkey, as we both
Thank
went,
you.
I glitched through the map.
Thank you, guys. Hey, this was a lot of fun. See you soon again.
Yeah, everybody's around B. Where is B? Oh, there you are.
Beats wanna give
Gather
me
around B and let's push them. Everybody come here. Let's gather. Let's gather. Stop bullying B. Stop bullying B. Stop bullying B.
Always bully me.
Come here. Come here. Oh.
Eyes. I'm gone. You guys are cool. I love you all. You're all amazing.
That's
You
pretty
too. Oh.
big.
What? What, Beat?
Oh my god.
Can you hit me, please? Shoot me. Oh no!
I did it.
I saved them.
Wow.
You're a monster.
Why are we gonna hit you? I don't want to hit my wife.
I'm okay. You're the
Am I the wife?
You're the wife.
Oh. Anyway.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Bye bye.
Thanks for the game.
Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you for the gifted freaking. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I went way over time here. This was way too fun, though. Taku, with the got sniped. Moon got sniped. June, Crucians. Hey, got one. Wow. I'll send you over to Cole. It's the easiest and the fastest. I'll just do that right away. Oh my lordy, I overdid this a little bit. I need to get a lot of rest before tomorrow again. So in 11.5 hours, I'm back streaming again. So y'all better keep an eye out for that. Oh, thank you though. Wow, I yawned way too wide. Yeah, this has been a long day. Thank you so much though. Thank you. Tomorrow we start the countdown for my birthday. It's less than 24 hours away. Oh, it's gonna be crazy. If you're in VR chat tomorrow night, we're gonna have a lobby counting down last few hour or so for midnight. So what is that, in like 22 hours or something? I can't do the math right now. My brain is totally fried. I love you all though. You're amazing peeps. Ah, that was a lot of fun. Oh, stretching, rest awaits me. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for bitsy. Thank you for subbies. Thank you for follows. Thank you for raid. Mwah. Mwah. You're all amazing. Here. And sleep well. I will try my best to get some good sleep. I'll send you over now. It's early, but let's go. Mwah. Wow.